The story begins in the empire's northern point, a famously dangerous and rugged territory of snowy mountains. This harsh land is ruled by the House of Boleati, whose crest features two roaring beasts. The current ruler is Duke Filio Boleoti, a man whose first distinctive trait since childhood has been his striking looks. His second, more menacing trait is his savagery, hinted at by his glowing crimson eyes. His eyes alone are said to possess a glare that could kill someone on sight. Besides his handsome features, he is a member of one of only two dukedoms in the entire country. In a grand hall, the brown-haired duke orders his subordinate to prepare for their return to the north, which is promptly confirmed. Suddenly, the duke startles his two aides with an unexpected declaration. He's adopting a child. A silver-haired aide questions if he's joking, but the duke's cold expression confirms he has no time for such things. The scene shifts to an orphanage in the east. The duke's intimidating presence makes a small, blonde child burst into tears. Wah! The child's wailing echoes as a woman tries to comfort her. Overwhelmed by the noise, the duke covers his face with a gloved hand in frustration. Wah! The crying continues as the duke sits in the background, looking utterly annoyed by the ordeal. The duke complains about the situation, but his silver-haired aide reminds him that visiting orphanages was his own command. The aide remarks that this is a new record, piquing the duke's curiosity. Recalling the fifth orphan visit, the silver-haired aide notes that every child cries upon seeing the duke, an accomplishment in itself. The duke, however, thinks the children are merely ignorant and disrespectful, pondering how long it has been since his sword last tasted blood. Ugh! The aide internally laments his difficult position, wondering why this is happening. The duke falls into a moment of contemplative silence. The silver-haired aide puzzles over the duke's sudden desire for a child. He recalls a memory of a blonde-haired nobleman excitedly sharing that his child had just spoken. The blonde nobleman gushed about the joys of fatherhood, but the duke coldly told him to stop talking, to which the man replied he'd understand one day. The nobleman insisted having a child changes everything, but the duke challenged him to look at his own unbothered expression. Cherishing his baby, the nobleman mused on the sublime feeling of fatherhood, hoping the duke would experience it too. Back at the orphanage, the duke asks if he's seen all the children, and a voice confirms he has met all 18. Unsatisfied, the duke decides to move on to the next orphanage. He turns and walks resolutely towards the door, his heavy coat trailing behind him. Hailed as the empire's most eligible bachelor, the duke remains focused while his aide wishes he would just get married instead. The duke and his aide walk through the orphanage courtyard, passing by the children. His departure is interrupted when a voice calls out, "Sir Duke!" The orphanage director bows deeply, apologizing for the poor reception. The director praises the children before mentioning the harsh winter, blatantly asking for support, a move the silver-haired aide notes with disdain. The aide silently observes the dilapidated facilities, realizing the director has no real interest in the orphanage's upkeep. As the director expresses doubt that the next orphanage will be any better, a sudden, fierce "NYA!" cuts him off. The director grabs a small, unruly black-haired girl who screams for him to let her go. Arr! The girl defiantly bites the director's hand, forcing him to release her in pain. The small girl immediately runs to the duke and clings to his leg, stunning him. She turns and glares at the director, angrily shouting, "Hey, mister!" The duke and the fierce, dirt-smudged girl lock eyes in a silent standoff. The silver-haired aide is astonished, realizing the girl didn't cry, and that her features resemble the duke's. The aide's thought continues, confirming the striking similarity in their hair and eyes. Panicking, the director apologizes and orders the girl removed, but the duke raises a hand, stopping him. The duke addresses his aide, Rupert, pointing out that this particular child was not on the list. The flustered director stammers that the girl is a troublemaker with no manners. Rupert coldly reminds the director that the duke's orders were to meet every single child. Terrified, the director and his staff prostrate themselves on the ground, begging for forgiveness. The duke asks the defiant girl for her name, but she looks up at him and bluntly states she doesn't have one. When asked if the orphanage gave her a name, she reveals they call her Nia, but declares that she hates it. The Duke remarks on her boldness, questioning if she understands whose path she is blocking, but she meets his gaze with a smirk. He warns her that her insolence could get her executed on the spot, but the girl remains completely unfazed by his threat. A small, dark-haired girl with glowing golden eyes stands bravely before a tall, dark-haired man in a red cape, despite a shiver sounding near his shoe. The dark-haired man, Duke Filio, pauses to cover his mouth, contemplating the girl's unusual bravery. The dark-haired girl, Leonia, stares with wide eyes as her new name, Leonia Boliotti, is spoken. Duke Filio calmly reiterates the name, Leonia Boliotti, solidifying her new identity. The Duke then declares to the dark-haired girl, "That's your new name," confirming her new status. Duke Filio lifts a struggling Leonia, commenting that he should call an etiquette tutor when we get back to the dukedom, as she angrily protests. Rupert, a silver-light purple-haired man, watches with a shocked expression as the dark-haired man Duke Filio restrains the girl Leonia. Leonia indignantly questions Duke Filio, calling him a mister who is messing with a child and seems like a pervert, while he thinks it's more fun than I thought. Rupert looks utterly stunned and sparkles, silently processing the scene before him. A title card displays Leonia Boliotti above a crest featuring 2 black lions and crossed swords, with text identifying the roaring Filio lion Leonia. An illustration introduces Count Carnus Rinne, a smiling, curly, blonde-haired man surrounded by elegant flowers. A flashback shows the curly blonde-haired man, Count Carnus Rinne, and the dark-haired man, Duke Filio, as academy students, admired by a blushing girl. As narration states, they stole every girl's heart at the academy. Duke Filio is depicted as a snow-capped peak, surrounded by roses, while Count Carnus Rinne is a sun-kissed prairie adorned with white flowers. Count Carnus Rinne proudly holds his baby, bragging that fatherhood is something that's truly sublime. Panels show various families enjoying outings, with narration noting, there seemed to be a lot of families on that day in particular. Duke Filio looks out a window, reflecting that everyone seemed happy. Leonia, with a stern face, confronts Duke Filio, questioning, "So that's why you're adopting me?" Leonia furiously yells, questioning Duke Filio's adoption motive, saying that people typically adopt for more conventional reasons, while he observes her, thinking, "You look unsatisfied." Leonia brazenly asks Duke Filio, "Mister, are you stupid?" While he wryly thinks, "My only child seems to have quite a vocabulary." Duke Filio intently asks Leonia if she want this too, and if that's why you blocked my path. Leonia clings to Duke Filio's leg, and a thought bubble reveals her gamble while the Duke reflects, "I never thought I'd be this fortunate, though." Leonia's determined eye is visible as Rupert, the silver-light purple-haired man, walks with papers, surrounded by other people. Rupert speaks to a crying elderly man who is wiping his eyes with a handkerchief amidst other observers. Leonia says, to a group of people with obscured faces, indicating she's about to share information. Leonia, with a distressed expression, begins to reveal details about the teachers and the head of that orphanage. Duke Filio stands thoughtfully, thinking, I figured, as he listens to Leonia's revelations. Leonia shouts about the abuse she and the other orphans suffered, revealing they've been talking to pimps now too, as Duke Filio looks on grimly. Leonia defiantly explains to Duke Filio what a pimp is, stating, "They're people that sell others to brothels and stuff." Duke Filio looks shocked as Leonia, distraught, reveals they are planning to sell off one of the girls, showing a blurry image of children playing. Leonia, with tearful and pleading eyes, looks up and asks, "So, can you punish them?"
Duke Filio sits, contemplating her request and silently asking, "All of them?" Duke Filio thinks about a woman with brown hair and a broken finger, causing Leonia to cheerily ask, "Right, how did you know about that?" Leonia explains that the brown-haired woman was the only one that took care of the children, while Duke Filio observes the distraught woman and the elderly man. Duke Filio asks if the dean is the one who always hits US when he's drunk, and Leonia confirms with a yes. Leonia, showing a bruise on her arm, reveals this is because of another teacher. Leonia turns, showing her back, and states that the bruises from the dean are on my back. Duke Filio looks away, contemplating how young Leonia is, wondering, is she really only 5? Rupert, the silver/light purple-haired man, addresses Duke Filio, calling him Your Grace, as another light purple-haired person stands behind him. Duke Filio, surrounded by a purple glow, tells Rupert that the orphanage was pretty dirty, and he should do some cleaning for them.
Leonia furiously demands severe punishment for the orphanage staff, suggesting tearing them arms and legs apart and cutting off their nose on a plate, but makes an exception for Miss Connie and reveals evidence of embezzlement. Rupert looks utterly shocked, while Duke Filio, with a slight smirk, comments that Leonia is spirited. Leonia waves energetically from a carriage window as Rupert and 2 other men watch her leave the orphanage. Rupert and 2 other men look surprised, with Rupert wondering, she's not the Duke's hidden daughter, right? Rupert, looking serious, resolves, let's finish our work. Leonia shivers, wrapped in a blanket, looking cold and unwell. Leonia appears unwell, and Duke Filio looks on with a thoughtful, concerned expression. Duke Filio asks, what is it, Dame Levipath? As a light-haired woman with a fur collar bows and apologizes for stopping the carriage, and notes the lady doesn't seem well. Leonia sits wrapped in a blanket, confirming Dame Levipath's observation that she doesn't seem well. Dame Levipath gasps, I'm fine, in thought. But Duke Filio calmly states, let's do that, as Leonia yells, I'm talking here, mister. Duke Filio observes Leonia, noting that she's shaking from hunger but still has a loud voice. Leonia shivers, wrapped in a blanket, looking cold and unwell. A charming house with glowing windows is visible at night, where Leonia is resting. Duke Filio sits in the house, contemplating that this seems like a suitable place for Leonia to recover. Leonia, wrapped in a blanket, still looks unwell, as Duke Filio instructs Melius to prepare to leave once Leonia regains her strength. A hand is shown reaching out, while Leonia looks utterly terrified and covers her mouth, and Melius looks on in shock. Duke Filio races through a dark, wooded area, carrying a frightened Leonia in his arms. Duke Filio holds Leonia closely with concern, as she cries silently with tears in her eyes. Leonia clings to Duke Filio, exclaiming she almost died and marveling at his incredibly fast reaction time. Melius looks utterly shocked, thinking the Duke just took a knee during his swift protective action. Duke Filio instructs to get Leonia warm and fed first, as the bruised girl looks up at him. Leonia asks the light-haired woman who she is, and the woman introduces herself as Levipath Melius, requesting to be called Melius. Leonia asks Melius if she is a knight, to which Melius confirms, and Leonia excitedly thinks it's cool. Melius looks thoughtfully at Leonia, surprised by her reaction. Leonia, with multiple bruises visible, calls out to Melius as Uni, who smiles warmly while holding a wooden tub. Leonia turns, showing her bruised back, and asks if it appears bad. Melius assures Leonia not to worry about her bruises, explaining that at her age, rest and good food will heal everything. Melius gently tells Leonia that she has medicine for bruises from her younger brother and will apply it after their bath. Leonia joyfully announces surprise in her new, elegant blue dress, while Duke Filio observes her with a neutral expression. Leonia ecstatically declares she smells wonderful and has never smelled anything like it, as Melius smiles and Duke Filio watches. Leonia pouts, imagining Duke Filio thinking she is still pretty ugly. Leonia indignantly asks if Duke Filio had any part in her new appearance. Melius states that she had no part in it, but as Leonia's family, she will worry about her, while Leonia thinks she should just live with it. Leonia angrily declares she has never just lived with something, asserting that this is what it means to raise a child, startling Duke Filio and other women. Leonia looks determined and angry, wearing her new blue dress, ready to confront the situation. A grand, cozy room with a fireplace and elegant furniture is displayed. Duke Filio sits, reflecting that the abuse Leonia suffered seemed serious and occurred over a prolonged period. Duke Filio sternly declares that anyone who harmed the children will be brought to the dukedom for him to torture personally. Leonia gleefully exclaims it is her first time wearing such clothes, sparkling in her new gray and blue outfit. Duke Filio comments that Leonia now looks like a proper human, prompting Leonia to angrily retort that she was always human and deserves a compliment. Duke Filio asks why he should compliment someone not pretty, while Leonia calls him too much for a dad, then explains she's not used to calling him dad or receiving compliments. Leonia pouts, looking annoyed in her new winter outfit. Duke Filio tells Leonia that if she desires compliments, she should gain some weight, which makes her look up at him surprised. Malaeus confirms to a light, brown-haired man and a purple-haired man that everyone is ready to depart. The light brown-haired man asks Malaeus if something is wrong, noticing her concerned expression. Malaeus explains that Duke Filio treats Leonia differently than he treats others, surprising the men. The light brown-haired man questions Malaeus about her seriousness, as Duke Filio enters holding Leonia, asking what they are doing at the door, prompting quick apologies and compliments on the morning. A carriage travels along a path, and inside, Leonia excitedly imagines eating meat for all 3 meals, beaming with joy. Leonia, looking distressed, covers her mouth and asks, "What if I vomit?" Duke Filio calmly asks why she would worry, simply telling her to just vomit. Leonia thinks about the expense of the carriage and the trouble for the cleaning staff, while Duke Filio asks why she is concerned. Duke Filio states that Leonia is now an official member of the Bogliodi family. Leonia looks surprised, as Duke Filio reveals that the family earns enough money to buy another carriage in the time she takes a breath. Leonia groans dramatically as Duke Filio encourages her to tell him whatever she wants. Leonia, overjoyed and sparkling, tells Duke Filio he is so cool and proclaims that money is the best. Leonia closes her eyes in contentment, adding that people should also be rich at heart. Leonia thoughtfully says that the idea of being rich at heart is merely what the poor say to claim moral superiority. Leonia, sitting, praises Duke Filio, telling him he truly understands how the world operates. Duke Filio reviews papers, while Leonia, sitting on a red cushion, thinks about all the clothes and supplies she will need to buy. Duke Filio thinks Leonia is knowledgeable, after her astute observation about the poor, claiming higher ground. Malaeus smiles, calling out her own name, Malaeus. Leonia enthusiastically expresses her admiration for Dame Levipath, while Duke Filio inwardly acknowledges the knight's excellence. Leonia looks curious, prompting Duke Filio to thoughtfully realize that Leonia will need a knight to guard her. Duke Filio reflects on the essential staff Leonia needs, envisioning silhouettes for an etiquette tutor, a personal guard, and a headmaid. Duke Filio nods in affirmation as a candidate for an escort. A light brown-haired man is presented in a grand display. Leonia dramatically vomits a rainbow of colors, feeling unwell, while Duke Filio observes her distress. Duke Filio looks on, dismissing Leonia's sickness with a critical thought that she is so weak. Leonia, looking wide-eyed and excited, asks, "Gate? And what's that?" as they are in the gate's vicinity. Duke Filio calmly explains that the gate is a rare tunnel for instant long-distance travel, noting that first-timers can get sick from it. Leonia, clinging to someone's arm, confidently states she hasn't used it before but believes she'll be okay, followed by a quiet cough. Leonia, looking frail, claims she is dying, but Duke Filio dismisses her, telling the silver-haired man that no one dies from motion sickness, then reassures Leonia she looks slightly better. In a sparkling, multi-paneled scene surrounded by white lilies, Leonia finds comfort cradled in Duke Filio's arms, looking safe and tenderly cared for. Leonia, looking distressed, warns Duke Filio not to pat her because she feels like she's going to vomit, to which Duke Filio remarks that she talks a lot. Duke Filio gently pats Leonia's head as she rests against him, now calm and almost asleep. Duke Filio observes the sleeping Leonia in his arms, inwardly thinking she still looks ugly. A series of panels introduces the loyal Black Beast Knights, who have served Duke Bogliodi for many years, highlighting their imposing presence and an astonished reaction to the Duke. Amidst sparkling white lilies, Duke Filio tenderly embraces Leonia, who looks peacefully asleep in his arms, creating a serene, protective image. The pink-haired maid and the light brown-haired man watch with apprehension as Duke Filio instructs them to prepare for departure once Leonia recovers, noting the scene is both beautiful and terrifying to the knights. A dark cave with a distant light transitions to a majestic snow-capped mountain, signaling a journey through varied landscapes. A black carriage traverses a snowy, tree-lined path, moving steadily towards its destination. A quaint, snow-covered town with charming architecture stretches before a magnificent, towering mountain, suggesting a picturesque arrival. Two men, one with gray hair and one with blonde hair, stand outside a building, observing the incoming scene. Leonia, beaming with excitement from the carriage window, joyfully exclaims that seeing the snowy town is cool, and her first time witnessing such a sight. Duke Filio comments that the town is still small compared to the capital, and Leonia replies that she wouldn't know, never having been to the capital. Leonia, sparkling with stars, gazes out with contentment, proudly declaring that she thinks this snowy place is the best. Leonia exclaims about the abundance of snow and asks if it's cold, to which Duke Filio replies it's fine once you get used to it, adding that he likes the cold. A magnificent, snow-covered ducal mansion with multiple towers and intricate architecture stands under a bright sky, bathed in winter light. Numerous maids and staff enthusiastically clap and bustle, preparing for the Duke's arrival, excitedly announcing that he is coming home. A purple-haired woman observes the snowy landscape and the approaching carriage from within the mansion gates. The purple-haired woman looks utterly shocked, as Leonia, sparkling with wonder, excitedly exclaims how incredibly big the house is. Duke Filio carries Leonia as he is greeted by a bowing assembly of maids and staff, all welcoming him home. Duke Filio enters the mansion, holding a sleeping Leonia who murmurs about being uncomfortable, as soft sounds of movement accompany their entrance.
Leonia, now awake and wide-eyed, looks up from Duke Filio's arms with a surprised expression. Leonia informs Duke Filio that she is not sick anymore, and he calmly confirms that he knows. Leonia, hungry, repeatedly calls out "Mister," causing confusion among the maids, while Duke Filio tells her to wait a bit. Leonia, sparkling with delight, praises Duke Filio's strong chest, leaning into him amidst a flurry of pink cherry blossoms. Duke Filio, still holding Leonia, walks through the grand hall alongside the purple-haired man as numerous maids bow in respect. Two panels showcase the luxurious interior of the mansion, featuring an elegant balcony overlooking a grand checkered floor and a sweeping staircase. Leonia's eyes sparkle with awe and wonder as she takes in the opulent surroundings, her mouth open in an exclamation of surprise. Duke Filio comments that murder stories always occur in places like this, making the pink-haired maid gasp, as Leonia adds that the murderer is among them. The pink-haired maid is shocked, asking if someone died there and if Duke Filio is the murderer, while Leonia enthusiastically asks about a jail and torture in the basement, but then dismisses it as she dislikes bugs.
Duke Filio compliments Kara, the head butler with lavender hair and glasses, for diligently taking care of the mansion. Duke Filio, holding Leonia, instructs Kara to summon wardrobe designers and craftsmen, as Leonia makes a comfortable, cooing sound. Duke Filio looks thoughtfully at Leonia in his arms, concluding that there isn't a suitable place for her within the current house. Kara, with a concerned expression and hands clasped, contemplates the child's situation. Leonia, looking directly at the viewer, introduces herself clearly, saying, "Hello, my name is Leonia." Duke Filio, holding Leonia, reminds her that the name he gave her was longer, asking if she forgot, while Leonia wonders if she is allowed to say it. Leonia looks intently and then slightly shy in two separate panels, her expression pensive. Leonia confidently declares, "My name is Leonia Boliotti," within a decorative frame, asserting her new identity. Duke Filio smiles gently as Leonia rests contentedly and securely against his shoulder, surrounded by soft floral imagery. Duke Filio stands in the grand hall speaking to Kara, who listens attentively, surrounded by other bowing maids.
Duke Filio tenderly cradles Leonia, who looks content, while Kara, the head butler, observes the scene, thinking it beautiful yet incomprehensible. A small, happy drawing of Leonia smiles amidst a promotional page. The magnificent, snow-covered Boliotti ducal mansion stands grandly under a winter sky. Within the mansion, the kitchen bustles with activity. where a blonde-haired chef and another staff member prepare food amidst murmurs. Maids gossip in the mansion, with two purple-haired maids and a pink-haired maid discussing the Duke bringing a child home and carrying her. The purple-haired man and a light brown-haired man listen to the conversation, while another maid speaks about the child. Inside a cozy room with a lit fireplace, the maid's conversation continues, noting that the child has black hair. The pink-haired maid expresses surprise, thinking the lady doesn't seem scary at all. Leonia, in a cheerful red dress, happily greets someone with a bright smile, saying hello. Leonia introduces herself as Leonia Boliotti to a light-haired maid, who exclaims, "Oh my," while the pink-haired maid smiles, thinking Leonia is cute. Kara, the head butler with lavender hair, looks on with a serious expression, observing the scene.
Leonia, sparkling, smiles, and confidently asks for some special attention. The pink-haired maid appears thoughtful, considering Leonia's request. Duke Filio sits at his desk, focused on writing with a quill. Kara, flanked by the gray-haired knight and the blonde knight, stands with a worried expression, pausing before an important discussion. A tap sounds as Kara confronts Duke Filio, passionately questioning why he adopted Leonia for such a reason. Leonia, bundled in her red winter outfit, laughs with unrestrained joy amidst sparkling snow. Duke Filio calmly states, in profile, that a child is not a pet. Duke Filio, with an intense glare, challenges Kara by asking if she thinks he doesn't already know that. Kara argues that if Duke Filio truly knew, he wouldn't have brought in a child so impulsively, as he listens from the background. Duke Filio's intense gaze is met by Kara's distress and sweating expression. Kara, with the gray-haired knight and the blonde knight beside her, urgently questions if Leonia is truly not related by blood, while the blonde knight tries to calm down. Duke Filio, in a small bubble, warns them not to make him repeat himself. The blonde knight contemplates Leonia's black hair, and a decorative panel highlights that only Boliotti family members possess that hair color, illustrating this with various black-haired family members, including Duke Filio. Leonia looks startled as sinister. Glowing red eyes emerge from the darkness, representing the rumors spreading about her being the Duke's illegitimate daughter. Duke Filio instructs them to first focus on getting Leonia to gain weight and to stop asking him trivial questions. Duke Filio, looking out a window, declares his firm intention to raise Leonia, stating it's already a given, while the pink-haired maid and Leonia look up at him from outside. Kara reflects with satisfaction that Duke Filio seems to care for Leonia, then plans to silence rumors about his impulsive actions and mentions having summoned merchants to prepare for the lady, acknowledging that rumors have already spread throughout the territory. Leonia, in her red winter coat, joyfully runs and jumps in the snow, trailed by two smiling maids, one purple-haired and one pink-haired. Leonia laughs with pure delight, her face beaming with happiness as snow sparkles around her. Kara, the gray-haired knight, and the blonde knight stand together, their expressions conveying continued worry. Duke Filio stands by a grand window, instructing his concerned staff to just let them be for now. Duke Filio ominously declares that while no one would dare directly insult Leonia, they can simply kill anyone who does. Duke Filio, leaning on a desk, promises to personally drench his blade with the blood of anyone who insults Leonia. A tap sounds as the blonde knight formally reports that the squad is waiting in the lobby. Duke Filio, with a grim expression, announces the arrival of their beloved guests. Leonia, full of spirited enthusiasm, eagerly offers to open the door, confidently exclaiming she's strong enough. Leonia, sparkling with happiness, excitedly announces that the snow came up to her ankles. Leonia finds the snow grabbing her as she walks, and when a maid offers to clear it, Leonia excitedly refuses, declaring her love for snow and her plan to build a giant snowman next time. A blonde-haired chef proudly presents the chef's special focaccia, making Leonia exclaim, "Wow!" with sparkling eyes. Leonia eagerly takes a bite of the focaccia, munching happily with a satisfied, Leonia enthusiastically declares the focaccia amazing, prompting the blonde-haired chef and two maids, one gray-haired, one purple-haired, to smile and offer her more. The gray-haired knight approaches a surprised Leonia, who has food on her face, and formally addresses her as, "My lady." Leonia energetically runs through the mansion in her long dress, then beams as she tells the gray-haired knight that she had fun exploring. The gray-haired knight suggests Leonia be less formal with him, but she explains she is too used to being formal. Leonia gestures widely, expressing her admiration for the gray-haired knight's hard work to become a knight. Leonia, looking up earnestly, gently touches the gray-haired knight's hand as he crouches to her level. The gray-haired knight smiles warmly at Leonia, believing she will enjoy what awaits her. Two panels showcase the mansion's opulent interior rooms filled with a soft, gentle atmosphere. Leonia, alongside Duke Filio and several staff members, is astonished by a small black pony with a colorful ribbon, exclaiming dramatically, "What the hell is this?" Two maids, one purple-haired, one brown-haired, comment that Leonia speaks just like the Duke, suggesting a familial resemblance, while the gray-haired knight smiles, noting their striking similarity. Leonia, looking annoyed, reminds Duke Filio that he should thank her for the gift, while also finding the gift itself too grand. Leonia, with pigtails on a ruffled dress, looks slightly displeased as a finger points at her, emphasizing the thought, quote, "Act pretty at least once a day." Leonia looks enraged, gritting her teeth against a dark, swirling background. Leonia asks what happens if she doesn't act pretty, while Duke Filio thinks he hasn't raised her properly. He reassures her he won't kick her out for not doing it, but Leonia still questions if he's a pervert. Duke Filio asks Leonia when she will start calling him Dad, and a blushing Leonia replies she will try, as he gently pats her head amidst shimmering flowers. A chibi Leonia attempts to act cute, making the silver-haired man blush, while Duke Filio looks unimpressed, thinking he doesn't enjoy her effort. Leonia, wearing a brown dress with red bows, looks surprised and flustered, holding a small, glowing object. Duke Filio sternly states there's a prize for every time you act pretty, while the silver-haired man stands behind him, thinking about the Duke with strawberry milk candy, against a strawberry backdrop. Leonia, held by the silver-haired man, questions why that mister called for her. Leonia looks shocked in a small panel, while the silver-haired man appears serious and thoughtful in a larger panel. Leonia asks the silver-haired man if he is angry, to which he responds that they're bad guests, prompting Leonia to ask why.
The silver-haired man explains that Duke Filio asked for Leonia, but he worries she might get hurt, offering to take her to her room if she cannot stand it. An expansive aerial view reveals a grand, snow-covered mansion surrounded by intricate, sparkling winter gardens. In the grand hall, Duke Filio stands with the silver-haired man, observing 5 men tied up and kneeling on the checkered floor. A tied-up gray-haired man explains they informed authorities that everyone died in the blaze. The tied-up gray-haired man concludes that only those over here should die, as he recalls a past tragedy involving Miss Connie and children in a forest. Duke Filio, with glowing red eyes, looks on intently, thinking they could have saved them if they had arrived earlier. A whoosh sound. Duke Filio, consumed by flames, his eyes glowing red, holds a burning piece of paper, radiating intense power. Duke Filio gazes down with glowing red eyes, an intense and cold expression, at the terrified, tied-up men in a blood-spattered, ominous environment. The Boleotis have always been the reigning power of the North, even against the imperial family, for many reasons. A detailed informational panel titled "The Beast's Fangs" explains aura as achieved through swordsmanship and mana as a source of magic, showing Duke Filio and other figures demonstrating these powers.
The tied-up men, kneeling before a grand door, cry out in terror. Leonia joyfully calls out "Mister!" while being held by the gray-haired knight, who also holds a small Leonia doll. Leonia, in a brown dress and red bows, gleefully runs and kicks off one of her red boots on the checkered floor, sparkling with happiness. Leonia, held by Duke Filio, asks why, after he warns she'll come to her senses with a broken nose, explaining she was the best at running away in the orphanage. Leonia, still held by Duke Filio, clarifies that she had to run away because those people at the orphanage were always trying to hit her. A whoosh sound. The tied-up men remain terrified in the dim hall, observed by Rupert. Leonia, held by Duke Filio, happily exclaims, "Oh, it's Mr. Secretary," referring to Rupert, who looks surprised. Rupert politely bows, greeting Leonia. Rupert tells Leonia to just call me Rupert and expresses his relief at seeing her well, as Duke Filio holds Leonia. A bang sounds. Leonia, beaming and surrounded by cherry blossoms, declares she has been eating and sleeping well while held by Duke Filio. The tied-up men, identified as Leonia's former orphanage teachers, express their worry and affection, while the blonde-haired dean excitedly exclaims, "It's me, your dean." Duke Filio, kneeling, tells Leonia that as her father, it's his duty to entertain the guests, so she should meet them before he helps them get adjusted. Leonia, surrounded by a menacing red glow, fiercely asks why she should forgive the terrified, tied-up men in the dark hall. Leonia, with glowing red eyes, looks intensely angry, calling the men crazy bastards spouting nonsense. A tap sounds as Leonia, sparkling with sinister joy, stands before the tied-up, light purple-haired teacher, recalling how she was pinched daily.
Leonia's red eyes glow menacingly as she thinks the tied-up adults should have lived your life better. Leonia, with a sinister smile, leans towards the tied-up blonde-haired dean, remarking on their many memories. Leonia, with glowing red eyes and a dark smile, confronts the terrified blonde-haired dean, questioning why he abused them and why adults like him didn't protect them.
Leonia, with a serious expression, directly asks the tied-up blonde-haired dean why he did it, as Duke Filio and Rupert observe from behind. A thud sounds as Leonia's hand drops a red boot near a bleeding, unconscious, tied-up man, with her thought bubble reminding him to at least remember the date. Leonia, with a sinister smile, stands before the tied-up men, sparkling as she announces, "A gift for our guests." Leonia smiles chillingly as she sings a requiem, surrounded by musical notes, red flowers, and a dark, bloody atmosphere. Rupert looks utterly shocked, exclaiming, "She's not related by blood?" Rupert, thoughtful, looks at his chin while Duke Filio and Leonia appear above him, surrounded by roses, as he ponders Leonia's black hair and personality. Leonia, with an angry, red-eyed glare, declares, "You're not going anywhere," then furiously tells the terrified tied-up men that they disgust her and should go rot in hell or something. Leonia exclaims that the stress from the past 10 years is gone, feeling refreshed, prompting Rupert to question her age, while Duke Filio clarifies it's a hyperbole and asks if Rupert understands figures of speech. Duke Filio presents a sparkling gift to Leonia, who stands with a small box in her hand, surrounded by elegant white lilies. Duke Filio looks thoughtfully, reflecting on the harassment of the orphanage people. A gentle hand pats Leonia's head as she delicately holds a small, sparkling object, looking surprised. Duke Filio gazes downward with a somber and pensive expression. Leonia, in a chibi form, attempts to act adorable, prompting Duke Filio to offer a slight, seemingly unimpressed smile. The light purple-haired maid and the light brown-haired maid enthusiastically cheer, calling someone my lady and complimenting their performance. A man with grayish-blue hair weeps emotionally into a handkerchief, while Kara watches, surprised and touched by his reaction. As two maids enthusiastically clap, Rupert looks on with a distressed expression, wondering if he is the only one unmoved by the scene. Duke Filio calmly explains that he wouldn't be wasteful, to which an eager Leonia agrees they should use things properly. Duke Filio, with a serious expression and surrounded by yellow lightning, questions Leonia about where she learned such things, specifically asking if it was the orphanage, which visibly shocks her. Leonia, held by Duke Filio, gleefully proposes tying people up and throwing them off a cliff, while a nervous Rupert visualizes the terrifying scene. Leonia vividly describes a gruesome method of repeatedly throwing tied-up victims off a cliff, concluding with a sinister smile and glowing red eyes until the rope snaps. Duke Filio, holding a smiling Leonia, calmly instructs her not to be too rough, as the victims need to remain healthy for further torture. Leonia makes a pinky promise with Duke Filio, playfully threatening to slap him if he breaks it. A beautiful woman with long dark hair, clad in an ornate white and gold dress, beams brightly while surrounded by sparkling yellow flowers. Rupert, looking somber, informs Kara that Lady Regina is dead. A narrative panel sets the scene. One day, in a torrential downpour, Lady Regina is seen running away in her yellow dress looking distraught. In a torrential downpour. A dark-haired man cradles a crying woman, her face streaked with tears and rain. The scene transitions from Regina crying in the rain to her joyfully holding hands with the man she loved amidst a field of sparkling white flowers. An empty, overturned black carriage lies desolate on a dark, icy path, engulfed by the stormy weather. Rupert, looking serious and stern, reveals that he personally investigated the carriage from that day, which was swept far downstream. Kara, with a pensive and grim expression, looks away, lost in thought. Rupert, with a look of shock, reveals that Lady Regina's body was never found after the carriage accident. Leonia, with a small cut on her face, sits on the bed, holding a sparkling object and innocently stating that 2 people escaped the accident. Leonia sits happily on the bed with a jar of treats, surrounded by the warm smiles and laughter of the light brown-haired maid and the light purple-haired maid. Leonia laughs joyfully, clutching a jar of candy, her face beaming with happiness. A jar filled with small patterned pink pouches sits amidst flowers as the narrative explains, someone fled the Bogliati territory. Duke Filio, shirtless and with a muscular physique, stands in a lavish room, wiping his forehead with a pensive expression. Kara, with a stern and determined expression, firmly states that Leonia is not a pet. Duke Filio looks contemplative, a bead of sweat tracing his temple as a faint sound escapes him. Duke Filio's muscular back and arm are highlighted, glistening with sweat, accompanied by crisp sounds of movement. Shirtless and with a towel draped over his shoulder, Duke Filio thoughtfully rejects the notion of a, quote, pet as an insult to beasts. Duke Filio, shirtless with a towel, stares at his reflection, deeply pondering how Leonia knows the word requiem. Distressed images of a crying child are presented alongside the stark words requiem, money, embezzlement, hinting at a dark, tragic past. Duke Filio, looking concerned, thinks about how unusual it is for Leonia to know the word requiem, especially considering her young age and orphanage background. Duke Filio, shirtless and with a stern expression, questions an unseen person for entering his space uninvited. Duke Filio, shirtless but seated on a lavish couch with a table of food, calmly announces that he has something important to say. Rupert, with dark circles under his eyes, expresses his utter exhaustion and frustration from handling all of Duke Filio's tasks. Rupert apologizes to a shirtless Duke Filio for his sudden entrance, explaining he came because he felt it was important, despite Duke Filio's visible annoyance. A hand gently taps a glass, and then Duke Filio closes his eyes, deep in thought, accompanied by a soft sound. A knock sounds at the door as Rupert and a shirtless Duke Filio sit across from each other, and someone inquires if Mr. is present. Leonia looks up with wide, surprised eyes, questioning if Mr. is not around.
A light brown-haired maid suggests waiting as Duke Filio is still in his bath, but Leonia excitedly declares she will wait. Rupert asks the light brown-haired maid if she fears Duke Filio, and she explains that his immense power and her low status naturally make her afraid of him. As Rupert observes Duke Filio, Leonia's voice asks why Duke Filio is so kind to her. Leonia, with a surprised and blushing face amidst sparkling pink flowers, hears that Duke Filio cares for her deeply. Leonia worries about Duke Filio becoming an old bachelor because of her, while a resigned Rupert lets out a heavy sigh. Rupert contemplates Duke Filio's temper, wishing for more kindness despite his popularity, and even considers feeding him, visibly holding back laughter. Duke Filio, shirtless and looking startled, stretches out his arm, reacting to an incomplete thought related to because of me. The light brown-haired maid screams in shock, while Leonia, surprised, asks why Mr. was pretending to be absent. Rupert blushes bashfully amidst pink hearts, while Duke Filio looks serious, surrounded by red roses, asking, "Oh?" Leonia comments on the shirtless Duke Filio and Rupert on the sofa, prompting Rupert to frantically deny her innocent observation.
As Duke Filio invites someone in, Leonia quickly clarifies that things are not as they seem, with the light brown-haired maid observing. Duke Filio sighs, pondering if his shirtless appearance makes him seem like that kind of man. An angry Leonia vehemently declares liking the same sex is not a sin, telling Duke Filio he is wrong and calls him lame. Duke Filio, shirtless and surrounded by red roses, questions if having a child would diminish his popularity. Leonia asks if his lack of romantic interest is because of her, while Duke Filio internally dismisses dating and questions why they are discussing it, even as Leonia presses him. A joyful Leonia looks up at Duke Filio's arm, innocently asking, "Why?" surrounded by hearts. Leonia looks frustrated and blushes as Duke Filio walks away, now partially clothed in a patterned robe. Duke Filio, holding Leonia, questions why she asks why he is dressed up, while Leonia exclaims she is worn out just looking at him. Duke Filio jokingly complains of sexual harassment from his daughter, while Leonia apologetically asks for another peek at his bare chest. Duke Filio, with a serious and slightly annoyed expression, asks someone why they came to him. Leonia beams as she presents a bag of heart-shaped cookies she baked with the chef, hoping they cheer him up after his hard work. Leonia, held by Duke Filio, explains she is repaying him with cookies because he once gave her candy. A fact panel shows Duke Filio questioning if the cookie ingredients were his money, then telling Leonia he dislikes her act, leading to an argument where she cries, lamenting that she made them because she felt bad and had no money. Duke Filio looks thoughtful amidst lightning and hearts, questioning if his money is now hers. A blushing Leonia, with a mischievous wink, playfully confesses to Duke Filio that she was just kidding. Duke Filio looks surprised as Leonia beams at Rupert, who stands between them, surrounded by flowers. Duke Filio, holding Leonia, questions if they have forgotten his existence as he observes Rupert from behind in the grand hall. The light, brown-haired maid watches as Leonia joyfully skips through the grand blue hall, surrounded by sparkling flowers. Duke Filio, looking annoyed, holds a small pink pouch. Duke Filio internally observes Rupert is still there and asks what he meant, prompting Rupert to confirm he hasn't told him yet before Duke Filio demands to know now, making Rupert sigh. Duke Filio quietly eats a small, round cookie with a crisp crunch. Duke Filio looks thoughtfully at Rupert, who stands before a bookshelf. Rupert, with a serious expression, informs Duke Filio that his news concerns Lady Leonia. Leonia tearfully asks if Duke Filio liked the cookies, and the pink-haired maid warmly reassures her, saying he must have loved them because she made them. The pink-haired maid praises Leonia's busy and cool day, asking if she's uncomfortable, to which Leonia responds with surprise. The pink-haired maid smiles, telling Leonia to sleep and to ring the golden bell if she needs anything. Leonia looks surprised as she holds the ornate golden bell, which the unseen maid explains is a magic bell audible to all servants. Leonia finds the bell cool, a sentiment the pink-haired maid agrees with, adding that it is expensive, but she will leave it with Leonia. As Leonia sleeps, the golden bell rests beside her, and she recalls seeing children make music with similar bells. A red-gloved hand shakes a golden bell, producing a clear, ding-a-ling sound. Children in festive red outfits ring bells in a snowy town, while a person with dark hair also experiences the sound of a ringing bell. Leonia looks thoughtful, recalling her previous life amidst a dark, sparkling background. Duke Filio, looking serious, discusses Lady Leonia's condition at birth. Rupert, looking worried, suggests they should investigate Leonia's birth condition further. Duke Filio asks why, then dismisses the need, while an unseen Rupert asks him not to be offended by what he's about to say. A distressed Rupert pleads with Duke Filio, putting his life on the line, to which Duke Filio sarcastically asks if he wants a pinky promise. Duke Filio looks serious as he considers the possibility of a connection between Lady Leonia and Lady Regina. Rupert, looking concerned, reveals that Lady Regina's body was never found after the accident. A shadowy figure suggests that if Lady Regina and her love survived the accident and Leonia is their daughter, they must correct rumors about her illegitimacy. Duke Filio looks thoughtful, acknowledging the possibility and admitting he was already considering investigating Leonia's past. Rupert vehemently argues for investigating Leonia's biological parents, but Duke Filio calmly asks what would happen if they did. Rupert worries about telling Leonia her parents are dead, and argues that being Regina's daughter might give Leonia an unfavorable background. The narrative contrasts Leonia's potential origin as the daughter of a disapproved runaway with her current status as the powerful Duke Bogliotti's illegitimate daughter, concluding the latter title holds more weight. Duke Filio looks surprised and thoughtful, admitting he never considered Leonia being Regina's daughter as a possibility. Rupert looks directly forward with a serious, observant expression. Duke Filio asks Rupert if Leonia resembles Regina in his eyes. Rupert, looking thoughtful, states that Leonia does not resemble Regina, but rather frighteningly resembles Duke Filio. The scene highlights Leonia's black eyes shining gold, noted as an observation of her unique trait. Leonia, glowing with power, is declared a Bogliotti, presented alongside the family crest, the beast's fangs. The grand, snow-covered ducal mansion is contrasted with elegantly prepared food and wine, ready for a meal. In a grand dining hall, Duke Filio eats at the head of a long table, while the small girl sits beside him, watched by nervous staff. The girl, however, is lost in pure bliss, gazing happily at a small tart on her plate. In contrast, the Duke eats his meal with a stoic and impassive expression. The Duke tells the girl they should try her dangling idea, leaving her to look up from her food in confusion. A cute diagram reveals her idea: dangling his enemies off a cliff, designed by Leonia Bogliotti, a new name for the girl. With a smirk, the Duke agrees they should have hung them up yesterday. Full of energy, Leonia strikes a dramatic pose while standing on a large ornate chair. A maid helps Leonia put on a small red cape, and the girl thanks her with a bright smile. Posing proudly, Leonia declares her new cape makes her look like Superman, a reference the maid doesn't understand. After explaining Superman wears his underwear on the outside, Leonia concludes that, by definition, he must be a pervert. The Duke recalls Leonia calling him a pervert, but realizes she understands Superman's true appeal: his muscular physique. Leonia gushes over Superman's sturdy body, wondering if showing it off is part of his heroic nature. Leonia runs through the hall shouting, "Superman!" as the Duke warns her to be careful before she falls. The scene shifts to a quiet room where the Duke stands before a grand fireplace. A maid delivers a book to "My Lady," and the Duke listens as Leonia thanks her. The Duke watches as Leonia sits on a couch, completely absorbed in the book she just received. The book's glittering title is revealed to be "Life is Meaningless," much to the Duke's quiet shock. The Duke suggests fairy tales, but Leonia finds them childish and insists on finishing her current, grim book, prompting him to ask where she found it. She reminds him he gave her permission to read anything from his library. When the Duke asks why she chose that one, she admits the title seemed interesting. With a heavy sigh, Leonia declares that from her experience, life truly is meaningless. Concerned by her bleak outlook, the Duke gently asks Leonia if she ever wants to see her birth parents. Leonia looks up, stating plainly that she doesn't know who they are. The Duke listens intently, his expression unreadable as she speaks. She continues, explaining she has no memories before the orphanage and now considers him her parent. A memory surfaces of a small, lonely girl in the dark, her thoughts confirming she feels nothing for parents she can't remember. Her painful thoughts conclude that she can never meet them again. Back in the present, a thoughtful silence hangs between the Duke and Leonia. Leonia looks down with a slight blush, asking if she even needs to remember them. The Duke reassures her it's fine if she doesn't, pulling her into a gentle and comforting hug. The moment is broken as Leonia happily eats a strawberry milk candy. The Duke closes his eyes, content that she at least remembers he is her parent now. He teases her for never calling him Dad, and she defensively retorts, "You want to fight," when he dismisses her excuse. Leonia puffs out her cheeks, still flustered from their exchange. The Duke calmly asks Leonia to let him see her eyes. She scoots closer, staring him down with a comically defiant pout. Suddenly, the Duke's eyes flash a dangerous crimson, and in response, Leonia's eyes flare with a fierce golden light of their own. The Duke is visibly stunned by her transformation, holding her tightly as the maids watch in shock. Her eyes returning to normal, Leonia rubs them and calls out to him, unaware of what just happened. "Eat!" Composing himself, The Duke sternly orders everyone to leave the room. The two maids quickly exit, leaving Leonia alone with the Duke. The Duke tells Leonia he dislikes beating around the bush and has no patience for people who pretend to be important. Misunderstanding completely, a nervous Leonia wonders if he has some trauma related to the topic. He looks her straight in the eyes and makes a stunning declaration. "It looks like you're my niece." Leonia panics, her mind racing as she tries to process being an orphan one moment and his niece the next. The Duke calmly explains that her body carries the distinct traits of a Boleati. Touching a strand of her hair, he reveals that black hair is a genetic trait exclusive to his family. The Duke recalls her fierce display at the orphanage, realizing the power in her eyes wasn't mana, but something else, the family's fangs. Leonia confirms she knows about it, describing it as the Boleati trait of eyes changing color with bloodlust. A heavy silence falls as the Duke and his newly discovered niece sit together, the truth of their connection finally revealed. A majestic lion explains to a cub that he was testing her ability, as the lion's fang resonates with others who possess it. Staring down at her hands, Leonia quietly processes the stunning truth. She is a real Boleati. To check if she's dreaming, Leonia pinches her own cheeks, prompting the Duke to ask if that's really necessary. As the Duke holds her face, Leonia's wide eyes reflect the overwhelming weight of her new reality. Looking up at the Duke with a serious expression, Leonia finally asks the question burning in her mind, "Who gave birth to me?" The Duke recalls a memory of a cheerful, dark-haired woman in a yellow dress calling his name, inwardly branding her the most annoying woman in the world. The scene reveals the world is based on a novel about Duke Boleoti and his companion, Countess Eurys Albaneu. However, a memory of a terrified, dirt-smudged Leonia suggests her own story is far darker than the novel's romance. A grim flashback reveals several children lying motionless on the floor of the dark orphanage. The young Leonia is shown in a state of utter confusion and distress, clutching her head. Fragments of her harsh life at the orphanage flash by, carrying logs, eating scraps, and cowering in the dark. Another memory shows the small, lonely girl sitting outside the orphanage, holding pieces of wood. The memory shifts to the day a grand black carriage arrived at the rundown orphanage. She recalls the moment she saw the ornate Boleoti crest on the carriage door. Leonia reveals she knew she was inside the story the moment she saw that door and decided to take a gamble. She had thought becoming a maid for the Duke would be a far better fate than dying in the orphanage.
She remembers the Duke bestowing her new name upon her, Leonia Boleati. Her gamble paid off in a way she never imagined, with the Duke declaring her his niece.
Leonia freaks out, realizing this development was never part of the original story she knew. A woman with lavender hair and glasses rushes forward, frantically telling someone not to run so fast. The Duke calmly tells Leonia to direct any questions she has to a woman named Kara. The scene settles in a sunlit, elegantly furnished blue room. Kara addresses Leonia as "my lady," but the girl mysteriously replies that what she knows is a secret. Holding the small girl, Kara asks what the Duke told her. Leonia reveals that the Duke told her about the person who gave her birth. Kara closes her eyes with a knowing, somber expression, confirming she understands. Her eyes snap open in complete shock as she processes what Leonia just said. Leonia clarifies that her mother was the Duke's cousin, prompting a bewildered Kara to ask how he could be so sure. Pointing to her eye, Leonia explains that the Duke told her she possesses the beast's fangs. She adds that he also confirmed her mother had the fangs as well. Kara stares silently, the gravity of the revelation sinking in. Leonia notices the woman's distress and gently asks, "Grandma, are you crying?" Wiping away a tear, Kara apologizes, mourning that this news confirms Lady Regina has truly passed away. Leonia cheerfully reassures the grieving woman, thanking her for the concern. A moment of quiet contemplation passes as Leonia sits by the window. Kara suddenly sits up, insisting there's more to the story and that Lady Regina was. She trails off, her expression pained as she recalls the woman in question. Leonia learns her mother's name for the first time. Regina. Leonia cheekily concludes Regina must have been senseless, and Kara's expression suggests she agrees. Kara explains that while Regina was kind and romantic, she completely lacked situational awareness, a trait the Duke also found irritating. A flashback shows a young Regina clinging to a young Duke Filio, with Kara explaining she was always sticking close to him. Although her intentions were innocent, her constant presence was a source of annoyance. Leonia bluntly thinks her mother was a pain in the ass and marvels at her cluelessness. Reflecting on her past life, Leonia muses that clueless idealists are the worst, and figures Regina was omitted from the novel because Filio ignored her. She surmises that the Duke simply found his cousin too annoying to care about. Now curious, Leonia holds her mug and asks Kara what ultimately happened to her mother. Kara reveals that Regina ran away with a wandering knight after the family disapproved of their relationship. An illustration depicts the romanticized scene of Lady Regina leaving her family behind for the person she loved. A simple wooden wagon symbolizes the humble life she chose over her noble heritage. Leonia looks down with a shadow over her face, immediately regretting her question. Leonia, drinking from a mug, reads a book titled A Mysterious Wandering Knight, deeming the concept a ridiculous fabrication that doesn't even work as a book title. Kara, with purple hair and glasses, asks Leonia if she wants to meet Lady Regina, to which Leonia remains silent. Leonia looks out a window with a gentle smile, sparkling brightly in the warm light. The grand, snow-covered ducal mansion stands under a full moon, with snowflakes softly falling in the night. Inside a lavish room, a roaring fireplace casts a warm glow as Leonia sleeps peacefully on Duke Filio's chest, both resting comfortably on a plush blue sofa. Leonia looks seriously contemplative as an unseen person asks if she isn't even a little curious about her parents. Leonia, engrossed in a book on the floor, questions Duke Filio, who is reclining, whether she should cry over people she cannot even remember. Leonia, looking thoughtfully at a small book, internally resolves not to dwell on the past and to focus on the future instead. Duke Filio reclines on the couch, looking contemplative, with his eyes partially closed. Duke Filio gently pats Leonia's head, who looks up with a sad expression.
Duke Filio, still reclining, tells Leonia that in that respect, she resembles him more than Regina. Leonia, sitting on the floor with a book, expresses relief, believing it means she has some sense, as Duke Filio's hand is shown patting her head. Leonia looks up at Duke Filio with an eager expression, stating her desire to see Miss Connie and her friends from the orphanage. Duke Filio, reclining, informs Leonia that her friends are at an orphanage within the Boleoti territory and promises to take her once the weather improves. Leonia beams with excitement amidst sparkling pink flowers, asking if Duke Filio truly promises to take her there. Duke Filio looks away thoughtfully, while Leonia appears surprised and concerned. Leonia looks up at Duke Filio, who is reclining amidst red roses, asking if he isn't busy. Leonia, sitting in an elaborate white dress, is asked by an unseen person, implied Duke Filio, how much she spills to require such an apron, which is labeled as Leonia's current outfit. Leonia looks intensely angry, yelling that her elaborate attire is just an outfit and a part of the set. Leonia kneels, raising her fists in frustration, as she recounts Duke Filio's accusations of her spilling crumbs and saliva, then defiantly claims she can eat without spilling, even if missing a tooth.
Leonia, leaning over the couch, questions Duke Filio if he truly wishes to win every minor argument, while he instructs her to observe and learn from her amazing father, prompting Leonia to retort, "What is there to learn?" Leonia, looking away with a wistful expression, internally thinks that she won't be staying there for long anyway. Duke Filio, with his eyes closed, asks, Why?" And then states, "It's almost time for the monsters to begin roaming." Leonia, wide-eyed, is told by an unseen speaker that the word roaming is excessive for children, and she should be grateful that he is not like others, nor a typical father. Duke Filio, with a serious expression, is shown pulling a white ribbon from his hair, while a small, blushing Leonia observes him. Duke Filio, sitting on the couch, explains to Leonia, who playfully pokes his finger, that he must lead the knights and reduce their numbers once the snowstorms cease, pulling a ribbon from his hair. Duke Filio looks thoughtfully contemplative as he pulls a white ribbon from his hair. Duke Filio, gently touching Leonia's head, tells her to turn around, startling her. A pair of hands are seen carefully styling Leonia's long, dark hair. Duke Filio looks serious, stating that humans are more affected by the weather than monsters.
Leonia looks transformed and sparkling, her dark hair now neatly tied back with a white ribbon. Duke Filio looks surprised, questioning why he is being asked about something, as Leonia's dark hair with the white ribbon is visible. Leonia, looking surprised, is informed by an unseen speaker, implied Duke Filio, that she is his successor, and that is why he brought her to this place. Leonia, with a sly smile, teases Duke Filio, who appears annoyed, asking if he isn't romantically involved with Rupert, who blushes in a separate panel. Duke Filio, with a stern expression, warns Leonia that he will confiscate all her snacks if she repeats her comment. A blonde maid brings in a tray of cookies, while a chibi Leonia's thought bubble states it was just a joke. Leonia, looking delighted, thanks the blonde maid, calling her Unnie, as Duke Filio sits nearby. Leonia, resting contentedly against Duke Filio, looks pleased as he looks away thoughtfully. Leonia, holding a small golden object, thoughtfully realizes that she has been speaking formally towards the staff. Duke Filio, observing Leonia from across the lavish sofa, remarks that she speaks informally with him.
Leonia, indignantly eating snacks, questions if she should also speak formally to Duke Filio, then impatiently tells him to just get to the point. Duke Filio sips from a cup, dismissing the idea of Leonia speaking formally to him as gross, but instructs her to correct her current informal habit. Duke Filio smiles confidently, surrounded by vibrant blue roses, stating that money will resolve the situation. Duke Filio smiles confidently, reiterating his belief that money will ultimately resolve things. Leonia looks concerned as a brown-haired maid hands her a book, while a light purple-haired maid stands behind them looking worried. An aerial view shows Duke Filio and Leonia on a couch, surrounded by circular frames depicting various maids, as text declares that all the staff are fired. Leonia, shocked and angry, repeatedly exclaims what and why, while a blonde maid and a light purple-haired maid stand in disbelief amidst crackling lightning-like effects. Duke Filio, with a stern expression, thinks that mere servants dare to be addressed formally by a Bogliati. Duke Filio, sitting casually on the couch with Leonia, states that, as the head of the house, he cannot tolerate the lack of discipline among the staff. Duke Filio's intense red eye is highlighted, as he internally thinks that even cutting off their ears would be too lenient a punishment for the two terrified maids below him. Duke Filio sips from a teacup, declaring his great magnanimity to punish the staff only with their jobs, instructing every single staff member to pack their belongings and gather in the hall, with a voice echoing, "Ah, all right, understood." Leonia, looking furious and exasperated, loudly proclaims she will stop addressing the staff formally. Duke Filio, reclining, dismisses threats from people more monstrous than monsters themselves as nothing, prompting Leonia to angrily question his meaning. She looks up from the floor in disbelief, while Duke Filio subtly observes her. Duke Filio calmly sips from his teacup, confidently stating that there is nothing money cannot solve. Duke Filio sips from his teacup as Leonia peacefully rests on the floor, happily munching on a snack. Leonia, looking determined, is instructed by an unseen speaker to stop lazing around and prepare to be introduced to the knights before they leave. Duke Filio, sitting up in bed, tells Leonia that she always has excuses prepared, while Leonia complains about the blizzard outside and reminds him that he told her to gain weight, which is why she is not moving. Two maids observe from behind. Leonia indignantly points out that Duke Filio is always on the couch too, but he merely ignores her, gently holding her head. Two maids stand in the background. Duke Filio, holding a small, chibified Leonia, walks through the grand hall with two maids behind him, stating, "Let's go." The grand ornate hall stretches before them, lined with majestic lion statues on pedestals. Detailed views highlight the elaborate golden patterns on the high ceiling and the stoic posture of a lion statue. Leonia, with a slight blush, walks beside Duke Filio in the grand ornate hall. Duke Filio is portrayed against a backdrop of red roses, with narration describing him as having a handsome face but a menacing presence, a classic main character whose personality is not the best. Leonia looks forward with a pensive and slightly somber expression. Leonia, walking with Duke Filio in the grand hall, asks if he isn't going to throw her out on a whim later. Two maids follow behind them. Duke Filio, against a backdrop of glowing red, looks serious as he questions what Leonia sees him as. Leonia looks up with a slightly concerned and uncertain expression. Amidst sparkling cherry blossoms, Duke Filio playfully pokes Leonia's nose, then in a more serious tone, promises to take responsibility for her to the end, as Leonia looks up at him with trusting eyes. Duke Filio looks away, muttering dismissively, while Leonia walks beside him in the hall. Duke Filio smiles subtly, his expression thoughtful and confident against a sparkling background. Leonia reacts with wide-eyed astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow!" as light flashes across her cheek. Leonia looks surprised as she stands next to Duke Filio on an outdoor balcony under a starry, snowy night. An expansive aerial view reveals the majestic, arched balcony structure at night, with two maids visible in the distance. Duke Filio holds Leonia on the balcony, instructing her to look over there. Leonia looks down with wide-eyed shock and awe at the grand, ornate, circular ceiling far below, exclaiming, "Whoa!" Leonia, held closely by Duke Filio, looks up with an expression of profound amazement. A chibi Leonia asks about the elaborate ceiling, and a chibi Duke Filio explains that one of their ancestors etched the lion crest there. Leonia, held by Duke Filio, expresses her unease with the ceiling, finding it resembles something from her nightmares, to which Duke Filio thoughtfully replies, "Does it?" Leonia, held on the balcony, questions why the ceiling is so high, prompting Duke Filio to explain it prevents collapse when someone releases their aura, which makes Leonia ask, "Aura?" Duke Filio explains that aura is an acquired physical ability developed through intense physical training, distinct from mana, a congenital, mental ability, and notes that some knights in their order can release aura. Leonia asks Duke Filio if he can also use aura, but he dismisses it, stating he possesses an even stronger ability. Then Leonia questions, "The beast's fangs?" Duke Filio smiles confidently and subtly, with Leonia partially visible beside him against a sparkling backdrop. Leonia, with a fierce fanged grin, surrounded by floating fruits, playfully declares she will bite Duke Filio's chest before he can. Duke Filio looks down thoughtfully, his expression unreadable, in response to Leonia's remark. Leonia, held by Duke Filio, angrily questions his fixation on people's chests and rejects being treated like a pervert, making Duke Filio internally realize, so she knows. Leonia, leaning in with a serious and determined expression, tells Duke Filio to listen, emphatically stating her preference for bulging muscles. Duke Filio holds Leonia as she declares her love for muscles. Then Leonia, surrounded by sparkling effects, fiercely repeats her adoration for bulging muscles. The grand, high ceiling of the hall is shown, with text declaring a love for strong, bulging muscles echoing up towards the lion crest, while the blonde-haired man with a scar and a ponytail is seen below, appearing contemplative. The blonde-haired man with a scar and a ponytail looks surprised, questioning, "Huh?" as the light purple-haired knight and the light blonde-haired man stand behind him. A sequence of panels shows the light purple-haired knight and the brown-haired knight engaging in a sword fight, with the blonde knight also fighting, all while text declares, "I like muscles!" The light blonde-haired man, the blonde-haired man with a scar and a ponytail, and the light purple-haired knight observe the events with expressions of confusion. The blonde-haired man with a scar and a ponytail looks around, questioning if he is hallucinating. Unseen speakers express confusion, asking, "Like what?" She's saying she likes muscles? And bulging? What? Before an internal thought from Duke Filio states, "I'm not." The observing knights are shown murmuring in the background. The blonde-haired man with a scar and a ponytail observes Duke Filio carrying Leonia away down the long hall. Duke Filio carries Leonia through the hall, and she looks back with a slight blush. The blonde-haired man with a scar and a ponytail salutes, respectfully addressing Duke Filio. Duke Filio looks away with a subtle smile, while Leonia looks back with a blush and sparkling eyes. Duke Filio, holding Leonia, informs an unseen person that Mono is married. Leonia questions Duke Filio, asking what he means by his statement, then asserts that Mono's muscles cannot be his. Chibi characters express exasperation, questioning if they are being driven insane and if Duke Filio has aged backwards, to which Duke Filio retorts that at least he has aged, unlike them, as the red-haired man with a sword, the light purple-haired knight, and the light blonde-haired man observed below. The black-haired Duke, Filio Boliotti, holds Leonia, capturing the attention of a partially visible blonde-haired man. Various knights, including a light pink-haired man and a blonde-haired man, stand with their backs to the viewer, observing the scene in the grand hall. A line of knights, led by the blonde-haired man with a scar and a ponytail, stands formally at attention in the grand hall. Filio Boliotti expresses his desire for everyone to get acquainted before the upcoming monster hunt. Filio Boliotti introduces Leonia as his daughter, while Mono Karas, the blonde-haired man with a scar and a ponytail, identifies his group as the Glastigo Knights protecting the north. Mono Karas formally greets Lady Leonia Boliotti on behalf of the Knights Order, and Leonia, in turn, excitedly introduces herself. Leonia, held by Filio Boliotti, looks serious, while the black-haired Duke subtly smiles, observing her. Filio Boliotti gently touches Leonia's cheek as she gazes up at him with trusting eyes, surrounded by sparkling cherry blossoms. Filio Boliotti inquires about monster hunting preparations, and Mono Karas reports an increase in dangerous monster cub attacks in small towns, making this year's hunt more challenging. Leonia, sparkling with excitement in several panels, repeatedly demands to be put down from Filio Boliotti's arms, who looks annoyed. Filio Boliotti sets Leonia down, instructing her to stay next to Malaise so she will harass the knights less, to Leonia's confused question. Leonia indignantly asks if she is seen as a pervert, then questions why Filio Boliotti laughed earlier, while he looks away thoughtfully. Leonia stands confidently with her hands on her hips, striking a determined pose amidst glowing white lilies. Leonia, now a small, sparkling figure, is joyfully passed around by several knights, including the red-haired man, the light purple-haired knight, and the light blonde-haired man. Leonia hugs a light pink-haired man, laughing happily while being held closely by him. Filio Boliotti looks on with a thoughtful, slightly unimpressed expression. Mono Karas, smiling, observes Leonia's improved health and adaptation to the mansion, remarking to Filio Boliotti that she is much healthier. Filio Boliotti acknowledges that the mansion has been Leonia's home from the very beginning. Mono Karas tells Filio Boliotti that Leonia's presence has made the place feel much brighter. A light gray-haired knight with a ponytail holds Leonia, as he remarks that everyone looks a little more invigorated since she arrived.
Filio Boliotti states that Leonia is already officially registered, confirming her status. Mono Karas, the gray-haired man, and the light pink-haired man smile, appearing convinced by an unseen revelation. Several knights, including the light pink-haired man and the light gray-haired knight with a ponytail who holds Leonia, greet her and compliment her beauty. Leonia smiles widely as a light purple-haired knight, holding her, expresses his honor in meeting her. A light purple-haired knight asks Leonia if she really likes muscles that much, to which she enthusiastically declares her strong affection for them. Various knights flex and declare their love for muscles, while others look on in disgust, prompting an ecstatic Leonia to drool and receive a gentle reminder from a knight. Narrative text reveals that two rumors acknowledged by the knights are Leonia's adoption from an orphanage and her status as the Duke's illegitimate daughter, with everyone worried about her initial poor health. Leonia smiles radiantly, expressing her happiness at being so healthy. Oops, the light gray-haired knight with a ponytail holds Leonia and thinks aloud that her innocence might not be entirely pure, as other knights smile behind him. Leonia looks extremely excited, clenching her fists, as an unseen speaker remarks that no 7-year-old in the world gets this excited about muscles.
Leonia beams with joy, her mouth open in a wide smile, as she is held by the light gray-haired knight with a ponytail. Filio Boliotti stands with his arms crossed, maintaining a serious, slightly annoyed expression amidst a floral background. The gray-haired man, the light pink-haired man, and Mono Karas assure Filio Boliotti that it's normal for children to have odd interests, sharing anecdotes about their own children's peculiar collections like cookie wrappers and rocks. Mono Karas, partially hidden, remarks that his son collected insect carcasses, finding Leonia's rock collection comparatively cute. Filio Boliotti listens for the first time in his life as the gray-haired man, the light pink-haired man, and Monoceros share personal experiences about their children. Monoceros asks Filio Boliote, now also a father, if he has any other parenting concerns. Filio Boliote looks thoughtful, musing that his daughter is too intelligent, Filio Boliote concludes, prompting surprised exclamations of, "Huh?" from Monoceros, the gray-haired man, and the light pink-haired man. Filio Boliote questions if any of the knights used words like embezzlement at age 7, and if it's possible for Leonia to have read over 50 fairy tales in less than a month. Filio Boliote recounts Leonia's fighting and baking habits, marvels at her talents in growing beauty, and expresses serious concern about how many people she might sway with her looks, leaving Monoceros and the gray-haired man perplexed. A large exclamation of woo echoes, surprising Monoceros and drawing a serious look from Filio Boliote. Leonia, glowing with excitement and pumping her fists, enthusiastically demands for the performance to be done again. A light purple-haired knight, holding Leonia, asks her to sing for them, and she eagerly agrees to fit a song to the tune. Leonia sings praises of muscles, listing biceps, triceps, pecs, abs, and thighs as all great, surrounded by sparkling effects. The knights cheer in awe at a muscle wave, while a blushing Leonia covers her face with embarrassment. Filio Boliote remains silent and thoughtful, while Monoceros and the light pink-haired man look on with concerned expressions. Filio Boliote clutches his chest as a knight remarks that Leonia is special and a genius, unlike their own less enthusiastic children, while Leonia is carried away by other sparkling knights. A majestic domed building stands under a snowy, starry night sky, shimmering with light. An expansive aerial view reveals a grand, snow-covered city with numerous ornate buildings basking in bright, ethereal light. Leonia, in a light blue floral dress, looks wide-eyed and says, "Wow," clearly amazed by the grand, snow-covered city. A light pink-haired maid greets Leonia, who sits by a window and returns the greeting, noting the early hour. Leonia exclaims about the high snow, stating it's her first time seeing so much, while the light pink-haired maid remarks this year's snowfall is actually light. Leonia gasps in surprise, questioning if the snow is truly lighter when it's as deep as a grown man. Narrative text explains that all winter activities at the Boliote estate occur from the 3rd floor up. Leonia, with a distressed expression, recalls being with Duke Filio in the 3rd floor living room. A selection of ornate dresses for Leonia is displayed, with thoughts expressing appreciation and considering options. Leonia, from off-panel, calls out to Duke Filio, who stands sternly amidst red roses, with another black-haired man visible in the background. Leonia, in a black dress, skips happily down a sparkling corridor, asking if Duke Filio slept well. Leonia excitedly asks Duke Filio if he had good dreams or dreamed about her, while he privately thinks that dreams with her in them aren't happy. As Duke Filio carries her, Leonia indignantly asks if he's picking a fight and won't inquire about her sleep, to which he calmly replies, "She looks like she slept well anyway."
Leonia, still held by Duke Filio, observes his moist body and questions what moist means, before concluding he smells like soap. Duke Filio serves a chibi Leonia at the dining table, with the blonde-haired chef standing nearby with more food. Duke Filio looks away, realizing with an awe that he forgot something. Leonia, wide-eyed and surprised, reacts to the revelation that the forgotten item is for tomorrow. Duke Filio explains they are a bit late and would normally have left today, causing Leonia to exclaim in surprise as maids continue to serve. Duke Filio, looking serious, states he will leave after greeting Leonia's tutors. Leonia looks wide-eyed and surprised, a thought bubble indicating her silent astonishment. A horse-drawn carriage travels through a majestic, snowy landscape adorned with flowers, heading towards a grand gate, while a small panel shows a carriage wheel. A close-up shows a light blue floral shoe and the white-bearded man in a brown suit, set against a bright, snowy mountain backdrop. A light blonde-haired woman in a blue dress, a white-bearded man, and other dark-haired men stand formally by a carriage outside in the snow.
Leonia stands formally in a black dress in the upper panel, while below the light blonde-haired woman with flowers and the white-bearded man are shown amidst a floral background. Serena Tedros, a light blonde-haired woman, introduces herself as the etiquette tutor, prompting an unseen thought that she is so pretty. Below, Ardea, a white-bearded man, introduces himself as the history tutor, with an unseen thought remarking he looks sluggish. Duke Filio gently touches Leonia's head on a grand stairway, calling her name. Leonia bows deeply, formally introducing herself as Leonia Boliotti. Serena Tedros and Ardea, the tutors, smile subtly as they observe Leonia, Ardea thoughtfully touching his beard. Duke Filio explains to Leonia that Countess Tedros will visit weekly, while Ardea will reside in the mansion. A split panel shows the tutors departing in a carriage from the mansion entrance, while Duke Filio, Leonia, and two brown-haired maids watch. Leonia asks Duke Filio if there is anything she should be mindful of, as the carriage disappears into the snowy distance. Duke Filio remains silent and thoughtful as Leonia looks up at him, with a brown-haired maid standing nearby. Duke Filio asserts that others should be mindful of Leonia, not the other way around, emphasizing that such a situation should not occur in the north, where she is the Lady of Boliotti. Duke Filio tells Leonia she doesn't need to be mindful regardless of any wrong she does, even suggesting, "If I kill someone," which Leonia repeats with a shocked expression. Duke Filio clarifies that killing is an extreme example and tells Leonia not to worry, advising her to act as she did with the orphanage guests, as two brown-haired maids observe. Leonia beams with a wide, joyful smile, enthusiastically declaring that people should be born with power. Leonia, stomping her foot, tells Duke Filio he should be thankful to her. Then, with a slight blush, expresses gratitude for his patience with her personality, as a brown-haired maid watches. Leonia, looking slightly annoyed, tells Duke Filio she was curious about the tutors before class began, while he listens thoughtfully. Duke Filio internally acknowledges Ardea as a talented former Imperial Academy professor, noting the Academy's status as the Empire's third power, gathering only geniuses. Narrative text explains that the majority of Imperial Academy members graduated from a prominent education institution in the capital, which is depicted as a grand, ornate building. Leonia asks Duke Filio about the past tense for being a professor and if someone as distinguished as Ardea exists in the north, while he listens intently. Duke Filio looks away thoughtfully, offering a silent response to Leonia's questions. Duke Filio maintains a pensive, silent expression, still lost in thought. Leonia asks Duke Filio about Countess Tedros, indicating her continued curiosity. Duke Filio smiles subtly in response to Leonia's question about Countess Tedros. Duke Filio kneels down to Leonia in a rose garden, while two brown-haired maids observe them from a distance in front of a grand building. Duke Filio presents a small, sparkling pouch to Leonia, who eagerly reaches for the gift amidst blooming roses. Leonia receives the gift with a wide, joyful smile as Duke Filio, partially visible, reveals that Countess Tedros used to pursue him. Leonia, enraged, furiously questions Duke Filio in the rose garden about why he hired a woman who used to pursue him, as two maids watch in the background. Duke Filio, attempting to clarify the relationship, explains that the old woman is also strange, while Leonia reacts with an exasperated, "What is this mess?" after seeing a relationship diagram. Duke Filio, looking stern, justifies hiring Countess Tedros by asserting her unmatched etiquette in the north and her fame in capital social circles, dismissing his past with her as an excuse, and declares he is not stupid. Leonia, with a wide-eyed and disgusted expression, questions capital socialism, declaring it as filthy as the Nobility Council. Narrative text explains that on the surface, capital society appears to be a gathering for beautiful, noble ladies, surrounded by elegant tea sets and desserts. Narrative text explains that on the surface, capital society appears to be a gathering for beautiful, noble ladies, surrounded by elegant tea sets and desserts, while beneath, it's a dark battlefield of greed where unethical deals are conducted, with capital society ranked as the Empire's second power after the Academy. Duke Filio tells Leonia she will inevitably join this society someday, as it's unavoidable for a Boliotti. Duke Filio, in a thought bubble, expresses that he honestly doesn't want to send Leonia there, who is seated in a grand room. Leonia looks back at Duke Filio as they stand together in a lavish, rose-filled conservatory. Leonia lets out a frustrated HMPH while tugging on Duke Filio's hand, causing him to look down questioningly. Leonia eagerly points and exclaims, "Here!" in an upper panel, while Duke Filio looks on with a pensive expression in the lower panel. Leonia, with a blush, tries to remove Duke Filio's hand from her ear, exclaiming, "Not that!" as he looks on, confused. Leonia, with a cheerful expression, asks Duke Filio to hold her hand as they walk through a rose garden. Duke Filio looks at Leonia, asking if she doesn't want to hold his hand. Leonia, smiling softly, says it's not that, as Duke Filio holds her hand. Duke Filio thinks Leonia is so slow as they walk hand in hand down a long, sparkling path with a maid standing at the distant end. Duke Filio thinks that the old woman Countess Tedros is suspicious. Leonia, looking determined, says she will study hard and tells Duke Filio to come back home quickly. Duke Filio gazes thoughtfully, while a small panel shows his hand clasping Leonia's, indicating his ongoing thoughts. Duke Filio tells Leonia they will visit the orphanage after his hunt, then advises her not to cry while he's away, to which she confidently replies she won't. Duke Filio offers a subtle, knowing smile. Duke Filio and Leonia walk hand in hand away from the viewer, surrounded by glowing yellow flowers. A small panel shows two figures walking in the snow as a larger panel announces the day of the monster hunt, with a grim-looking Duke Filio ready for departure. A chibi Leonia cries out loudly, seemingly distressed or protesting. Duke Filio asks a distressed Leonia why she isn't sleeping and warns that her mouth might rip from her wide cries. Leonia, shivering in Duke Filio's arms, complains that it's UGGHH. It's cold! A crying Leonia rubs her eyes in the upper panel, stating Duke Filio is leaving, while he looks pensive in the lower panel. Duke Filio tells a sleepy Leonia to go and get more sleep and not to force herself to wake up, as a brown-haired maid observes. Duke Filio, holding Leonia, accepts a small basket of cookies from a brown-haired maid. Duke Filio holds a small cookie and asks who baked them, with a close-up of his serious expression in the lower panel. Leonia, standing beside Duke Filio amidst other maids and staff, quietly reveals she baked them secretly at night. Leonia, with a slightly proud and stubborn expression, declares, "Well, I'm your daughter." Leonia asks the man with grayish-blue hair and glasses if Mr. liked her cookies, to which he confirms, of course, as a chibi. Leonia thinks he must have liked them since he ate them all. Leonia, held by Duke Filio, tells him to, quote, "have a safe trip." Duke Filio, holding the basket, looks at a brown-haired maid and says, "Something delicious."
Duke Filio, looking serious, holds one of Leonia's cookies and observes it with a sparkle. A close-up shows Leonia's hand caressing Duke Filio's gloved cheek, surrounded by sparkling flowers. Duke Filio hands the basket of cookies to the brown-haired maid, who receives it with a bow. Duke Filio looks at the sleeping Leonia in his arms and states she is the owner of Bogliodi while he is away. Two men, one with light blue hair and the other with gray-blue hair and glasses, look on with concerned or thoughtful expressions. Surrounded by other staff, Duke Filio tells the brown-haired maid, who holds Leonia, to take good care of her. The light blue-haired man and the man with grayish-blue hair and glasses bow formally to Duke Filio as he departs. Duke Filio affectionately tells the sleeping Leonia to go to bed early and eat a lot, as she murmurs softly in her sleep. Sir Gable, the dark-skinned man with purple hair, stands formally as he is addressed. Duke Filio instructs Sir Gable to devote himself to Leonia as he stands with Leonia and the brown-haired maid below Gable.
Sir Gable, with a determined expression, states he will escort the lady. The brown-haired maid stands with Duke Filio and Sir Gable, who are conversing in the snowy landscape. Leonia, still asleep in Duke Filio's arms, is surrounded by sparkles, thinking, "I don't want to." Duke Filio stands ready for departure in the snow, looking back over his shoulder as his boots are seen in a small panel above. Leonia narrates that she woke up early to see off Mr. and the Knights, then woke up again to the sun high in the sky. Leonia narrates that she woke up and changed her clothes, depicted sitting happily while a hand brushes her hair. Leonia narrates that she had her lunch, shown eating at a table with the purple-haired maid standing nearby. Leonia, looking happy and excited, asks Sir Gable if Miss Melis joined the hunt. Sir Gable replies that he will be protecting Leonia until the Duke returns. Sir Gable, with a serious expression, says it's going to take a while this year. Sir Gable explains to Leonia that the monster population has increased exponentially during the last mating season. As they walk together in the Grand Hall, Sir Gable, the dark-skinned man with purple hair, has wide, white eyes and a nervous sweat, with an exclamation in Korean above him. A chibi Leonia looks surprised, questioning the term exponentially. Sir Gable, with a wide, red-mouthed grin, exuberantly explains that love caused the monster population to increase. Leonia and Sir Gable both express that love is wonderful, but then Leonia questions what happens afterward, as Sir Gable glows with an intense expression. Leonia in the foreground and Sir Gable in the midground look towards the grand hall where the white-bearded man and another man stand. The white-bearded man, Ardea, walks in the grand hall with a light brown-haired man carrying books, as Ardea is shown in a closer view in the foreground. Leonia looks pensive with an ellipsis thought bubble, while Sir Gable looks wide-eyed and worried behind her, with a brown-haired maid in the background. The grand hall stands empty in the upper panel. Then Leonia runs towards a partially open door in the lower panel. Leonia peeks mischievously from behind a door, looking curious. Leonia, from behind the door, asks if someone is not tired, as Ardea sits reading, stating the mansion's third floor has all facilities, and asking if she has lived in the north. Ardea, the white-bearded man, sits on the edge of a bed, smiling widely and calling out to "My lady," as snow falls outside a window. Ardea, the white-bearded man, smiles warmly and holds out a dark book with a golden emblem towards Leonia. A grand, ornate ceiling with golden patterns and a chandelier is depicted, setting a luxurious scene. Countess Tedros, the light blonde-haired woman, smiles elegantly, announcing they will begin with greetings. Countess Tedros reassures Leonia that the lessons might be difficult, but she will do her best to teach, inviting questions. To which Leonia replies, "All right." Leonia, in a black and red dress, gracefully curtsies amid sparkling yellow flowers, with a small panel showing a hand adjusting a red dress. Countess Tedros smiles brightly, complimenting Leonia for being a fast learner. Leonia, with a slight blush and a confident smile, dismisses the compliment, thinking it is nothing. Countess Tedros closes her eyes and confesses her worry about Leonia, stating she is truly amazing. Leonia smiles sweetly, while Countess Tedros quickly apologizes for her words to "My lady." Countess Tedros, surrounded by flowers, believes it will be worthwhile teaching Leonia despite her old habits, while Leonia, in a dark setting, thinks that even in this fictional world, people want to harm her. Ardea, the white-bearded man, and Leonia both eat dessert at a table, with a brown-haired maid standing nearby. Leonia, sitting with Ardea and eating dessert, asks about Countess Tedros. Ardea, the white-bearded man, looks thoughtful and begins to speak about the Countess. Ardea suggests Leonia read the book he gave her for proficiency tests and seek help if needed, implying she has much to learn and concluding that teaching her will be worthwhile. Leonia smiles menacingly, with scratch marks on her face, thinking the Duke is absurd for leaving her with people like this. Laughing out of absurdity, a younger Leonia, in a light blue dress with a red bow, skips happily while holding the white-bearded man's hand, surrounded by roses and snowflakes. Narrative text explains that Ardea initially answered Leonia's questions and reviewed concepts until she understood them, as Leonia sits reading with him. Narrative text continues, explaining that Ardea discussed new materials and asked for Leonia's thoughts, thereby improving her education, as the white-bearded man looks contemplative. Leonia remembers Ardea discussing Count Melioka, who came from a prominent capital family but lacks influence in the north, with a grand building depicted. Duke Filio explains that nobles like the Bogliotti family, who protected the north, have deep roots and possess the beast's fangs, making Leonia wonder if he means people like Regina. Countess Tedros is depicted as a high society figure who spouts poison and manipulates people with her words. Countess Tedros is shown again, with a snake-like creature, illustrating that her compliments are embedded with backhanded insults and criticism. Leonia thinks a wounded heart doesn't heal easily, while she sits at a table with a tiered dessert stand. Ardea, the white-bearded man, sits thoughtfully, saying, while Leonia sits next to him at a table with desserts. Leonia, looking annoyed, thinks it's happened 3 times already, while Countess Tedros is shown mocking her for being an illegitimate child during the first week of class. During the second week of class, Countess Tedros is shown staring and mocking Leonia's luck for being taken in by the Duke, telling her to put in more effort. In the third week of class, Leonia thinks giving up old habits is hard. As narrative text reveals, Countess Tedros looked down on her for her low birth despite her efforts. Leonia, with a sinister smile and glowing red eyes, looks angry, questioning Duke Filio's judgment and asking what he was thinking, and if he didn't say Countess Tedros was sensible. Leonia, sitting with Ardea, thinks she didn't fall for any of Countess Tedros's jabs, laughing quietly as Ardea chuckles.
Quang. Leonia, with a determined and menacing expression, holds a small golden crown, thinking that if Lady Tedros is begging for death. Leonia menacingly jabs a fork into a yellow dessert, labeled Ardea's neck, as Ardea, the white-bearded man, looks on in shock. Leonia, with glowing eyes and a sinister smile, thinks she shouldn't listen to Countess Tedros. Leonia, holding a fork with a piece of dessert, tells Ardea she will tell the Duke everything once he returns. Ardea, the white-bearded man, thinks that Leonia is one of the North's black beasts, and that her cruel and heartless side is just like Filio. Leonia smiles with a glint in her eyes, while a large, fierce black beast looms above her, implying she is waiting to bare her fangs. Connie, the brown-haired maid, asks Leonia if she is comfortable in bed, and after Leonia confirms, Connie tells her to ring the bell if needed, wishing her a good sleep. Connie, the brown-haired maid, holding a lantern, responds, "You too, my lady," as she stands by the door. 3 panels showcase Leonia's room at night in blue hues, featuring a bed, a display cabinet with stuffed animals, and a dresser. Leonia wakes up in her bed, then sits up holding a bouquet of flowers and begins counting 1, 2. Leonia dreams while counting 3 as strawberry candy bags float around, with a glimpse of Duke Filio. Chibi Leonia continues counting to 6970, realizing she received more candies for acting pretty than her days in the mansion. Leonia sits up in bed, looking at the jar filled with candy bags, wondering if Mr. is still awake. Leonia reflects on her past as a frail orphan and her fortunate transformation into a pampered noble lady after being adopted by Duke Filio. Leonia gazes at a beautiful box of strawberry candies, feeling that everything is like a dream. Duke Filio, radiant and gentle, appears in a sparkling dreamlike vision, touching his face. Leonia, with pigtails, looks sad and weary in her dimly lit room, possibly having woken from her pleasant dream. Leonia sleeps soundly in her bed, her hair tied back, as moonlight streams into the room. Leonia wakes with the thought of tomorrow's etiquette class, as snow falls beautifully over the grand mansion. The serene, snow-covered mountain landscape under a crescent moon shifts to a dark, quiet forest as a soft rustle sounds.
Duke Filio stands with his sword drawn, facing a large, red, growling monster in the snowy woods as a whack and growl sound. A close-up reveals the terrifying, drooling face of the red monster, with sharp teeth and glowing yellow eyes. The red monster lets out a fearsome growl roar, met by the intense, glowing red eyes of Duke Filio. Duke Filio makes a quick whiz movement, leaving a red streak, then takes a determined step in the snowy terrain. The red monster roars "Kra" as Duke Filio stands firm, ready to engage the beast. Duke Filio glares with fierce red eyes, radiating power and determination. Duke Filio executes a powerful jump, leaping high with his sword raised against the moonlight, preparing to strike the monster. A swift sword strike nearly bisects Duke Filio's face, his red eyes wide with concentration. A violent cross sound accompanies a crimson splatter, indicating a brutal blow. Duke Filio stands victorious, his sword dripping as a massive splatter of blood marks the snow, followed by a decisive boom. Duke Filio, with a grim expression, asks Sir Charis, the blonde-haired man with a scar, about the monster's offspring. Sir Charis and several other knights stand in the snow, reporting no signs of the offspring following them. Duke Filio reflects on the monster population's exponential increase during breeding season, explaining the Befaro monster's aggressive nature despite its usual small size, as the scene is, quote, silent. Duke Filio considers the monsters that will remember them, and the still missing offspring. Duke Filio stands among his knights, looking determined in the cold, snowy night. A knight informs the group, including a light blonde-haired man, a light purple-haired man, and a brown-haired man, that they will now descend the mountain. The knights, including the light purple-haired man, look visibly relieved and happy as one shouts, "Wah!" and off work. Amidst sparkling flowers, Duke Filio calls out to Dame Levipath, the light-haired woman with a fur collar, amidst the snowy trees. Dame Levipath looks surprised, asking, "Your Grace?" as Duke Filio stands beside her. Duke Filio asks Dame Levipath, who looks slightly flustered, if she knows of any place that sells good snacks for children.
Dame Levipath suggests a bakery her brother enjoys, unsure if Leonia would like the treats. Under the moonlit sky, Duke Filio looks thoughtful, asking Dame Levipath for the name of the specific item her brother gets from the bakery. A charming pink box labeled Fluffy and two fluffy, round pastries are shown, highlighted with sparkles. A luxurious and elegant room, likely where Leonia has her lessons, features large windows with white curtains, golden trim, and a red sofa. Leonia diligently practices her etiquette, balancing a book on her head in a white dress, as a soft clap sounds. Countess Tedros, the light blonde-haired woman, smiles, praising Leonia for being amazing. Countess Tedros smiles warmly, suggesting they conclude today's etiquette class. Leonia gracefully performs a perfect bow in her white dress, surrounded by sparkles, showcasing her learned skills. Leonia finishes her bow, while Countess Tedros turns away, her expression shifting to a subtle, knowing smirk. Leonia thinks about Countess Tedros's persistent jabs, vowing that this will end today, and she will tell Duke Filio everything upon his return, as Countess Tedros's hand touches her in a flinch and grab movement, reminding her to remember what she was told.
Countess Tedros, smiling, makes a backhanded comment about Leonia's potential to hurt the Duke's pride, but Leonia thinks the Duke cares for her even as an adopted child, feeling a painful ache. Ardea, the white-bearded man, reflects that wounds of the heart are difficult to heal as Leonia looks pensive next to him. Leonia, seen from behind with a shadowy figure looming, wonders if she truly was hurt by the remarks. Leonia thanks Countess Tedros, who then pointedly tells her to become more mindful of her position. Countess Tedros gives a subtle nod, seemingly satisfied with her words as Leonia bows her head. Countess Tedros continues her condescending advice, telling Leonia to always be thankful to the Duke, as he is the sole reason for her luxurious life and inheritance. Countess Tedros, in a dark, imposing setting, instructs Leonia to try harder so as not to become a nuisance to the Duke. Leonia, with a calm and composed expression, assures Countess Tedros that she is always mindful of her words. Countess Tedros smiles, thanking Leonia for her understanding, but Leonia's expression darkens in the next panel. Leonia, with glowing red eyes and a stern expression, stands surrounded by thorns and dark roses, commanding Countess Tedros not to set foot in here ever again. The eye of Countess Tedros gleams as she thinks about how disgusting something is. Countess Tedros is enveloped in sparkling pink roses, believing that beauty is power and that she is the most beautiful person, knowing how to leverage her assets. Countess Tedros possesses the confidence to make everything she desires her own. Duke Filio, dressed in a grand uniform and surrounded by sparkling roses, is the dazzling person Countess Tedros wants. Countess Tedros observes Duke Filio from afar, thinking that acquiring him was an obvious approach. Duke Filio appears stern, while Countess Tedros looks distressed, contemplating that what she received was not what she expected. Duke Filio walks away, leaving Countess Tedros behind, who experiences a cold rejection and indifference. An eye's outline shimmers against a dark, striped background, signaling a moment of realization or shock. Countess Tedros appears increasingly distressed in two panels, touching her face in contemplation. A brown-haired man's hand rests on Countess Tedros's shoulder as she recoils in horror, reading the words, "An illegitimate child?"
Duke Filio looks serious, as narrative text reveals his remarkable reputation, with rumors that he prepared a memorandum nightly against threats involving his child. A blonde-haired woman, presumably Regina, sits alone in a dimly lit room with a piano, pondering the question, the illegitimate child. The blonde-haired woman's eye is filled with pain, with a red background emphasizing her thought that this feeling is indeed jealousy. Duke Filio holds a small, black-haired Leonia, with text below explaining that this child, never seen before, receives affection from Filio. A brown-haired woman stands near Countess Tedros, who is bandaged and kneeling. As Countess Tedros asserts that the other must now bow to her and be more aware of her position, Leonia thinks about Countess Tedros's words, declaring that if she could take control of the situation, she would always listen carefully, so Countess Tedros should never come here ever again. Countess Tedros looks shocked and disheveled, her eyes wide with disbelief. Leonia smiles sweetly, expressing her opinion that Countess Tedros doesn't understand her actions and is not needed at the Boleati dukedom. Leonia turns to a kneeling Countess Tedros, telling her in advance to go out on your own. Countess Tedros's face is filled with distress and frustration, highlighting her emotional turmoil.
A quick tap sounds as Countess Tedros is seen from behind, kneeling before a grand closed door. A puff sounds as Countess Tedros looks stunned and pained, her eye wide with shock. Countess Tedros's elegant high heel, adorned with roses, is shown, suggesting a difficult or precarious step. A thump sounds as Countess Tedros falls on the stairs, observed by a purple-haired maid, a brown-haired maid, and a small, black-haired Leonia. A series of panels shows Countess Tedros in various states of distress, contemplating her situation and the reactions of others. Repeated taps sound as Countess Tedros slowly ascends the stairs, while the maids and Leonia watch her with somber expressions. As she continues her ascent with repeated taps, an unseen voice addresses Countess Tedros, stating that she has only reached that extent. Countess Tedros kneels, looking up at Sir Gable and a light purple-haired maid, while Leonia peeks out from behind the maid. A tear forms on Countess Tedros's chin, illustrating her profound sadness. Countess Tedros smiles, claiming it doesn't matter and that the lady has a misunderstanding, to which a thought bubble asks, "A misunderstanding?" Leonia stands, looking gravely serious, with a maid's dress partially visible beside her. Countess Tedros expresses concern about unintentionally hurting feelings, but Leonia questions, "Hurt my feelings?" as the Countess is seen collapsing, exclaiming, "No, this is!" Leonia's eyes glow fiercely yellow, radiating an intense power. Chibi Leonia looks up, with Sir Gable in the background, as a thought bubble proclaims, "The fangs of a calmed beast." Sir Gable shouts in alarm, telling the brown-haired maid to get to the side, fearing Leonia's rampage as the maid is enveloped in a bright light. A violent eruption of power, with a maid falling and glowing energy spreading, illustrates Leonia's unleashed abilities. Leonia walks with rhythmic thumps past a sobbing and trembling Countess Tedros who is crumpled on the floor. Leonia is seen from behind as Countess Tedros cries, with Leonia asking if she hadn't said it earlier. Leonia, with glowing yellow eyes, declares firmly that the Countess's words will always be engraved in her heart. A dark, fiery background with an ornate 023 signals an intense and climactic moment in the chapter. Leonia faces a kneeling Sir Gable, asking, "Didn't I tell you?" Below, Leonia, with glowing yellow eyes, holds a red glowing core, reiterating that she will always remember his words. Leonia stands triumphantly, surrounded by a red glow, as Sir Gable and other figures are prostrate on the ground. Sir Gable's face is contorted in fear and sweat, his eyes wide in terror. A quiet click sounds as Sir Gable and the brown-haired maid look serious, observing something intently. The brown-haired maid greets Leonia, "My lady," as Sir Gable asks if her lessons have finished. Sir Gable and the brown-haired maid look utterly terrified, surrounded by red, blood-like effects, reacting to a shocking event. Chibi Leonia, radiating power, declares that Countess Tedros will be seeing herself out as Sir Gable looks on from behind. Sir Gable wonders what happened, contemplating that if Leonia goes wild again, he needs to calm her down, as the brown-haired maid looks concerned. Sir Gable understands and offers to carry Leonia, but she expresses a desire to go for a walk, prompting the brown-haired maid to enthusiastically retrieve her coat. Sir Gable holds Leonia in his arms, asking her if she feels frustrated. Leonia looks on with a slightly dazed and troubled expression. Seeing her, the Duke's aide Rupert observes with relief that she has finally calmed down. Leonia rests her head against Rupert's shoulder as a maid stands by, the immediate crisis seemingly over. A narration explains that her beast's fang was activated by a sudden provocation, but has now subsided along with her emotions. A flashback reveals Countess Eurus Albaniu running away, while a regretful thought laments that if they had just gone for a walk, none of this would have happened. The scene shows Countess Albaniu crying in distress as someone comforts her. Leonia's voice recalls what the Countess had said to her on the first day. Recalling the Countess's cutting words, Leonia remembers being called an illegitimate child and told she was lucky to be rescued, all while being pressured about her unknown background. With glowing golden eyes, Leonia furiously confronts the crying Countess, asking if she thought flowery words could hide her dirty thoughts. As jagged purple crystals begin to form around them, Leonia pressures the stammering Countess to repeat what she said today. Impaled by a massive crystal, the Countess chokes out that it was all a misunderstanding, while Leonia's glowing eyes watch from below. Leonia recalls the Countess's warnings to know her place and not trouble the Duke, realizing the woman's true intentions were hidden. Leonia's voice coldly asks the terrified Countess what, exactly, her place in the house is supposed to be. Grabbing the Countess's chin, Leonia taunts her, asking if she's just a filthy, illegitimate child or a motherless orphan. The scene widens to show the Countess pinned by the crystal as Rupert and the maids watch in frozen horror. Rupert realizes with dread that Leonia has completely unleashed the beast's fangs. A narration explains that Leonia's power is incredibly dangerous because while she is strong, she has no idea how to control it. The Countess trembles in agony as the crystal pierces her, and another sharp crystal forms beside her hand. The maids are thrown back by the erupting power as sharp purple crystals fill the hall. Paralyzed by the immense pressure, Rupert curses his inability to move, knowing he must stop her. Looking down at the crystal-filled hall and incapacitated staff, Rupert fears the catastrophic outcome if Leonia isn't stopped. Rupert thinks desperately that only the Duke can restrain her, wishing with all his might that he was there. As if in answer, a figure appears in the brightly lit doorway, looks upon the chaos, and declares, "This is a mess." A gloved hand holds a charming pink gift box, decorated with a cute cloud emblem. Duke Filio stands in the snow outside his estate, his expression grim. The scene shifts to a wide, majestic view of the snow-covered Bogliati mansion. Finally home, the Duke's knights cheer with excitement, eager to get inside and take a bath. The knights energetically surround the Duke, clamoring for meat and alcohol, while he remains stoic amidst their enthusiasm. A blonde knight asks the Duke why he didn't simply have one of his subordinates buy the gift. The blonde knight expresses his surprise that the Duke went to buy the pink box himself. Looking at the box, the Duke explains that since she asked him to buy it, he felt he should do it personally. A brief, warm memory shows a kind, elderly baker presenting a pastry. A comedic flashback reveals the Duke intensely staring down the terrified baker to acquire the fluffy cloud cream puff, as the blonde knight muses that the owner is traumatized, but Leonia will be happy. As they walk, the blonde knight hopes Leonia won't complain, but the Duke remarks that it should be her nap time anyway. The blonde knight suggests that the young lady must have been anxiously awaiting the Duke's return. The Duke allows himself a small smile, picturing a sweet, angelic Leonia asking why he took so long to arrive. His smile vanishes as he and his men halt, sensing a disturbance as jagged purple crystals erupt from the city below. The Duke's eyes flash red as he senses the fangs and sees a vision of his injured men. As the blonde knight tells everyone to evacuate, the Duke sternly orders them to get out of his way. Duke Filio sprints toward the mansion entrance, effortlessly dodging the glowing crystals erupting from the ground. A narration describes a young, untrained beast, unable to control its temper, showing Leonia's enraged face and glowing golden eyes. Surrounded by her destructive power, Leonia walks up the grand staircase, consumed by pure fury. Rupert desperately calls out for his master as he witnesses the chaos overwhelming the staff. Duke Filio stands at the entrance, his gaze fixed on the destructive scene before him. In a flash, the Duke appears and scoops Leonia into his arms, leaving the injured Countess sitting defeated on the floor. Held securely by the Duke, Leonia looks up at him, her feral golden eyes still glowing intensely. Her fierce expression softens with a blush as she recognizes the Duke, letting out a small hiccup of surprise. Leonia rests her head on the Duke's shoulder, her eyes finally returning to their normal color as she calms down in his embrace. Looking down at the now docile girl in his arms, the Duke says quietly, "I guess." He finishes his thought that she bit off more than she could chew as he unleashes a powerful wave of fiery energy, shattering all the purple crystals in the hall. A brilliant wave of golden energy sweeps through the grand hall, cleansing the space with a powerful whoosh. As the energy dissipates, a maid with pinkish-brown hair collapses with a cry of pain while Rupert looks on in alarm. Rupert kneels before the Duke, his expression fraught with guilt, as he apologizes for failing to protect Lady Leonia. Reporting to Duke Filio, Rupert explains that while he doesn't know the exact reason for the outburst, it appears Countess Albaneu made malicious remarks that offended Leonia. Countess Tedros weeps, her face streaked with tears and sorrow. Duke Filio carries Leonia past the kneeling purple-haired knight and Countess Tedros, whose dress is stained red on the floor. Duke Filio expresses anxiety that the purple-haired knight did not draw his sword. The purple-haired knight looks surprised as a hand offers him a pink gift box. With rhythmic thumps, Duke Filio carries Leonia up the stairs, leaving the weeping Countess Tedros behind on the floor. As Duke Filio ascends with rhythmic thumps, the disheveled Countess Tedros kneels on the stairs, her dress visibly stained red. In a menacing vision of dark red energy, the Duke's voice wonders if everyone present has a death wish. With a final thud, the Countess's body is seen thrown against the wall at the bottom of the stairs, as viewed from the Duke's cold perspective. His red eyes glowing with malice, the Duke declares that he will honor their wishes. A sinister, blood-red darkness descends as his voice finishes the thought, implying he'll grant their death wish, since they're already on their knees. A magnificent ducal mansion stands under a bright moonlit night, followed by a view of an empty, elegantly long corridor inside. A chibi Leonia, with sparkling, tear-filled eyes, looks up from her bed, appearing very distressed. A sharp ping sounds as Leonia, with closed eyes and a pained expression, is enveloped in a bright, white light. Duke Filio gently holds Leonia's head, comforting her amidst a sparkling, blue-lit scene adorned with flowers. Duke Filio looks directly at the viewer, his expression thoughtful, amidst sparkling flowers. Leonia, nestled in her bed, asks Duke Filio when he arrived, and he calmly states, 2 days ago. She looks up at him with wide, innocent eyes, asking if he came because of her beast fang incident. Flashing back to the chaotic event, Leonia recalls her own anger and the destruction she caused before quietly apologizing. Embarrassed, she pulls the covers over her face, hiding from his gaze. The Duke looks at her sternly, asking why she is being so formal all of a sudden. From across the grand bedroom, Leonia confesses that she did something wrong and caused an incident, prompting him to ask what kind. Duke Filio asks Leonia if she used her powers, and she shyly confirms it with a, yeah. Duke Filio, reflecting on Leonia's serious condition and her past uncontrolled powers, asks if she used her powers on purpose, but Leonia denies it. Leonia confesses, with tears in her eyes, that she got angry. Leonia tells Duke Filio that Countess Tedros instructed her to know her place. Duke Filio asks Leonia what her place is, and she sadly replies that she doesn't know. Leonia reflects on waking up as a new person, a small and weak child without her family or modern belongings, unable to cry about the sudden change. Leonia, as a small child, is surrounded by pointing hands, reflecting on the immense difficulty of surviving constant prejudice and abuse. Leonia, as a small child, stands against a glowing background, vowing to herself that she would survive. Leonia cries, passionately declaring her determination to get back at the people who made her miserable. Leonia, tearfully resting against Duke Filio, softly calls him Mr. Leonia cries as she questions her identity, asking Duke Filio if she is an orphan with no memories. Duke Filio looks thoughtful as Leonia wonders if she is a lucky adopted child or the daughter of an idiot who eloped. Leonia remembers meeting the main character of a fantasy novel and subsequently being given the name Leonia. Leonia, surrounded by roses and attentive maids, reflects on being treated far better than she ever hoped, feeling her heart warm with kindness. Leonia's reflection shatters, revealing her lingering feeling that none of this was truly hers. But, despite the happiness, she could never shake the feeling that none of it was real, her perfect new life shattering like a mirror. The Countess's words about knowing her position kept poking at the deep-seated insecurities she had tried so hard to ignore. She confronts the painful truth. In the original story, Filio Boliotti never had a daughter, meaning Leonia Boliotti never existed, and she doesn't belong here. Utterly overwhelmed by her feelings of displacement, Leonia breaks down, crying into her pillow.
Duke Filio sits by Leonia's bed, listening to her quiet sniffing. Duke Filio listens intently, hearing soft sniffing sounds. Duke Filio gently calls out Leonia to the crying child in bed. Duke Filio softly calls out Leo to her. Leonia makes a puffed sound and cries, while Duke Filio smirks and a chibi Leonia shouts, "Wah!" in frustration. Duke Filio holds Leonia in his arms, asking if she feels frustrated.
Leonia, looking frustrated, questions Duke Filio for laughing and accusing him of mocking her. But he denies it and then asks if she is aware she looks dumb, making her frustrated with a puff sound. Duke Filio tells Leonia her concern about her place is stupid and idiotic, while Leonia looks tearful and hurt by his words. Leonia's eye glistens with a tear, emphasizing her distress and sadness. Leonia thinks about muscles as she rests on Duke Filio's chest, prompting him to question her thoughts in such a serious situation. Duke Filio, holding Leonia in his arms in her bed, remarks that she is not sick enough if she is thinking about muscles. Duke Filio gently pats Leonia's head twice as she rests peacefully in his embrace, with another soft pat from him in the panel below. The scene transitions, showing bright light streaming through a window, signaling the passage of time. Duke Filio holds a smiling Leonia, both dressed in traditional Korean attire, with a message wishing a plentiful Hanggawi Korean Thanksgiving. Ornate Korean text displays the title, "The Male Lead's Adopted Daughter," against a dark background with a feather. The grand hall of the mansion is bathed in warm, glowing light, indicating a serene new day. In a sunlit bedroom, a light purple-haired maid and a pinkish brown-haired maid sit on a bed, with the pinkish brown-haired maid looking serious. The pinkish brown-haired maid stares intently, her expression thoughtful and serious. A surprised sound signals the light purple-haired maid and the pinkish brown-haired maid, as Leonia peeks her head through the door, calling out to them. The pinkish brown-haired maid and the light purple-haired maid express concern, urging Leonia to stay in bed and questioning why she is up. Leonia, dressed in a floral robe, assures them they don't have to get up, explaining she only came to check if they were all right. Leonia hesitates, looking a bit shy with a slight blush. Leonia apologizes and offers small gift bags of cookies to the light purple-haired maid and the pinkish brown-haired maid in the bed, while the pink-haired maid observes from the side. The light purple-haired maid asks if the pinkish brown-haired maid is hurt, who replies she is fine, but notes how worried Leonia is. Leonia, with a kind expression, asks the pinkish brown-haired maid if she is not hurt anywhere, and the maid assures her she is fine.
The pinkish brown-haired maid playfully asks if Sir Gable is all right, with chibi versions of his head illustrating her thoughts. The pink-haired maid leans closer to Leonia, beginning to tell her about Miss Connie and Sir Gable, hinting at a secret. The pinkish brown-haired maid blushes deeply and flails her arms, protesting that she was merely thankful for Sir Gable's actions that day. The pink-haired maid and the light purple-haired maid smirk, teasingly saying they understand as the pinkish brown-haired maid looks frustrated. A chibi Leonia smirks, prompting a thought bubble from the brown-haired maid that Leonia's expression is just like her mother's. The light purple-haired maid and the pinkish brown-haired maid laugh, explaining they are simply resting and have been feeling better for a few days. Leonia beams with a bright, happy smile. Leonia joyfully runs through the mansion, as the older gray-haired maid and the white-haired man with a beard call out, advising her not to run. Leonia tells the older gray-haired maid and the white-haired man that she is feeling much better now after they inquire about her health. The white-haired man recounts a past incident in the capital where Countess Tedros was badly beaten, stating he knew she would cause trouble eventually.
The white-haired man questions Countess Tedros's audacity to disrespect Aboliati, while the older gray-haired maid declares there's nothing to feel sorry for, and Leonia states her words have no other meanings. Leonia exclaims in surprise, realizing they are talking about that lady. Leonia shrugs, declaring that she doesn't care what the argument was about. The older gray-haired maid praises Leonia's cold and brave nature, likening her to the beast of the north, while the white-haired man worries about her emotional education. Leonia, looking curious, asks about Mr. The scene shifts to a grand, empty hall with rows of red chairs set up for a formal meeting or audience. Various serious-looking nobles, including the light blue-haired man and a purple-haired woman, are shown in formal attire, likely awaiting or during a meeting. Duke Filio sits at the head of a long table in a somber hall, intently sipping tea as other nobles are seated around him. Duke Filio sips his tea with a sharp gaze, while the light, blue-haired man and other nobles observe the proceedings with serious expressions. A hand places an elegant teacup labeled Lady Grey onto its saucer. A narrative explains Lady Grey is the first blend children drink for refreshments, while Duke Filio thinks it's a detail he would never have considered. The light blue-haired man explains that Lady Grey is named for its dark color, as Duke Filio listens. Leonia, dressed in an elegant dark gown, is presented as the dark tea's lady and the Duke's daughter, symbolizing the color black. Text reveals Lady Grey implies Leonia Boliotti, as a narrative flashback shows child Leonia at the orphanage, described as a mysterious child named by the beast and respected by his family. Narrative recounts the malicious gossips among nobles from the north about Leonia. Countess Tedros is depicted amidst thorny red lines, followed by a distressed Leonia and the light blue-haired man looking shocked, implying the notorious incident. Duke Filio asks the light blue-haired man how long it has been since he was away from the north. The light blue-haired man informs Duke Filio that it has been exactly 3 years and 2 months. Duke Filio, dressed in an ornate suit, reflects that it feels like he has experienced 4 years. Duke Filio glances down, and the light blue-haired man is seen stepping forward. Duke Filio watches as a light blue-haired man looks down, thinking the light blue-haired man did a great job setting up the meeting. Rupert is formally introduced as Viscount Rupert Ricos, surrounded by delicate white flowers. Duke Filio gives a subtle nod of approval. A quiet tack sounds as Rupert collapses onto his knees in the grand hall, letting out an exhausted PHEWWWW. Leonia, in a blue floral dress, holds Rupert's hand, addressing him as Mr. Rupert. A narrative panel describes Chibi Leonia as smart, witty, and a happy, proud child, framed by roses. In a series of panels, nobles are shown as a hand laments letting people who know nothing have their way and admits misjudging Serena by placing her near the child. Duke Filio reflects that his actions make him no different from those who spread malicious rumors. Duke Filio looks stern, a deep frown visible on his face. From an aerial view of the grand meeting room, Duke Filio thinks he organized this gathering on short notice. Duke Filio stares intensely, asking if they are asking for death, causing the other nobles to recoil in fear. A chilling silence falls over the hall as the nobles remain frozen in fear before Duke Filio. Duke Filio, with a sharp gesture, questions Count Tedros about his thoughts on the situation, while others observe intently. Count Tedros appears utterly distressed, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Duke Filio, with an image of Regina in the background, casually asks Count Tedros about his wife's well-being. A resonant thump sounds as Count Tedros kneels, profusely apologizing and begging for forgiveness. Duke Filio stands while the older gray-haired maid sits, observing the distressed light blue-haired man whose face is covered as others sit nearby. The light blue-haired man expresses concern that the Countess made excessive snide remarks to Leonia. Duke Filio stands over a sleeping Leonia, with the older, gray-haired maid by the bed, then looks thoughtful, with the maid observing him in the lower panel. The light blue-haired man reports to Duke Filio that they have investigated the malicious rumors about Leonia, finding many northern aristocrats involved in spreading them.
A sequence of intense, chaotic visuals implies a dark and unsettling situation involving Duke Filio and several nobles. Duke Filio's eye glows a furious red as he inwardly declares his intent to kill everyone responsible. Powerful, fiery energy engulfs Duke Filio, making a nearby man cough and gasp in pain. Duke Filio stands, emanating fierce red energy, as others cough and gasp, declaring that from now on, everyone under the Bogliati shall be his eyes and ears. Repeated thumping sounds accompany Duke Filio's powerful stance, as a man cowers on the floor before him. Duke Filio, with a stern expression, declares he should no longer hear or see any traces of Serena Melioca, while a man remains collapsed on the ground. Duke Filio's eyes glow red as he sternly declares there are no second chances. Duke Filio, surrounded by a dark, fiery backdrop, states he doesn't sanction rumors but also doesn't feel the need to deal with people who are begging him to kill them. Duke Filio holds Leonia, dressed in a yellow floral dress and eating a lollipop, announcing that for the time being, he will relax by the fireplace with his daughter. Leonia, in her yellow floral dress, contentedly sits with Duke Filio, who also looks relaxed, by the fireplace.
Duke Filio places his hand on a table, warning everyone that he will be watching them. Leonia sips her tea, looking adorable and composed. Leonia enjoys her tea, finding it all right, and Rupert, holding a dessert, is glad. Leonia then asks if Mr. Rupert got hurt, explaining she felt something unusual while he was in his office. Rupert, sitting on a couch, explains that his body suddenly started sweating, and his heart pounded crazily. Rupert looks concerned, stating how strong the beast's fang is. A teacup is shown, as a thought reveals that back then, he really considered killing Serena, depicted with violent red streaks. Narrative text explains that the beast's fang is described as the strongest ability, combining aura and mana, and is a power Filio uses to lead. Leonia, with a serious expression, declares that it's not that amazing. Rupert, looking troubled, thinks that possessing such power is terrifying, as Leonia's foot is shown. Rupert smiles gently, looking serene. A chaotic backdrop with various figures and coins illustrates a narrative about aristocratic children relying on their families, and nobles being circled to death in confrontations. Chibi Leonia looks resolute, framed by pink and white flowers. Leonia, with a cookie in her mouth, insists she's not a kid, while a small chibi Rupert thinks, "Yes, you are." Rupert gently calls out Leonia's name. Rupert calls out Leonia's name again, with a slight variation in pronunciation. Duke Filio, wearing a cape, enters the room, observed by Leonia and several maids. Leonia strikes a pose, feeling cute, while Rupert and Duke Filio observe her, with Chibi Leonia thinking of it as a gift. Duke Filio, surrounded by flames, sternly advises Leonia not to hold it in if she needs to use the restroom, as it's unhealthy. Chibi Leonia transforms into an angry tomato engulfed in flames, shouting that this is her being shy and it's obvious. Rupert tells Duke Filio he knows nothing about women and should say they should go pick flowers, to which Duke Filio questions what the flowers did wrong, as Leonia looks frustrated. Duke Filio, with black hair, sternly orders preparations for the guests to leave. Leonia, with black pigtails, joyfully waves bye-bye while being held by Duke Filio amidst sparkling flowers. Duke Filio holds Leonia, who rests against his shoulder, both looking serene in a shimmering setting. Duke Filio walks through a grand, sparkling hall, looking back slightly to ask if someone has a fever. Leonia, with black pigtails, excitedly denies having a fever, pulling up her hair to show her bare forehead. Duke Filio holds Leonia, who playfully covers her face with her hands as he looks down at her. Duke Filio smiles gently, observing that Leonia is finally laughing. Leonia, held by Duke Filio, looks confused and asks why he stopped, while a chibi Duke Filio expresses uncertainty. Leonia, held by Duke Filio, expresses discomfort explaining they are seeing each other for the first time after she cried her eyes out, thinking she may be 7 on the outside but not inside, while a chibi Duke Filio thinks he has the mind of an adult. Duke Filio, holding Leonia, questions if she gained weight, looking thoughtful. Leonia, with a chibi Duke Filio, recounts that Granny Kara and Pelika said she lost the weight she gained after being ill, as a snowy mansion is seen in the background. From above, Duke Filio carries Leonia, who declares she likes muscles more than fat, as 2 maids observe them from a distance. Duke Filio holds a cheerful Leonia, who flexes her small arms, declaring she will bulge 'em up. Duke Filio questions a pet name for Leonia, finding Leonie too long to call. As Leonia looks on, then he clears his throat. Duke Filio tells Leonia that he is her dad and her family, asking if she knows why, as Leonia looks up at him amidst blooming roses. Leonia, with wide eyes, suggests he adopted her, but Duke Filio immediately refutes her. Duke Filio gently pokes Leonia's chin, stating it's because she agreed to become his family, surrounded by sparkling flowers. Narrative text explains that the moment Leonia dared to stand in Duke Poliotti's way, they became family whose existence for one another became invaluable. Duke Filio stands tall, holding Leonia, both surrounded by blooming roses, in a serene and protective moment. Text panels declare that everything else was unnecessary, emphasizing the unique and central bond between Leonia and, quote, a beast fang of the north. Leonia looks tearful, asking him to make retorts like he normally does, as tears well in her eyes. Duke Filio tenderly embraces a crying Leonia, who clings to him in a moment of deep emotional connection. Leonia, with tearful eyes, softly calls out, Dad, looking distressed. Leonia calls him Dad again, and Duke Filio softly replies, Leo, urging her to tell him everything about her past at the orphanage, the mansion's perceived dangers, and her desire for strawberry milk candies. Leonia mentions the friends from the orphanage she wants to see again, looking hopeful. Duke Filio stands with his back to the viewer, looking out over a grand, sparkling hall filled with flowers, reflecting on Leonia's words. Duke Filio asks Leonia if she is done crying, looking at her with a calm expression. Chibi Leonia, looking puffy-eyed, confirms she is done crying after 2 days, surrounded by hearts. Duke Filio extends his hand to Leonia, asking if they should walk while holding hands. Duke Filio and Leonia walk hand in hand through a sparkling, flower-filled garden. Leonia, smiling broadly, explains that quite means she doesn't want to be teased, as Duke Filio observes her. Duke Filio smiles subtly, reassuring Leonia he won't hate it if she can't say Dad. Leonia beams with joy, surrounded by pink flowers, holding Duke Filio's hand. Text panels appear, reflecting Leonia's inner thoughts about longing for things she had, despair when hope falters, and worrying about Filio's future because of her. A beautifully ornate purple book, labeled My New Family, lies sparkling on a decorative surface. A sad chibi Leonia, in a ruffled dress, vows to put her memories of her old life on a bookshelf deep in her heart. A chibi Leonia, in a similar dress, is shown falling. As text reveals, she will eventually close that book and put it back in its place. Duke Filio holds a determined-looking Leonia close, surrounded by roses, in a moment of strong connection. Duke Filio looks down at Leonia with a gentle expression, his face partially obscured, illuminated by a warm glow. Leonia smiles widely and contentedly, nestled against Duke Filio, surrounded by light pink roses.
Leonia's feet in red slippers hop across a grand, sparkling floor, with musical notes indicating her cheerful movement. The man with grayish-blue hair and glasses asks Leonia if she will visit the orphanage today, while Leonia looks surprised. Leonia, dressed in a cute pink and blue outfit with a fluffy white hood, jumps excitedly, arms outstretched, against a floral background. Narrative text explains that a few days had passed since that happened, with fragmented images of figures and shattered glass. Serena Milioka, formerly Countess Tedros, is shown lying on the floor, returning to her maiden name, with a man standing over her and red spider lilies surrounding them, while her face shows sorrow in a lower panel. Narrative explains the Milioka family sent Serena to a remote medical facility, described as a beautiful and warm place, symbolizing that they turn their daughter over for committing a crime, with shadowy figures of her parents and a carriage. Narrative states that the Meliaka family and other noble households offered enormous compensation, with shadowy figures of nobles in the background and shining gold coins falling. Leonia looks overjoyed, dancing amidst falling gold coins and jewelry, with a musical note bubble above her head. Leonia watches from behind as Duke Filio and Rupert converse, with a red-haired maid standing nearby. Duke Filio and Rupert stand together amidst roses, discussing serious matters as Rupert holds papers.
Duke Filio is shown in profile, looking to the left with a serious expression, adorned in an elegant black suit with ornate silver details and a distinctive brooch. Leonia, in a pink and blue outfit, excitedly tells Kara, who has lavender hair and glasses, that her dad is working and looks cool. Leonia continues to exclaim that she thought her dad was going to meet someone to eat and play with before declaring that playing is Kara's job. Leonia, held by Duke Filio, joyfully calls out Dad, noting they are wearing similar clothes, while Kara, observing, comments that red and pink are different but similar. Duke Filio smiles softly as Leonia beams with happiness, safely embraced by him in a shimmering, floral setting. Duke Filio informs Rupert that they will return before dinner, and Rupert, holding papers, affirms he will organize information until their return. Leonia, held by Duke Filio, requests a meal with chicken from Kara, who wears lavender hair and glasses, while Duke Filio instructs them to prepare the meal as usual. Kara, with lavender hair and glasses, asks Leonia if she wants chicken with cream sauce, to which Leonia excitedly nods and warns Duke Filio not to drool on her hair. A grand, snow-covered ducal mansion with numerous towers stands prominently as a black carriage approaches its open gates under a bright sky. A black carriage travels steadily along a snowy, tree-lined path, hinting at a journey underway. Leonia, in her pink and blue outfit, confidently states she didn't throw up in this carriage last time, so she can ride it again. Then a light pat sounds. Leonia, inside the carriage, remarks that her previous vomit likely fertilized the tree, making it grow bigger, which Duke Filio finds entirely lacking in conscience. A man with light brown hair and a beard walks through a bustling town street, past various pedestrians and charming buildings under a sunny sky. Leonia eagerly looks out the carriage window, pressing her hands against the glass, while Duke Filio sits calmly behind her. Duke Filio calls out Leo, and Leonia, in a bustling town square with a fountain, responds with a questioning yes. Duke Filio, with a thoughtful expression, asks if they should get off the carriage here. Leonia, with sparkling eyes, joyfully asks if they can really go and look around the town. A shine sounds. Duke Filio explains that he misses the streets as it's been 3 years since he came to the north, but assures Leonia they can look around and still make it to the orphanage on time. The black carriage is parked on a cobblestone street framed by traditional town buildings. Leonia, held by Duke Filio, playfully jumps with her legs kicking. A jump sounds. Leonia, looking concerned, tells Duke Filio he might get hurt if he worries so much, emphasizing how much he worries. Duke Filio, with a thoughtful expression, explains that worrying is simply how parents are. Leonia, holding Duke Filio's hand, looks up at him with a curious, questioning expression. Leonia, looking directly ahead, softly calls out Dad. Duke Filio asks Leonia if she wants to go pick flowers, a subtle inquiry about needing the restroom as she looks on. Duke Filio sighs, noting Leonia's weird expression is witty and sounds nice, but he previously told her it was strange. Leonia asks where they are going, while Duke Filio thinks the orphanage is the problem, humorously imagining Leonia wanting to break flower petals by peeing on the streets. Ardea, the white-bearded history tutor, remarks that Leonia exaggerates but possesses the intelligence level of an academy student. Narrative text reveals that Leonia's innocence is gone due to daily exposure to meanness, disgust, and physical abuse, and that she had to suppress loneliness which almost consumed her. Duke Filio, with a gentle and thoughtful expression, realizes he needs to buy Leonia toys she can play with. Leonia watches from the foreground as men load wooden boxes onto a wagon in a busy market area. Leonia, surrounded by roses, excitedly praises the men, with muscles that are different from the knights, admiring their toned backs. A loud woo-ah sounds. Leonia embraces Duke Filio, making an ecstatic oh yeah sound. Leonia, looking a bit downcast, asks if they are still going to the orphanage, thinking it's okay to be a bit late since she's been there before. Duke Filio looks serious as a voice calls out, Duke, to him. Viscount Kurata, a man with a mustache, holds his daughter Flomis and expresses surprise at seeing Duke Filio in this location. Viscount Kurata introduces himself fully to Duke Filio. Viscount Kurata explains he heard the leader of the North arrived, noting this happened before he went to the capital. Duke Filio asks Viscount Kurata what brings him to a crowded place, and Kurata, smiling, replies he is simply out with his daughter. Viscount Kurata apologizes for interrupting Duke Filio's precious time, assuming he was looking around the square, while Leonia observes other people. A wow sounds. Viscount Kurata introduces his daughter Flomis as his second child. Flomis, a small girl with brown hair and wide green eyes, looks on with a slightly startled expression. Duke Filio is depicted with glowing red eyes against a dark purple-tinged background, illustrating how Flomis sees Filio. Flomis, timidly peeking from behind her father, whispers that Duke Bogliotti is not a scary man, but hesitates to continue, while Leonia makes another excited woo-ah sound. A soft pat sounds. Duke Filio looks thoughtful, realizing he forgot about his glowing eyes for a moment because of Leonia, who then calls out, Dad. Leonia beams with a wide, joyful smile, looking up at Duke Filio, radiating happiness with sparkling effects. Duke Filio gently pats Leonia's head, introducing her as his daughter. A pat sounds. Viscount Levis Kurata, a man with a mustache, offers a late greeting and introduces himself to Duke Filio, who stands nearby with Leonia at his side. Leonia stands confidently amidst pink floral patterns, declaring her name as Leonia Bogliotti. Viscount Kurata expresses honor at meeting Lady Bogliotti, then introduces his daughter Flomis, who timidly peeks out from behind his hand. A peek sounds. Flomis Kurata, with wide green eyes and shimmering tears, introduces herself. Leonia, with dark hair, confidently introduces herself as Leonia Bogliotti, while Viscount Kurata, with a mustache, mentions his daughter just turned 7. A cheerful chibi Leonia, in a pink and white fluffy outfit, smiles broadly amidst decorative flowers. 2 chibi heads, one with dark hair and one with brown hair, show surprise, with a large exclamation and question mark floating between them. A surprised Flomis, with brown hair and teary green eyes, asks Leonia about her age. Chibi Leonia, with dark hair and a pink and white fluffy outfit, beams with an open-mouthed smile amidst blooming flowers. Beneath a grand building at sunset, Leonia, carried by a purple-haired maid, asks if she is heavy, to which the maid replies, Leonia still needs to gain more weight. Leonia, with dark hair, pouts in bed, reflecting that she gained weight and fears her dad would tease her by calling her a pig. The pink-haired maid, with a lavender-haired maid beside her, smiles and reassures Leonia that she would be an adorable piglet. Chibi Leonia, with dark hair, looks thoughtful, recalling a comment about her being good to eat after 2 months. A pink-haired maid asks Leonia if she will be wearing a gown, to which Leonia simply replies, yeah. The pink-haired maid questions if the Duke truly teased Leonia about being a pig, and Leonia, held by the lavender-haired maid, confirms it happened at dinner. A dark-haired man feeds a small, annoyed dark-haired girl, while a large chibi Leonia declares she would say so if she liked it. The lavender-haired maid and the pink-haired maid both smile pleasantly. Leonia bursts into the room, running excitedly towards a seated Duke Filio as a speech bubble announces the arrival of the beloved daughter. A bare-chested Duke Filio asks Leonia if she washed up, but she, in chibi form, insists on sitting immediately to prevent future spine surgery. Leonia laughs happily, resting her head against Duke Filio's bare chest as he holds her close. Chibi Leonia, with dark hair, playfully pulls her pigtails and asks if she has mentioned something before. In a sunset-lit room, Duke Filio thinks Leonia has said that before, then shifts the conversation to his day. Duke Filio, with black hair, gazes gently amidst a frame of sparkling pink roses. Chibi Leonia, with dark hair, smiles widely and contentedly, implying she talks to her dad during his work. From an aerial view, Duke Filio holds Leonia in the grand hall, as she reflects that her father always listened to her words. A sleepy Chibi Leonia nods, remembering pulling up her hood before visiting the market. Duke Filio, with black hair, gently holds a sleeping Leonia, telling her it's bedtime. Duke Filio carries Leonia through the grand, sparkling hall. Duke Filio tenderly cradles a sleeping Leonia surrounded by delicate white lilies. Duke Filio dismisses the bowing maids, telling one who calls out to him that it's fine as he continues walking away. Duke Filio, with black hair, gently tucks Leonia into her bed, softly touching her head, surrounded by white flowers. Duke Filio, with black hair, smiles subtly, his expression soft against a sparkling blue background. A hand gently drops a small, heart-patterned pouch into a jar already full of them, decorated with a ribbon, amidst white lilies. Duke Filio kisses a sleeping Leonia's forehead, wishing her to sleep well, and she softly murmurs, "Sleep well too, da."
Duke Filio thinks Leonia dreams of him, while Leonia, in his arms, sleepily protests that he should let her rest in his dreams too. Duke Filio, with black hair and an open shirt, smiles subtly in a dark, softly lit room. Duke Filio, with black hair and an open shirt, sighs, observing that Leonia looks sleepy. Rupert, with light purple hair, informs Duke Filio that Leonia has gone to sleep. Rupert asks Duke Filio if Leonia is still pretty, to which Duke Filio seems unimpressed. An annoyed Chibi Duke Filio sees a horrified Chibi Rupert, who thinks it's strange to be insulted by a compliment about Leonia's beauty. Duke Filio, bare-chested and serious, declares that Rupert is a candidate for Leonia's escort, implicitly blaming him. Rupert, with light purple hair, complains about the unfairness, citing his hard work on adoption procedures, selecting teachers, and hiding evidence for Leonia. Duke Filio asks Rupert if he knows what Leonia did today, and Rupert, with light purple hair, says he doesn't know. Leonia peeks from a door, mentioning clothes and Rupert on the sofa, causing Rupert to turn away embarrassed as Duke Filio stands nearby shirtless.
Rupert, with blue hair, stares with wide, horrified eyes against a streaked background, explicitly labeled horrified. An exasperated Rupert wonders how Leonia deduces things, realizing it's because Duke Filio seeks him out too often. An exasperated Rupert, identified as Viscount Rupert Ricos, questions if approving documents is now considered a sin. Rupert, a close ally of the Bogliodi dukedom, is shown with natural charisma, holding papers. Panels depict Rupert assisting Duke Filio in managing the territory and communicating directly with him. Duke Filio, with glowing red eyes, sternly tells Rupert not to come to his office unless the matter is urgent. Rupert, with light purple hair, asks when he should come, while a chibi Rupert throws a tantrum, frustrated that handling urgent matters is his job. Duke Filio, with black hair, lists off Leonia's schedule, private lessons, nap time, and bedtime. A dismayed Rupert, with light purple hair, seems to consider, quote, quitting due to work stress. Rupert, with light purple hair, smiles amidst falling gold coins, contemplating the vast wealth of the Black Beast for potential financial care. Duke Filio expresses his repulsion towards Rupert, who, beaming with light, thanks him for the reprimand while presenting a requested investigation report.
Sunset glows over the castle as a maid carries Leo, who worries that she might be too heavy. Leo complains that her father recently teased her by claiming she has become a pig. The brown-haired maid reassures the young girl that being a piglet would be absolutely adorable. Leah recalls her father jokingly suggesting she would be ready to eat in 2 months. The maids react with shock and nervous laughter while Leo prepares to change into a gown. While being dressed, Leo explains how her father continued to tease her about her weight during dinner. A memory shows the black-haired man eating while Leo expresses her frustration with his constant teasing. The two maids share a warm, knowing smile as they finish preparing the young lady for bed. A sudden, loud burst sounds as Leo rushes into her father's study to greet him enthusiastically. The black-haired man asks if she is clean while Leo insists on sitting for her future health. A tender moment passes as her father reaches out to lift the young girl up. The black-haired man pulls Leo into his lap while she giggles happily at his attention. Leo asks for validation of her scent, knowing her father is sensitive to strong smells. The young girl wonders if she has mentioned her father's specific preferences to him before. As the sun sets, her father confirms her memory while she begins recounting her daily adventures. The black-haired man listens with a soft, attentive gaze as his daughter speaks about her day. Leo glows with joy while sharing the many details of her day with her captive audience. In the quiet evening, the father remains still, listening intently to every word his daughter says. A quick, soft nod punctuates Leo's story about hiding her face to explore the local market. Exhaustion takes hold as Leo's head bobs and she begins to fall asleep mid-sentence. The black-haired man gently notes that it is finally time for the little girl to sleep. A soft rustle sounds as the father carries his sleeping daughter across the darkening, quiet room. The maids wait at the door as the black-haired man approaches with the sleeping child. The father holds Leo securely, ensuring she is comfortable and warm as she drifts off. He dismisses the maid's help, deciding to put his daughter to bed himself this evening. A soft creak sounds as the door to the girl's bedroom is pushed open slowly. The black-haired man carries her into the dim room, followed closely by a concerned maid. He carefully tucks Leo into her bed, making sure she is warm and safe for the night. Leo sleepily asks for candy while her father places a gentle, comforting hand on her forehead. He produces a small, strawberry-patterned bag of sweets to fulfill his daughter's sleepy request. A gentle, affectionate smile touches the man's face as he looks down at the resting girl. He adds the new treat to a glass jar already overflowing with many identical bags of candy. They exchange quiet wishes for a good night as he places a soft kiss on her head. Leo murmurs a sleepy request to be included in his dreams before drifting off completely. The girl smiles peacefully in her sleep, leaving her father in a moment of quiet reflection. The black-haired man offers one final look of deep affection before standing up to leave. He places a hand on the door, closing it softly as he finally departs the room. A weary sigh escapes the man as he walks down the hall, reflecting on her sleepiness. Rupert, a man with lavender hair, approaches to report that the young lady is finally asleep. Rupert jokes about her early bedtime being a specialty, but admits that she is very pretty. The black-haired man reacts with immediate irritation, questioning why Rupert would make such a comment. He warns Rupert that his position as a potential escort is exactly the cause of trouble. Rupert defends his hard work, citing the adoption and his efforts to manage roomers and teachers. The black-haired man asks if Rupert is aware of the girl's recent actions and questions. He reveals that Leo asked if Rupert would become her new father, shocking the lavender-haired man. A memory shows Rupert's extreme horror upon hearing the girl's strange deduction about his role. Rupert is completely overwhelmed by shock at the realization of how the young girl perceives him. He panics over her logic, while the black-haired man blames Rupert's constant presence for the confusion. Viscount Rupert Rico screams in frustration as he is burdened with even more administrative duties. Despite his current distress, the Viscount remains a charismatic and vital ally to the dukedom. The lavender-haired man manages the entire north and communicates directly with the black-haired duke. The black-haired man coolly demands his subordinate avoid his office unless there is an emergency. A sudden throb sounds as the lavender-haired man asks when he is actually allowed to visit. The duke lists private lessons, nap time, and bedtime as the only appropriate times for meetings. Overwhelmed by work stress, the lavender-haired man contemplates quitting his demanding position under the duke. He quickly reconsidering after remembering the immense wealth and financial security provided by the Northern Territory. The duke insults his subordinate while receiving the investigative report he ordered regarding recent northern events. Winter snow falls over mountains as the magical hunting season is expected to be particularly extravagant. Investigations reveal that magic and horses have mysteriously vanished from the northern hunting grounds recently. Greedy aristocrats have sparked a dangerous trend by engaging in the illegal trading of magical beasts. Terrifying, multi-eyed creatures lurk in the shadows, representing the new and dark interests of the nobility. Wealthy aristocrats foolishly believe they can tame wild beasts, ignoring the bloody history such ideas create. Violent red streaks punctuate the warning that this dark path is bound to reach a tragic end. Young beasts seem harmless, but their adult forms devastate areas and fuel controversy over their valuable corpses. A soft flap sounds as the black-haired man reviews reports on servants hired by suspicious aristocrats. The duke narrows his eyes, demanding his subordinate name the specific individuals involved in these movements. With a quick nod, the lavender-haired man identifies Count Melioka and Baron Gleiss as key mobilizers. Silhouettes loom as they discuss how the frequency of servant visits to the mansion has become suspicious. The black-haired man remains deep in thought, processing the intelligence regarding the two noble families. He suspects Count Malaika's family, who have suddenly bloomed in status like a fast-growing flower. A nervous gulp sounds as the lavender-haired man acknowledges the significant power of the families involved. The lavender-haired man asks which family they will meet first, and the duke chooses Count Tavanos. The black-haired man stares ahead with a cold, piercing gaze, ready to face the upcoming political challenges. He settles back into his chair, noting that bothersome pests are finally starting to lurk nearby. The Duke takes offense when his subordinate suggests he acted like the monarch of the North previously. He finds the comparison to a monarch a joke, maintaining his stoic demeanor during the late-night briefing. The Duke wonders if the imperial family's concern would be sharper if Leo hadn't been harassed. He acknowledges the emperor's intelligence, suspecting the imperial family is fully aware of the current situation. A devious smile touches the man's face as he plans to make his enemies truly miserable. The lavender-haired man shivers when the Duke notes he is starting to resemble the young lady. The Duke proudly claims his daughter's influence while his subordinate looks on with utter confusion. He places his hand on the desk, ordering his subordinate to keep a close watch on them. The lavender-haired man transitions the report to Viscount Kurata, catching the Duke's attention for a moment. A question mark appears as the subordinate wonders why a seemingly harmless man is being discussed. He mentions that the Viscount's second daughter is notably the same age as the young lady Leo. Narrative bubbles explain that the Viscount couple is beloved by children, and their daughter is very affectionate. The lavender-haired man repeats the girl's age, emphasizing her potential connection to the Duke's young daughter. The black-haired man considers the possibility of his daughter finally finding a friend her own age. The subordinate silently worries if the Duke's child will actually try to make a move first. The sun shines over the massive snow-covered castle as the scene shifts to the bright morning. In a sunlit hallway, the black-haired man speaks with an older maid regarding the morning's new mail. She presents an invitation from Viscount Kurata's wife, requesting the Duke and Leo attend a tea party. Ardia's maid reassures the Duke that such invitations are standard now that he is known to be a parent. The black-haired man holds the letter carefully, contemplating the social obligation and the potential for his daughter. He asks about Leo's current location, and the maid confirms the young girl is in the living room. As they walk, the maid mentions that Ardia wants to discuss the young lady's upcoming lessons later. The Duke instructs her to schedule the meeting regarding the lessons for later in the afternoon. Footsteps sound as the black-haired man walks away, leaving the maid alone in the quiet, bright hallway. The scene shifts to a luxurious living room featuring a plush pink sofa and elegant white pillars. Colorful blocks and a wooden toy giraffe sit in a corner, waiting for the young lady to play. A quiet corner of a child's playroom is filled with colorful toys and a wooden xylophone. Leo, a young girl with dark hair and pigtails, rocks back and forth on a wooden horse. Looking quite serious for her age, the little girl dramatically laments that her life is currently useless. The black-haired man arrives at the doorway, observing his daughter while holding a green envelope. A creak sounds as the Duke watches the girl, his expression unreadable and perhaps a bit tired. A festive illustration depicts the father and daughter as vampires, celebrating a happy, spooky holiday together. A steady, rhythmic rocking sound fills the room as Leo continues her solitary play on the horse. Breaking the silence, the black-haired man calls out to Leo, causing her to stop her play. The young girl turns around with a look of wide-eyed surprise, reacting to her father's sudden presence. Leo leaps from her toy and runs to her father, greeting him with an enthusiastic shout. The girl excitedly asks if he saw her riding the horse and playing with all her toys. Letting out a soft sigh, the black-haired man calmly confirms that he witnessed her playing earlier. A warm fire crackles in the grand hearth, casting a cozy glow over the luxurious living room. The Duke takes a seat on the elegant sofa while Leo approaches him with a quick stride. With a soft flop, the young girl settles herself comfortably onto her father's lap for a trap. The Duke asks about her comfort, and Leo cheerfully confirms she is perfectly settled on his lap. Reaching out, the black-haired man offers Leo the green envelope he was holding earlier. Leo questions if the letter is his, but he explains it is an invitation regarding Viscount Kurata. They discuss the Viscount's daughter, though the Duke tells Leo to stop speaking so maturely. The young girl begins to read the contents of the formal letter her father just handed her. A confused expression crosses Leo's face as she struggles to understand the purpose of the message. The Duke explains the tea party invitation, stating his desire to attend a social event with her. He admits his lingering worry over the distressed state she was in when he last returned home. A haunting memory shows the young girl looking pale and overwhelmed by some past inner turmoil. The Duke insists she learn to be a normal child, while Leo loudly protests his suggestion. He gently advises her that she is still young and shouldn't feel forced to act so mature. Leo is absolutely dumbfounded by her father's logic, considering his words to be complete and total nonsense. Growling with inner frustration, the girl desperately tries to remind herself that violence is never the solution. Leo argues that her preference for solitude and books is simply a reflection of her mature nature. The Duke remains firm in his decision, insisting they will attend the party despite her vocal objections. As he pats her head, Leo senses a shift in the atmosphere, feeling a weight of sentimentality. He encourages her to find friends her own age, but she mentions her past companions at the orphanage. Memories of the orphanage surface, showing Leo greeting and caring for the other children with a smile. She recalls her time as a protector, comforting those who cried and guiding the younger kids. A vision of her former self shows a bright, happy girl who found joy in helping others. The Duke reflects with regret, wishing he had paid more attention so she wouldn't have suffered alone. He points out that those children weren't true friends, but rather dependents under her guardian-like care. The black-haired man gazes at his daughter with a look of deep, serious contemplation and concern. He softly calls her name, drawing her full attention as he prepares to speak from the heart. Surrounded by lilies, the Duke tenderly declares to his daughter that she is his only true family. Leo stares up at her father, her eyes widening as his sincere words sink into her heart. He promises not to rush her growth, leading Leo to wonder if he is trying to start a fight. Frustrated, the girl realizes her father sees through her act and hates being treated like a mere child. The black-haired man emphasizes that her personal desires and happiness are of the utmost significance to him. Leo looks on in stunned silence, clearly moved by the depth of her father's unexpected emotional honesty. Overwhelmed by the situation, the young girl buries her face in her hands and lets out a muffled scream. Leo suddenly shouts her agreement to attend, realizing the tea party is a small price for his affection. The scene shifts to a snow-covered mansion nestled among the cold, dark mountains under a crescent moon. An older man with a mustache and glasses discusses the Duke's invitation with a woman at night. He expresses his deep concern and doubt about whether a high-ranking Duke would actually attend their gathering. Viscount Kurata tells his wife he'd be glad if the Duke used the invite as firewood to avoid a waste. He reassures her that the Duke requested the invitation and asks about her meeting with Duke Bolioti's daughter. With a warm smile, the man with the mustache notes that the young girl is such an adorable little girl. He says talking to her felt like meeting an old person, making his wife gasp and shout, "Oh my gosh!" The Viscountess wonders if the Duke had Flo in mind after their meeting in the plaza, looking thoughtful. As Flo sleeps, her mother worries that the child lacks the initiative to lead others despite being a good kid. Her husband asks if that's what she's worried about, noting she is the daughter of Duke Bolioti after all. The man asks where title and status fit into friendship, gently accusing his wife of being naive again. He suggests they head to bed as a candle is held up against the dark window to end the night. Carrying the lit candle, the Viscountess tells her husband that, honestly, she shouldn't concern herself with such matters. Looking grave, he warns her that she doesn't know what the Duke is really like, causing her to gasp. A red-caped figure stands before a dark beast as he asks why else the Duke is called the Black Beast. A young boy in a tuxedo is frozen in terror as a deep, dramatic sound resonates through the room. With a sudden, heavy collapse, the terrified boy falls to his knees while a blonde girl looks on, stunned. A soft drop sounds as a blonde girl releases her doll, standing paralyzed with fear alongside the other children. Two heavy, rhythmic beats accompany a close-up of Duke Bolioti's cold and incredibly intense eyes. Dressed formally, the Duke stands tall as a maid offers to take his coat while Leo waits nearby. A high-pitched scream echoes through the winter air as the blonde girl reacts to the Duke's formidable presence. The play area remains deserted as toys lay scattered on the rug, leaving the Duke and Leo in silence. The lavender-haired man wonders if all the children really just cried and ran away from the Duke's sight. A quick, muffled sound escapes Leo as she covers her mouth to hide her amusement at the situation. Leo laughs, teasing her father for making everyone flee, while he asks if she is enjoying his misery. With a devious cackle, Leo decides attending was worthwhile, since she won't be the only one suffering anymore. Looking down at his mischievous daughter, the dark-haired Duke mutters that she is truly an ungrateful brat. Viscountess Kurata curtsies deeply, welcoming the powerful Duke Bolioti, the Lord of the North, to her estate. With a polite smile, the brown-haired woman apologizes for what she considers to be her estate's humble appearance. The Duke dismisses her apology, expressing gratitude to her husband instead, as she mentions their prior meeting. The Viscountess apologizes for the earlier trouble, noting the children are simply too young to know any better. Placing a hand on the girl's shoulder, the Duke formally introduces Leo as his daughter to the Viscountess. Bowing gracefully, Leonia introduces herself and thanks the hostess for the tea party invitation. The Viscountess is visibly impressed, responding with surprise at the young girl's remarkably polished and mature social etiquette. Surrounded by lilies, she expresses her honor and hosting and hopes they enjoy their stay at the estate. The Viscountess curtsies to the noble pair as they stand poised and elegant within the bright, decorated hall. A bright smile lights up Leo's face as she cheekily thinks to herself that they are perfectly matched. The brown-haired woman points out the play area filled with toys and blocks for the children to enjoy. She explains that parents can sit at the tables to drink tea while keeping a close eye on them. She explains they host gatherings often and have prepared a special activity where the kids can ride reindeers. The Duke's expression darkens as he asks about safety, and she explains the rules children must follow. Feeling the Duke's intense pressure, the Viscountess smiles nervously until he decides the reindeer activity is fine. With a quick sprint, Leo moves toward the tables while her father prepares for the tea party. The dark-haired Duke tells Leo she should go and play with the other children instead of staying near him. Leo protests with an exaggerated whine, begging her father to let her stay and drink tea with him. The lavender-haired subordinate watches as Leo clings to the Duke's cloak, desperately pleading with her father to stay. Leo shouts that she is turning 20 soon, but the Duke dismisses her as being at a hopeful age. Angry growls and screams of frustration fill the air as Leo's internal temper flares up during the event. A sudden, sharp startle causes the guests to jump, while someone thinks that a Boliote will always be themselves. The Duke hands a bag of candy to Leo, telling her to stop being silly and share them. He orders her to stop glaring and try to make at least one friend today as she looks annoyed. With a long sigh, Leo looks completely annoyed as she wonders what she could possibly play with these children. The black-haired Duke sips his tea with a cold, composed expression while observing the event. From a distance, Flo watches the young girl in the green dress explore the play area. A soft gulp sounds as the brown-haired girl looks visibly intimidated by the newcomer's presence. Her brother claims that as the daughter of the Black Beast, she must be a beast too. With a startled cry, Flo reacts in fear as her brother continues his malicious teasing. Trembling with anxiety, the young girl desperately tries to deny the frightening story she was told. The boy asks if she heard about Countess Tedros, while Flo replies that she was Matt. A sharp stab resonates as he hears Duke Boliote drove the Countess deranged with his fangs. Flo asks if she really became deranged, but her brother insists he is only telling the truth. The boy taunts that the newcomer will eat her alive, making the terrified girl scream in terror. A loud, sorrowful wail escapes the young girl as she collapses into a fit of fearful tears. Viscount Karada scolds the boy for harassing Flo again as a loud wail fills the room. In the privacy of her bedroom, the girl continues to sob while her father watches with concern. A gentle pat lands on her head as her father softly calls her name to provide comfort. Wiping a tear, the man reassures Flo that she isn't forced to befriend the Duke's daughter. The mustached man gazes tenderly at his daughter as she listens to his supportive words. The man promises his daughter that it is perfectly fine if she doesn't want to interact. A bright light surrounds the pair as Flo clenches her fist, finding a new sense of resolve. Flo notes her brother was crying when he ran, but she is braver and can do this. Shifting back to the party, the young girl in the green dress suddenly calls out to Flo. With a sudden turn, the black-haired girl reveals a focused and serious expression to the other children. The Duke remains seated at the tea table, his sharp eyes fixed on his daughter's every move. He silently vows to witness her make a friend, while Leo grumbles and a soft rustle sounds. With a soft unwrap, the girl grumbles about the situation while preparing to open a sweet treat. Leo looks incredibly annoyed as she decides she definitely needs a drink to handle this social chore. She reflects that orphanage kids were easier to manage than peers who require formal treatment due to rank. A small sound escapes the girl as she hesitates, staring at the floor before making her move. Leo shouts a greeting again, causing the brown-haired girl to jump as she is approached directly. Putting on a happy face, Leo greets a nervous Flo, who looks overwhelmed by the sudden attention. Leo joyfully grabs Flo's hands, exclaiming that she has been looking for her throughout the entire party. She cheerfully asks if it has been long since their last meeting and wonders if Flo grew taller. Leo notices the awkwardness and laughs, wondering if their current posture is making her new companion uncomfortable. Stunned, Flo realizes that the Duke's daughter was actually the one who decided to approach her first. The brown-haired girl is left wide-eyed and speechless as she stares at the smiling girl before her. With a polite smile, Leo thanks her hostess for the invitation and the opportunity to attend. Flo explains the available refreshments and mentions they will later get to play around with some reindeers. Leo excitedly mentions Rudolph, though a confused Flo has no idea who that specific reindeer could be. Leo explains he is a red-nosed reindeer, while Flo notes their noses only redden on colder days. A look of surprise crosses Leo's face as she questions if what the girl said is true. Flo explains that when parasite eggs hatch in summer, insects come out of a reindeer's nose. A soft sound of shock escapes Leo as she stands frozen, processed by the disturbing animal trivia. Flo observes that Leo seems to know a lot about reindeers, while Leo remains in stunned silence. Surrounded by yellow roses, the brown-haired girl beams and loudly declares her deep love for reindeers. Leo thinks to herself that despite the odd start, things are going much better than she expected. Flo adds that reindeer eyes change color every season as the other children watch from a distance. Flo mentions her grandfather once castrated a reindeer, causing a sharp, shocked cry from the young girl. Flo explains he burned it alive, prompting Leo to desperately beg her to stop talking immediately. Trapped in a state of shock, Leo realizes she definitely doesn't want to hear anything else. Leo tries to change the subject, offering her candies and suggesting they eat their treats together. A chorus of amazed sounds echoes as the other children watch Leo successfully mingle with their hostess. A close-up reveals the Duke's piercing gaze as he observes the lively party. The Duke asks Sir Gable how Leo appears while the lavender-haired knight stands at attention. From a distance, a group of children chatters while someone notes Leo seems like a good kid. Surrounded by her new acquaintances, Leo beams with a bright and joyful expression. A subtle glance follows the Duke as he takes a composed sip of his tea. Standing amidst her peers, a bold message declares that the young girl is simply too small. Leah laughs heartily, even though she hasn't grown an inch despite being well-fed. A sharp clack sounds as the porcelain teacup is placed firmly back onto its matching saucer. Rhythmic, heavy steps echo across the polished wooden floor as a newcomer approaches the table. Dressed in an ornate blue coat, a man places a steady hand over his chest. A focused view highlights the mustached chin of the distinguished man arriving at the gathering. Sir Gable's eyes narrow with suspicion as he maintains a protective watch over his lord. Gable addresses his master with a respectful bow, but the Duke's attention remains fixed forward. With a cold and dismissive expression, the Duke curtly orders his subordinate to leave his side. A soft shift accompanies Gable's departure while the Duke remains seated by the window. Marquis Rand Pardis is formally introduced, standing tall in his intricately decorated noble attire. Shadows dance across Gable's face as he continues to monitor the situation from the sidelines. The Duke acknowledges the Marquis, whose presence looms over the table with a formal air. Seated at a round table, the two powerful men begin their conversation while a maid waits. They discuss their previous meeting at the Imperial Palace beneath the warm glow of a chandelier. Marquis Pardis laughs boisterously, expressing how much he enjoys their frequent and spirited conversations. Leo pauses mid-play as laughter rings out, her curiosity piqued by the exchange at the table. The grand hall is filled with light as the maid serves the two nobles during their meeting. Leo wonders about the man's identity, staring intently at the silver-haired Marquis from afar. Leo squints in deep thought, trying to recall if this man appeared in the original novel. A young boy suddenly explains that the man is his grandfather, startling the observant young girl. The blue-haired boy smiles gently at Leo, who reacts with a look of wide-eyed surprise. With a proud smile, the boy identifies the man as Marquis Pardis against a floral background. Leo is left in a state of comical shock as she processes this new family connection. The scene transitions smoothly as the day's events continue to unfold within the busy estate. A tattered map reveals the ancient division of the continent into 5 distinct, powerful regions. A golden crest shines as a ruler embarks on a quest to unify the vast kingdom. While others join the central kingdom, the defiant North refused to bend to the crown's will. Rich in minerals and vast lands, the Northern Territory became a highly coveted prize for the Empire. The North possessed power enough to devour other regions, but a smooth resolution was eventually reached. A glowing hand reaches out from the darkness, symbolizing the North initiating the diplomatic peace. The treaty guaranteed Northern autonomy and strictly prohibited marriage between the two royal lineages. A majestic golden eagle crest marks the official founding of the modern-day Melios Empire. Returning to the present, Marquis Pardis mentions his eldest grandson is turning 8 this year. The Duke notes the Marquis's obvious affection for his grandson while maintaining a calm demeanor. A soft stir sounds as the Duke remains uninterested while the Marquis praises his adorable grandchild. A heavy aura of menace hangs over the tea table, felt by everyone else in the room. The Viscountess trembles with anxiety, sensing the intense and threatening pressure radiating from the noble pair. Turning pale with fear, the woman weeps silently while the Duke remains completely unbothered. The Duke calls out to Leo as she approaches the table dressed in her ruffled gown. Leo announces she's going to play with reindeers and her father tells her to share candies. Trapped in a reindeer-filled daze, Leah thinks she won't be able to eat anything for hours. Leo desperately tries to forget the horrifying animal facts Flo shared while the Marquis watches her. The Marquis identifies Leo as the rumored daughter, his gaze fixed on the young girl. A dark shadow falls over the Duke's face as he repeats the word rumored with chilling intensity. The silver-haired Marquis apologizes for his rudeness before politely greeting the young girl with a smile. Staring up in silence, the black-haired girl observes the distinguished man with a neutral, steady expression. Formally introducing herself, Leonia Boliotti identifies herself as the Duke's daughter. A dark aura surrounds the man as a bitter reflection labels him an awful grandfather. While the Marquise praises her cuteness, the girl argues she has more muscle than her father's arms. The Duke instructs his daughter to take the lavender-haired knight outside to see the animals. Surrounded by falling petals, Sir Gable carries the young lady through the grand estate's lush garden. Narrative questions ask if she enjoyed her time while she reflects on the many things she learned. From her knight's arms, the girl watches the two powerful nobles continue their seated, formal discussion. With a mischievous grin, the girl asks if anyone knows why reindeer possess such red noses. A soft, secretive whispering fills the air against a playful background of white rabbits and fresh carrots. As the men agree to move outside, a pained groan escapes while a devious chuckle rings out. The trio of adults walks down the hallway together, leaving the girl with her protective guard. Clinging to Sir Gable's shoulder, the black-haired girl shoots a sharp and suspicious glance backward. Ancient records identify the Pardis as former imperial spies who once served as the emperor's devoted allies. Seeing the overwhelming power of the Bulioti, the spies quickly switched their loyalty to the north. A large reindeer gazes intently, its focused eyes meeting those of the curious, approaching children. Excited cheers and amazed gasps erupt as a group of children gathers near the large reindeer. Flo watches as the girl reflects on the Marquise's amazing longevity as a successful and uncaught spy. A soft, investigative hum sounds as the girl decides the sly old man is quite creepy. A weary sigh suggests someone can never catch a break under the bright winter sun. The Duke maintains that his heavy responsibilities in the north prevent him from lazing away. With a polite laugh, the Marquis finds the Duke's constant busyness to be quite terrific. The Marquis suggests the Duke take a break or return to the capital, prompting a sharp retort. The Duke expresses his desire to remain in the north forever, citing mutual benefits for everyone involved. The Marquis notes their family's high status in the north while taking a calm sip of tea. The Marquis mentions visiting with his grandchildren, prompting the Duke to call his attitude annoyingly inspiring. Hearty laughter booms across the landscape as the Marquis jokes about being an obtrusive subject. A soft metallic clink sounds as he sets down his cup, wondering about his son's welfare. The Duke asks for clarification while the Marquis explains he just worries about his son overworking himself. A cold expression settles on the Duke's face as he finds the man's words quite amusing. The Duke mocks the Marquis for raising his son too delicately given the massive workload ahead. The Duke boasts of his superior salary while the Marquis wonders why his son chose this path. A light, rhythmic scratching sound follows as the boy ponders paperwork under floating question marks. A delicate teacup is placed down as a young man requests to work as the Duke's secretary. The Marquis scolds his son for seeking work immediately after returning from his prestigious academy studies. The silver-haired young man smiles, arguing for the efficiency of discussing his career plans as soon as possible. He announces his plan to leave immediately for the Duke's estate, leaving his father feeling quite exasperated. The Marquis asks his son if he understands why their family originally migrated to the northern regions. As a Pardis family member, the young man declares his ambition to settle for only the best. A tense silence follows as the older man stares at his son's focused and intense face. The Marquis expresses his amazement at his son's ambition, while the young man thanks him politely. Noticing his intense preparation, the father concludes that his son has already devised a complete plan. The young man confidently predicts the emperor will dismiss his bold actions as a youth's simple folly. The black-haired girl thinks to herself that Loop is clearly an extraordinary and dangerous individual. Clad in a dark winter cloak, the young girl stands firm amidst the snowy garden scenery. A sudden, bright exclamation rings out as the brown-haired girl in the floral dress approaches. Flo asks if her companion feels uncomfortable, but the girl reassures her that everything is perfectly fine. Flo invites her friend to see the reindeer together, and the black-haired girl agrees to join her. Flo warns of painful parasite infections, but the other girl promises these specific reindeer are perfectly healthy. Leo asks Flo a question while mentally noting her new friend's extreme innocence. The girl teases her companion, who appears quite startled by the mention of parasites. Instructional graphics explain the process of saddling the reindeer for a young miter. Further instructions recommend staying near the enclosure fence with an adult guide present. Other children scream with mixed fear and excitement about the animal's thick winter coat. A stable worker politely informs the young noble lady that her turn has arrived. The black-haired girl is carefully lifted onto the broad back of the large reindeer. Amidst a burst of floral effects, the girl settles onto her mount with wonder. Brushing the reindeer's fur, she finds the creature to be unexpectedly gentle and cute. The girl's focus shifts to the animal's muscles, wondering aloud if it is edible. A rhythmic clip sounds as she continues her ride through the snowy training grounds. A cheerful floral collage captures the group's lighthearted and happy mood in the garden. The Duke and Marquis walk through the snow with the blue-haired boy between them. Hearing a sudden call, the black-haired man stops and turns to face his daughter. The young girl leaps into her father's arms as he catches her muddies. A soft giggle sounds while the man holds his daughter securely against his cloak. The Duke notes her reindeer scent while she explains that Tutu was very affectionate. He questions her obsession with muscles after she remarks that the reindeer looked meaty. Looking quite annoyed, the father asks why she cannot simply view the animal normally. They remain together in the snowy courtyard, silhouetted against the bright afternoon sun. The Duke assigns his daughter a book report, resulting in a loud, disgruntled protest. Watching the scene, the Marquis reflects on how much the girl resembles her father. She yells that she hates fairy tales and prefers writing about books she actually likes. They argue about maturity, with the girl claiming to be an adult in spirit. Silencing her protest, the Duke playfully feeds her a candy while acknowledging her age. A soft chewing sound follows as the girl focuses on her snack with annoyance. After learning of her new friend, the Duke identifies Flo as Count Karada's daughter. The Duke questions her odd way of speaking while she praises her new companion. Hearing his confirmation, the girl asks if he is finally giving her a compliment. Both agree that the Count's daughter is a good, albeit somewhat simple-minded, young child. The girl reacts with suspicion to her father's uncharacteristically gentle tone regarding her friend. The group shifts their position, continuing their stroll through the expansive and snowy estate. The silver-haired Marquis stands behind his grandson, who peeks out with a shy expression. With a skeptical look, the girl compares the formal atmosphere to a popular television show. A sparkling view highlights the boy's striking blue eyes as he observes the young lady. Walking together, the girl mentions her full stomach while the Duke praises the boy. A soft step sounds as the Marquis laughs and declares that everyone is friends. The Duke labels her curiosity useless, but she insists that her questions are quite important. Peeking over her father's arm, the girl remains determined to learn about their private talk. A glowing book appears as she ponders her current position within the original novel's plot. Records reveal that the Marquise serves as a primary source of information for the family. Believing in her father's overwhelming power, the girl decides not to worry about the future. She recalls that the main story begins at the first prince's 16th birthday banquet. A sudden gasp of realization escapes as she formulates a plan to verify the year. She decides to hide her true intentions behind the innocent curiosity of a 7-year-old. Calling out to her father repeatedly, the girl prepares to ask her most important question. With a direct and steady gaze, she asks her father to reveal his current age. The Duke finds the question early, but the girl insists she needs the answer now. A shock like lightning strikes as the Duke reveals he is only 27 years old. A massive exclamation of absolute shock and disbelief fills the screen following his surprising answer. Her world seems to shatter with the sudden, overwhelming revelation of her father's young age. A massive scream of disbelief echoes through the estate, startling the staff with its intensity. Clinging to his face, the girl hysterically demands to know if her father is being serious. He questions if all her lunch went straight to her vocal cords. The Duke is amused by her shock, while she flails frantically, admitting she thought he was much older. The sheer force of her disbelief leaves the two powerful men momentarily stunned and completely speechless. The girl rants internally about his mature behavior, while the Marquis struggles to hide his laughter. A maid silently pleads for the girl to stop talking. The Marquise is overwhelmed by the girl's bluntness, while the Duke remains stoically silent during her outburst. Holding her bruised forehead, the young girl urgently calls out for someone she calls Granny Cara. A bespectacled woman reacts with genuine alarm at the sight of the child's newly injured face. As the woman investigates the injury, a soft whine follows as the girl tearfully accuses her father. Without an ounce of regret, the Duke confirms the deed and claims she earned the punishment. The girl protests the use of force, but the Duke retorts by questioning her lack of restraint. She argues that her behavior is nothing new, but her father insists on better situational decorum. Softening his tone, the man lifts his daughter and places a gentle kiss on her injury. Settling into the parlor, he asks about her pain while she gives a muffled affirmative response. He dismisses her dramatics as he prepares medicine, prompting a disgruntled thought from the young girl. A rhythmic dab sounds as the girl embellishes her suffering while her father carefully applies some ointment. A quiet moment of contemplation passes as the Duke focuses on tending to his daughter's injury. The red bruise remains visible as the ointment is gently applied with a small cotton swab. She remains visibly disgruntled while her father methodically continues his medical task in the quiet room. The man's expression remains unreadable and calm as he finishes treating his daughter's minor forehead wound. He questions her lack of comforting words before a pungent medicinal odor makes her recoil and flinch. A rare, subtle smirk plays on the man's lips as he watches his daughter's dramatic reaction. The pair bickers playfully about her overreaction to the ointment while the domestic staff watches nearby. The attendants observe the scene, commenting on the surprisingly sweet interaction between the father and daughter. Surrounded by a floral atmosphere, the two share a peaceful moment of rest on the sofa. The young lady leans comfortably against her father's side, finding a moment of quiet contentment together. Her thoughts return to the shocking revelation of her father being only 27 years old. He teases her about her age-guessing skills, but she quickly pivots to complimenting his handsome looks. She showers him with flattery, predicting his future beauty and her own eventual resemblance to his coolness. Despite her enthusiastic and loud praise, the man remains stoic, staring ahead with a silent gaze. Amidst the backdrop of roses, the father gently places a sweet treat into her open mouth. A soft chewing sound follows as the girl enjoys her snack while leaning against her father. A sudden realization catches the young lady's attention, causing her to look up with a start. Standing on the couch, the girl demands answers about her biological mother, catching her father off guard. With intense curiosity, she asks about her mother's age at the time she originally ran away. The mention of the past brings a solemn and heavy silence to the man's handsome face. An awkward and tense stillness settles over the room as the father considers his daughter's difficult question. With a reluctant sigh, the Duke finally reveals that her biological mother was only 16 years old. The girl mentally calculates the timeline, realizing her mother was a teenager when she became pregnant. The weight of this new information casts a dark and somber shadow over the young girl. She asks about her mother's personality, and her father confirms her ambitious nature with a heavy sigh. An overwhelming and powerful energy emanates from the man as he declares his own fierce ambition. Before she can finish her thought, he delivers a blunt and stern warning about her future. He expresses his frustration and inability to fathom such a tragic fate for his own young daughter. A decorative interlude suggests that life's deeper meaning is currently being weighed and considered by all. Determined to find real answers, the girl puts away her fairy tale books to focus on reality. The shocking news about her biological mother's youth continues to weigh heavily on her young mind. A cheerful invitation to lunch momentarily breaks the girl's somber mood as she prepares to leave. The pair walks down the sunlit hallway together, leaving the heavy conversation behind for the time being. Leonia stands poised, her dark hair adorned with bright red bows as she enters the room. Arriving at the grand dining hall, the young girl spots her father waiting for her. A heartwarming thought of her father crosses her mind as she prepares to greet him joyfully. Leonia excitedly hugs Filio, who playfully scolds her running while she expresses concern for his workload. Enraged by his exhaustion, Leonia demands to know who overworked him, prompting Filio's amused fighting offer. A rapid series of punch sounds ring out as the girl shadowboxes, promising to beat everyone. Filio tilts his head with a gentle, appreciative smile, clearly touched by his daughter's fierce loyalty. A lavish feast of roasted meats and savory sides sits ready on the polished wooden table. From a high perspective, Filio dotes on Leonia by personally feeding her a delicious bite. An ah sound escapes Filio as he pauses mid-meal, preparing to share some news. Filio informs Leonia about a new tutor's arrival, sparking the young girl's immediate curiosity and concern. Looking skeptical, Leonia makes it clear she prefers a tutor without any romantic history with him. Filio reassures his daughter while tenderly wiping her face, dismissing her worries about the tutor's background. Filio identifies the new arrival as Hero Bosgruni, leading Leonia to question Ardia's noble status. Against a playful bear-patterned backdrop, they discuss the complex lineage and leadership of the Bosgruni family. A sharp ting sounds as Leonia experiences déjà vu and worries about her next etiquette teacher. An announcement page requests various volunteers to join the Scanlation team's growing community on Discord. The vibrant red title card introduces the story as I became the male lead's adopted daughter. A portrait reveals Countess Bosgruni as Filio explains why she assumed leadership after her husband's departure. Leonia adopts an incredibly serious expression, her dark eyes narrowing as she processes the family's history. Chaos erupts as Countess Bosgruni furiously confronts a pleading Ardia about his sudden, unwanted return. Trapped between the arguing couple, a deadpan Leonia watches the dramatic and loud family reunion unfold. Leonia questions why her etiquette teachers are always hostile while the couple continues their violent bickering. Terrified, Ardia begs for mercy while trying to avoid the wrath of his very angry wife. With eyes burning with rage, the Countess screams for Ardea to submit to her authority. A sudden scream sounds as Leonia walks away while the Countess continues her violent pursuit. The quiet hallway stands empty, a stark contrast to the loud argument happening just around the corner. A loud exclamation sounds as Leonia's attention is caught by an escort calling out for her. A gray-haired knight in silver and black armor rushes toward Leonia with a worried expression. Dame Levipath Malaise introduces herself as today's escort and asks if the young lady is unharmed. Looking up at her guard, Leonia confirms her identity and acknowledges Malaise's presence with calm grace. Malaise expresses shock at the North's definition of etiquette, which Leonia quickly and firmly clarifies. Sweating nervously, Malaise tries to argue that the North is actually more refined than other regions. Narrative text recalls Serena Mulioka, Leonia's first etiquette teacher, alongside a small cartoon of her. A serious mood settles over Leonia as she reflects on the troubles with her current teacher. Malise suggests Northerners are simply bolder, though Leonia remains skeptical of that simple explanation. A deep, synchronized sigh sounds as the two stand together in the brightly lit hallway. Malise maintains that the North considers etiquette a vital virtue despite the chaos they just witnessed. A sudden ack sounds in a flashback as onlookers are enchanted by the Countess's graceful etiquette. A sudden, loud crash sounds as Ardia's panic screams echo through the manor walls. A tired sigh sounds as Leonia worries about property damage and agrees to move rooms. Walking down the hall, Leonia wonders if her father brings such people as cautionary life lessons. Spotting a familiar figure, Leonia wonders if she has just seen the manor's head maid, Kara. Leonia calls out to Granny Kara, who turns toward her with a look of surprise and recognition. A man with a gray mustache and piercing blue eyes addresses Leonia with a formal greeting. Bowing politely, Hyro Bosgruni claims he accidentally encountered Leonia while searching for the Duke's office. Leonia unimpressedly points out he is on the wrong floor, causing Hyro to blame his old age. Hyro bids her farewell while shooting a sharp, lingering glance back toward the young girl. Suddenly acting helpless, Hyro shamelessly asks Leonia for directions, earning a skeptical reaction from the girl.
Leonia glares at the man, her intuition signaling that he is being far from truthful.
Walking together, Leonia notices the Marquis using the formal title of Duke for her father. Records reveal the Marquis has long served the family, but only a few people know the truth. He reflects on the necessity of wearing a mask to become the shadow of the powerful family. He maintains a strict public persona for the Imperial faction while using more polite speech in private. Leonia's focus shifts to the small paper bag the silver-haired man carries at his side. A sudden, bright sparkle sounds as she recognizes the logo of her favorite cream puff bakery. Identifying the fluffy cloud cream puffs, she asks the Marquis if he actually knows about them. Turning away, the young girl explains that her father once bought the delicious treats for her. He notes the Duke's affection while the girl pouts, reminding him that she is his daughter. The Marquis studies the young girl's face with a look of intense and growing curiosity. A shadow falls over his face as he asks if she truly is the Duke's biological child. Maintaining a calm expression, Leonia simply asks what else her identity could possibly be. Laughing, the Marquis praises her maturity while she insists she is only slightly smarter than her peers. He contemplates her unusual nature, finding her behavior more akin to an adult than a young child. She compares him to a grandfather, a role he accepts as a man with 3 grandchildren himself. Silence follows as a silver-haired man in glasses observes the pair from the hallway. Appearing deeply unsettled, Rupert internally declares that a boundary has just been crossed during their talk. A rhythmic knock sounds as Linnea approaches a set of large doors with the Duke following. Rupert opens the door and questions her absence from class, but she reports her teachers are fighting. A heavy sigh sounds as the spectacled man considers the news of the teacher conflict. She describes a chaotic scene of flying chairs and teacups, leaving Rupert completely stunned. Rupert questions the Marquise's presence and weight loss, wondering if he is neglecting his own health. The Duke jokes about his own hunger while the men bicker about the house's meal schedule. Glaring with annoyance, Leonia identifies her father as the true source of her problems. Looming over her, the black-haired man asks about her lessons amidst a backdrop of elegant roses. The Marquis notes his tardiness, but the Duke argues that he has actually arrived ahead of schedule. Carrying his daughter, the Duke instructs her to wait inside as she clutches her bag of treats. Realizing the cream puffs are missing, the Marquis looks at his empty hand with shock and confusion. The father walks down the sunlit corridor with his daughter, leaving the other men behind. Rupert turns his attention toward his father, waiting for him to speak in the hallway. Looking troubled, the Marquis wonders aloud if the young girl is truly the Duke's biological daughter. Rupert remains silent, watching his father with a look of intense and focused concentration. He admits his uncertainty, noting his inability to control the Duke's past actions or personal choices. A moment of shocked silence passes over the Marquis following his son's blunt response. He teases Rupert about being a skilled liar before they continue their private conversation behind closed doors. A sharp tap sounds as a hand rests on a decorative box during the serious conversation. Surrounded by blossoms, the Marquis wears a somber expression while reflecting on family secrets. Rupert questions his father's cryptic words, sensing that the Marquis knows more than he is letting on. A soft pouring sound follows as hot tea is served during the increasingly tense meeting. Rupert suggests the girl may be the child of a relative who supposedly died long ago. A look of deep concern crosses Rupert's face as he considers his father's theory. They recall a tragic escape in heavy rain where a carriage was lost to a swollen river. The wreckage of the wagon remains in the water, a reminder of bodies never recovered. A quiet sipping sound follows as the Marquis contemplates survival and the possibility of hidden heirs. He admits that if the pair survived the tragedy, having a child would not be impossible. Rupert listens with a stunned expression as the Marquis continues to drink in silence. Another quiet sip sounds as the Marquis weighs the evidence of his secret theory. A festive illustration shows the Duke and Leonia sharing a happy and warm holiday moment. The title card confirms the story's name against a snowy and holiday-themed background. With a confident air, the Marquise gestures toward Rupert while the younger man looks away with a pout. Peering into his tea, the silver-haired man admits that the current situation finally makes sense to him. He recalls Regina as a bright person, noting the Duke's inexplicable and deep-seated dislike for her nature. He reflects on how his own father was among the few people who harbored a dislike for Regina. Rupert asks about her life and eventual death, but the Marquis shuts the topic down with a firm rejection. Seated in the sunlit room, the Marquis vows he would never betray the hand that currently feeds him. His thoughts drift to the young lady of Buglioti, finding her personality even more interesting than her appearance. A sharp clack sounds as he sets his cup down, preferring her current status as the Duke's daughter. The large doors swing open as the Duke returns, startling the men who were deep in private conversation. A sudden stand follows as the Marquis rises quickly to greet the black-haired man's unexpected entrance. The Duke looms in the doorway while the Marquis looks visibly shaken by the man's presence in the room. The Duke mentions his delivery of cream puffs, but Rupert bluntly tells him to stop pretending he cares. Settling into a chair, the Duke dismissively suggests that the men should never show their faces here again. Rupert asks for his requested items while the Marquis feels ignored by the cold interaction between the two. A soft sound follows as a decorative box is opened to reveal a hidden game board. Examining a red crystal piece, the Duke admits a cold and dark desire to simply break the delicate object. They discuss the high value of the jewels, which once belonged to the late Duchess of Buglioti. 3 animal-shaped crystal pieces represent families entangled in the illegal monster trade, including the ringleader Tabanis. Records identify Count Meliaka as an imperial faction member who recently migrated to the region from the south. Baroness Gliss is identified as a new noble acting as a helper in the elaborate illegal scheme. Wizards are used to breed monsters, with newborns extracted and sent through secret routes to the capital. The Duke repeats the location with a somber tone, considering the weight and implications of the news. Snow falls over a mountain range that makes large cargo transport nearly impossible for the conspirators.
Focusing intensely, the Duke realizes a specific western route must be the one currently being used for transport.
The Marquise confirms the route's destination leads directly to the influence of the Empress's mother, Marquise Hesperi. He leans back, realizing the conspirators intend to drag the entire North into their illegal and messy affairs. Both Rupert and the Duke express their exhaustion, prompting the Marquis to demand their full and immediate focus. For 3 years, many nobles from across the regions have been forced to reside within the capital. The struggle involves the Crown Prince appointing a new governor despite the Crown Princess still being alive. Cowardice among the observing nobles has only served to strengthen the positions of those currently in power. A rare smirk appears on the Duke's face as he reflects on the shameful 3 years of political maneuvering. He inquires about Perry, learning the man's eldest son is now the one managing the illegal trading business. The Duke remains certain of government involvement, doubting that the officials will ever truly give up their plans. Looking ahead, he considers the high probability that many others are deeply involved in this complex plot. The Marquise holds a golden bird crystal, acknowledging the Duke's sharp and accurate expectations of the situation. The conversation shifts to the imperial family's potential role, highlighted by their elaborate and golden family crest. A festive New Year's illustration shows the Duke and Leonia celebrating together in matching tiger-themed onesies. The imperial family's connection is reiterated amidst symbolic crystal figures and an ornate red and gold crest. The Duke ponders the existence of concrete evidence linking the imperial court to the illegal monster trade. A move sounds as a piece is played while they discuss a guarded warehouse situated at the border. A look of grim focus crosses the Marquise's face as he reports the sighting of an imperial knight. Shadow masks the Duke's face as he grips a crystal piece, processing the damning evidence against the throne. A heavy silence fills the room as the Duke commands his associate to continue with the detailed report. The informant is certain of the knight's identity, having seen the man frequently during visits to the capital. Details emerge about the knight's habits and appearance, confirming his identity despite his unusual role as a guard. Given the source's credibility, the Marquis explains why he chose to investigate the suspicious warehouse matter further. A sharp clench sounds as the Marquis confirms the man is indeed a member of the Imperial Knights. A heavy crush sounds as the Duke shatters a crystal piece, his eyes glowing with dangerous and lethal intent. The broken piece rolls and crumbles, reflecting the Duke's cold and growing fury at the revealed betrayal. A slight shift sounds as the Marquis anticipates the inevitable bloodshed the Duke's power will soon cause. A weary sigh sounds as the Duke instructs Rupert to have Count Rene visit. The Duke vows to eliminate those trespassing in his territory after being complacent too long. The pair shares a festive moment as the Duke wears a small pink bow. Rising from his seat, the Duke informs the Marquis he has one more matter. A sudden throw sounds as the Duke tosses a crystal cat to the startled Marquis. He commands word be sent to the Ordio family regarding the crystal leopard piece. A gentle brush sounds as a hand combs through long, dark hair. Connie notes the young lady's recent and frequent interest in styling her long hair. Looking into the mirror, Leonia happily thanks Connie for her excellent work on her hair. A rhythmic knock-knock sounds as the maid asks if she is ready to go. Voices warn the young lady to be careful and avoid getting hurt during her training. Jumping with energy, Leonia vows to hit her father back if she gets injured today. The young girl maintains a look of steady focus before heading out for the day. A dense field of dots creates a simple transition between the morning and training. The Duke and his daughter sit together for a snack of cookies and tea. The Duke explains she must learn control and undergo training, much to her vocal dismay. He emphasizes that as his future successor, she must start learning these vital lessons now. Wide-eyed and curious, Leonia asks her father if he truly intends to make her heir. He admits he decided to make her his heir the day he adopted her. He offers to reconsider if she refuses, noting he has no immediate plans for marriage. The Duke confirms that regardless of circumstances, she is first in line for the title. Melise watches the young girl pass by while a melodic humming sound fills the air. Leonia excitedly asks the silver-haired knight if she is ready for the upcoming training session. She asks about her father, but Melesse reports she hasn't seen him recently either. A low gasp sounds as Leonia wonders if her father is meeting with Sir Mono. The young girl stops as she spots the Duke standing alone in the grand hallway. Seeing her father in training attire, Leonia is completely awestruck by his incredible appearance. She internally praises her father's good looks, finding him to be dangerously handsome today. Leonia asks Melise if she likes him, but the knight only admits to respecting him. Melise bluntly rejects the idea of marriage, stating her strong desire to stay alive. Leonia prepares to approach her father as his name echoes through the quiet training hall. A quick run sounds as the girl rushes across the open floor toward the Duke. Lifting her up, the Duke listens as she tells him how good he looks today. The black-haired man carries his daughter through the hall while flowers bloom in the background. He teases her about gaining weight, leading to a loud protest about his mean attitude. He questions her disrespectful tone, reminding her that he has been busy for many days. Concerned, she asks if he is sleeping and suggests they nap together after their training. He declines, citing her kicking habit, despite her claim of sleeping like a baby animal. A playful punch sounds as they bicker over her being an animal or a baby. The Duke sighs, noting that their interactions always seem to end in this playful manner. Leonia lists his many virtues, but insists he is missing one important piece of character. She thanks him for his kind words, despite what she calls his usual snobbish attitude. She cheekily suggests he put his gratitude in a will and transfer his authority. A heavy sigh sounds as the Duke wonders if she is actually planning his assassination. Leonia looks around the empty facility, wondering where all the other people have gone. A heavy thud sounds as her heart flutters with excitement at the grand training hall. A recruitment notice asks for help while providing contact information for the scan group. Overwhelmed by the sight, Leonia reacts with shock amidst a backdrop of beautiful roses. A sudden gush sounds as Leonia wrongly assumes the Duke rented the building for her. A sharp lift sounds as a hand grasps a long training pole in the hallway. A soft scraping sound follows as the black-haired man sketches a circle onto the dusty floor. Leonia curiously asks her father about the purpose of the simple circle he has just drawn. They debate the nature of their lineage, with the Duke insisting the power is the beast's fang. Leonia cheekily offers to draw his face before questioning him again about the mythical family power. The Duke gives a small humph as he prepares to explain the history of their lineage. The Duke explains their family possessed this northern power long before adopting the name of Buglioti. The young girl remains uncharacteristically silent as she listens to her father's serious historical explanation. He details how aura enhances physical strength while mana grants magical abilities to those with the fang. The Duke suggests she likely used this power unconsciously to survive the orphanage's abusive conditions. Leonia warmly expresses her happiness at being with her father, feeling protected by their shared lineage. A gentle silence passes between them as the Duke looks at his daughter with unstated affection. Leonia giggles happily as the Duke places a large, comforting hand on top of her head. Looking up at the Grand Dome, the Duke announces he will now demonstrate their unique power. With a powerful swish, the black-haired man effortlessly swings the training pole through the quiet air. Both father and daughter share a moment of intense focus as the demonstration of power begins. The young girl stands in awe, watching her father's fluid and commanding movements in the hall. The Duke's eyes glow a piercing red as he agrees to show the full extent of his power. A violent swirl of energy surrounds the Duke as Leonia watches the display with wide eyes. A loud crack echoes through the hall as the Duke crushes the training pole with ease. The jagged, broken remains of the wooden pole fall toward the ground after the sudden impact. The shattered wooden pieces fall onto the floor between the Duke and his young daughter's feet.
Leonia stares down at the broken wood, processing the incredible strength she has just witnessed today.
The black-haired man remains stoic and focused after his brief but terrifyingly efficient display of power. A surge of red energy lifts a fragment of the broken pole into the air again. A sudden wham sounds as the fragment is driven deep into the floor, shocking the girl. Leonia shouts in absolute amazement as she sees the wooden fragment pierce through the hard floor. Leonia excitedly exclaims that the wood went through the floor, while the Duke calmly acknowledges it. Leonia squeals with delight at her father's skill, while he pridefully claims his own work. A sudden, bright flare causes the young girl to tumble backward onto the training hall floor. The Duke looks down at his daughter as she sits amidst a backdrop of sparkling light. Leonia pauses for a moment, her face partially shadowed as she reflects on her own abilities. The young girl sulks, admitting her current inability to match her father's advanced and comfortable skill. The Duke reaches his hand out toward his daughter, calling her name in a soft tone. He offers his hand to help her up, reassuring her that everyone must start somewhere. Looking up at her father with wide, sparkling eyes, Leonia feels encouraged by his gentle words. The black-haired man looks down with a rare, kind expression, telling her not to be disheartened. Leonia happily shouts her agreement as her small hand grasps her father's much larger fingers. The scene shifts from excitement to exhaustion as heavy huffing sounds fill the air during training. Covered in sweat, Leonia dramatically tells her father that she is dying from the intense workout. As Leonia collapses, she cheekily questions his motives while the Duke bluntly rejects her dramatic claims. The Duke orders more laps, insisting that building stamina is vital for mastering their unique power. Soaked in sweat, Leonia is shocked to learn about the potentially adverse side effects of their power. He reminds her of her past illness, prompting her to curiously ask about the specific side effects. The Duke lists physical ailments like rashes, hives, and muscle cramps as common results of overuse. Leonia wonders if the power is like a drug, as an informational chart details its adverse reactions. A pair of hands carefully holds an ornate floral envelope, revealing the cause of the recent excitement. The green-eyed girl feels her heart race with joy as she receives her own letter from Leonia. She is delighted to find rare strawberry milk candies, which are exclusively produced for the Boliotti house. The green-eyed girl eats a candy, marveling at the luxury object costing as much as a cake. Fearful of her brother's greed, the green-eyed girl decides to hide the remaining treats away. A sudden, rhythmic knock-knock sounds as the brown-haired girl looks up, welcoming the visitor inside. The mustached Viscount Karada enters the room, expressing a fatherly curiosity about his daughter's current activities. Surrounded by a floral aura, Flo happily clutches a letter she just received from Lady Boliotti. The Viscount smiles warmly, expressing his genuine relief that his daughter is finally making new friends. Leaning in with interest, he asks Flo if she would be willing to share the letter's contents. The brown-haired girl's eyes sparkle with excitement as she prepares to reveal the details of the message. Flo stands proudly with the letter, her enthusiasm creating a vibrant, flower-filled backdrop for her happy explanation. A bead of sweat rolls down the Viscount's face as he remains silent, processing his daughter's words. The green-eyed girl beams with delight, completely unaware of her father's growing internal bewilderment. The Viscount's expression darkens with comical dread while Flo continues to rejoice over her friend's unique letter. The scene shifts to a grand, lavishly decorated room where the father and daughter continue their conversation. A soft swish sound echoes as a pair of hands carefully unfolds the pages of the correspondence. Seated amidst a sea of roses, the black-haired Duke adjusts his glasses while intensely focused on the document. The mustached Viscount stands respectfully in the background, waiting for the Duke to finish reviewing the papers. From behind his desk, the Duke issues a stern order to continue delaying the delivery of specific goods. The black-haired man notes the Viscount's silent compliance, questioning why he hasn't asked for a reason. Standing before a floral background, the Viscount remains stoic and professional, despite the unusual nature of the request. A soft clack sounds as the Duke removes his glasses, acknowledging the positive influence their children have on each other. They stand together in the sunlit office, discussing how their respective daughters are learning from one another. The Viscount reflects on his daughter's transformation from a timid child to an energetic one, thanks to Leonia. The Viscount's expression suddenly shifts as he recalls the startling contents of the letter Flo received earlier. A sharp, sudden "ha" sounds as the Viscount's composure momentarily breaks under the weight of a shocking memory. The Viscount struggles to find the right words, eventually describing the girl's writing style as disturbingly mature. The black-haired man's gaze narrows as he asks for a specific explanation regarding what his daughter wrote. Leonia stands elegantly in a brown dress, looking like a picture of youthful innocence amidst a floral frame. The Duke scolds Leonia for ruining another child's innocence, prompting a loud and indignant protest from the girl. Leonia fumes with anger, demanding to know why adults never seem to respect a child's right to privacy. A bold, colorful knock sounds amidst a burst of stars and skulls, punctuating the chaotic energy of the argument. The Duke bluntly tells his daughter that she is the problem, advising her to reflect on her own actions. Leonia remains silent, clutching her head in frustration as she tries to reconcile her perspective with her father's. A frustrated huff sounds as the Duke questions her definition of purity, specifically regarding her violent self-defense tactics. A text-filled transition emphasizes the family's brutal philosophy, suggesting that lethal force is a valid alternative to etiquette. The Duke's handsome features are bathed in soft light as he remains firm in his stern parenting approach. The black-haired girl maintains a look of steady focus, absorbing her father's intense and unconventional advice. Framed by roses, Leonia begrudgingly agrees to be more careful with her choice of words in the future. Lifting her up, the Duke learns that Flo actually read the letter to her father of her own volition. A soft ah sounds as the father and daughter share a brief moment of quiet, mutual understanding. The maids watch with wide eyes as the Duke asks Leonia where she learned such graphic metaphors. Leonia explains the tragic premise of a classic fairy tale, attempting to justify her harsh critique of the characters. An illustrative panel shows an angel ascending to the heavens while a grieving woodcutter watches from the forest below. The Duke continues to question her vocabulary, clearly concerned about the darker origins of her speech. Leonia casually mentions her time at the orphanage, causing the Duke's expression to turn cold and murderous. Carrying his daughter down the hall, the Duke announces that a guest will be arriving in a few days. Leonia wonders if the visitor is the Marquise, but the Duke suggests it is someone far less welcome. A soft puffed sounds as Leonia reacts with amusement to her father's blatant disdain for his upcoming guest. The black-haired girl looks up with curiosity, wondering about the identity of her father's mysterious old friend. The scene shifts to a grand, snow-covered estate nestled among high mountains under a clear blue sky. A man with light hair sits at a desk, acknowledging someone's arrival with a polite and welcoming tone. A woman in a dark, ruffled dress enters the room, reporting on her recent trip and the children. A soft clack sounds as tea and tarts are served, setting a calm mood for their private conversation. The brown-haired woman teasingly asks the man if he is pretending to be ignorant. A light-haired man is visibly shaken after hearing that the Duke adopted an orphan. Count Rene and the woman discuss rumors regarding Duke Bogliotti in a lavish office. He listens in shock as she details gossip about the Duke's supposed bastard child. The brown-haired woman continues her explanation, noting her husband's lack of prior knowledge. A soft drop sounds as the light-haired man realizes he was kept in the dark. Slumped over his desk, Count Rene is consumed by a dark and dramatic aura. Tears stream down the man's face as he struggles to process the sudden news. A festive transition features the main characters in traditional attire, wishing the audience well. Leonia stands regally in a black and white frilled dress, looking unimpressed by her new attire. The maids swoon with delight, though Leonia's grumpy expression suggests she feels quite different. A magical shala sound accompanies the young girl as the maids beg for a twirl. Leonia strikes a pose, prompting the maids to cheer at her overwhelming cuteness. A rhythmic clack echoes as the black-haired girl descends the stairs in her heavy dress. Leonia spots her father waiting below, his tall frame cutting an imposing figure in white. Filio asks if the maids treated her like a doll, and she begrudgingly admits it. He lifts her up, noting that the dress suits her despite her personal distaste for it. A soft smooch follows as Filio encourages his daughter to dress up more often. Leonia stares ahead with a look of intense, quiet focus as they prepare for guests. She reveals the maid's advice about not losing to their upcoming visitor's daughter. Filio is confused by the mention of Count Rene's daughter, questioning what she means. A series of lush landscapes illustrate the Rene family's history and their ties to nature. Historical notes detail the family's success in expanding their territory through southern trade. The Rin house's emblem sits amidst gold coins, marking them as one of the empire's wealthiest. A solitary carriage makes its way through a dense snow-covered forest toward the Duke's estate. Count Rene remains slumped in the carriage, still brooding over his friend's secrecy. His children excitedly watch the snowy landscape while the mother observes her husband's mood. Findot and Upira Rene are introduced as they marvel at the falling snow outside. The brown-haired mother agrees that the snow is beautiful compared to the capital spa. Upira asks when they will arrive, her excitement clashing with her father's silent misery. The mother urges the children to be patient during their first journey to the north. Upira wonders if her father has visited before, but receives only a somber silence. The mother gently explains that their father is occupied with very serious thoughts right now. A close-up highlights the Count's inner turmoil, noting how sensitive his personality can be. A memory shows the Count sobbing over drinks, feeling deeply betrayed by the Duke's silence. His wife looks at him with pity, recalling how hard he took the news earlier. She asks him what exactly is weighing so heavily on his mind during the trip. Count Rene admits to his wife that he feels genuinely betrayed by his old friend. He worries about being petty while his children happily snack on cookies nearby. A soft pat sounds as the mother places a comforting hand over her husband's. The couple shares a quiet moment of connection as she tries to ease his worries. The mother laughs, reassuring him that his hurt feelings won't damage their long-standing friendship. Count Rene remains pensive, still unable to shake the sting of the Duke's omission. A nostalgic frame shows the two men in their youth dressed in formal military uniforms. He looks down with a faint, sad smile, remembering their past dons. In a flashback, a younger Filio bluntly acknowledges their friendship in a casual tone. The younger, light-haired man looks on with a mix of shock and admiration. A loud wah erupts from the carriage as father and son both start wailing. The scene at the estate is pure chaos as the visitors wail on the floor. Leonia asks her father why he never mentioned his friend was such a strange man. A sharp throb sounds as Duke Filio clutches his forehead, clearly suffering from a massive guest-induced headache. The black-haired man watches in exhaustion as his friend, Count Rene, continues to wail on the floor. Eupiqua Rene curtsies politely, introducing herself and thanking the Duke for the multi-day invitation to his home. Filio acknowledges the young girl's arrival, offering a brief word of recognition for her long and arduous journey. Framed by elegant white lilies, Leonia stands with her arms crossed, looking remarkably unimpressed by their new company. A soft sob sounds as the peach-haired Eupiqua watches her parents' emotional breakdown with a look of quiet concern. A sudden ba-bam sounds as the two girls lock eyes, a spark of competitive energy igniting between them. Eupiqua breaks the silence, questioning if the black-haired girl is truly the daughter of the high-ranking Duke Buglioti. Leonia responds with a defiant smirk, challenging the girl's inquiry with a bold and entirely unbothered attitude. The peach-haired girl announces her future plan to marry the Duke, leaving Leonia visibly confused by the declaration. Leonia recalls the maid's competitive advice while her father holds her, reminding her not to lose to others. The black-haired girl stares blankly, realizing that the maid's warnings about a rival were more literal than expected. A playful energy radiates from Leonia as she declares her own plan to become the other girl's mother instead. The girls' chaotic conversation continues with Leonia demanding respect in exchange for her future role as a maternal figure. Eupiqua reacts with wide-eyed shock, finding her new acquaintance's bold and nonsensical proposal to be completely shameless. A decorative card features a small, gray-toned version of Leonia, signaling a brief pause in the estate's drama. Amidst a floral border, Eupiqua remains stunned by the sheer audacity of the black-haired girl's strange marriage logic. A sudden, sharp realization strikes Leonia as she processes the bizarre turn their first meeting has taken. Count Rene and his wife remain frozen in a state of comical distress after witnessing their daughter's interaction. The black-haired man stands in stunned silence, his composure shattered by the ridiculousness of the children's argument. Eupiqua stands her ground, her expression turning into one of focused determination against the black-haired girl's claims. Leonia maintains a look of steady focus, her mind clearly racing with more unconventional ways to handle the situation. A sudden glup sounds as Filio quickly muzzles his daughter to prevent her from finishing a very inappropriate sentence. Holding his hand over Leonia's mouth, the Duke politely suggests that their guests should rest after their travels. Under the cover of night, snow falls gently over the grand, illuminated spires of the Duke's massive northern estate. As she is prepared for bed, Leonia learns that Eupiqua was severely scolded for her behavior earlier that day. A loud, fiery memory shows the peach-haired girl's mother berating her family for causing such an embarrassing scene. Leonia reflects on Count Rene's kindness, acknowledging that his help was the reason she finally met her father. A sepia-toned memory highlights the misery of Leonia's old life, emphasizing the escape the Count helped facilitate. A framed portrait illustrates the Count's deep devotion to his family, showing a moment of warmth and affection. Historical records show the Count was once a great military supporter and a loyal friend to Duke Filio. A dramatic panel explains the Count's tendency to become an inconsolable crybaby the moment he sees Filio's face. A sharp zing sounds as Leonia's thoughts take a dark and suspicious turn regarding her father's close friendship. Clutching her face in shock, the black-haired girl questions if the Count has romantic feelings for her father. From her bed, Leonia argues with her maid about the suspicious nature of the Count's overly emotional behavior. Leonia considers the many handsome men drawn to her father, wondering which one she should eventually choose for him. The maid reacts with frantic desperation, loudly denying Leonia's wild and inappropriate theories about her father's social life. A delicate cup of warm tea sits on the table, signaling a shift to a more formal conversation. Filio sits with the Rene couple, suggesting that the Count should be thankful for marrying such a patient woman. A soft sniff sounds as Count Rene continues to weep into his handkerchief, much to his wife's annoyance. Filio sighs in frustration, wondering how a man so prone to dramatic outbursts could possibly be his friend. Count Rena's wife sits with a look of stoic patience, long accustomed to her husband's high maintenance and sensitive personality. The group discusses the children's earlier conflict, with the mother apologizing for her daughter's lack of proper guidance. Sipping her tea, the brown-haired woman explains Eupikra's recent and intense obsession with a specific fairy tale about stepmothers. An illustrative panel shows a crying girl being bullied by a frightening stepmother, explaining Eupikra's warped understanding of family. Eupikra is shown declaring her intent to be a different kind of mother, hoping to avoid a tragic fairy tale ending. The peach-haired girl's earlier proposal to become Leonia's mother is revisited, highlighting her naive but well-meaning intentions. Filio sips his tea in quiet contemplation, admitting to himself that the young girl is surprisingly intelligent for her age. The Duke reflects on the situation, concluding that while Eupikra is smart, she is still no match for Leonia. The brown-haired woman stares ahead with a look of deep, quiet contemplation on her face. In a memory, the blonde man presents his fiancée, Avafer, to his friend, whom he calls Fario. The black-haired man recalls his first meeting with Avafer, noting her intense and overpowering pressure and how he forgot fear in her presence. Duke Filio closes his eyes, a small, subtle smile playing across his face during the discussion. Framed by elegant white lilies, the Duke sips his tea while sitting in his lavish chair. Countess Renee offers a gentle smile, noting that Filio's current state is thanks to his daughter. Noticing her expression, the blonde man calls out to his wife with a look of concern. Countess Rina asks her husband if he has finished crying as she gently dries his damp face. The blonde man looks down somberly, reflecting on his recent emotional and dramatic outburst. The black-haired man asks what there is to be disappointed about, while his friend wonders when things turned out like that. The Duke ponders if he should tell his old friend about the truth regarding Leonia's actual birth. Count Rene watches his friend with wide eyes, his expression full of silent hope and vulnerability. A stylized portrait features a young Leonia surrounded by bright roses and soft pink flower petals. Filio decides that asking Leonia for her own thoughts on the matter must be his first priority. A loud shout sounds as the blonde man cries out, accusing his friend of being incredibly irresponsible for having a secret child. The Duke feels reduced to a trashy person as he sits quietly, enduring his friend's dramatic and loud accusations. A close-up highlights the Duke's steady gaze as he absorbs the weight of his friend's words. A somber thought reflects on how much hardship the young girl would have avoided if things were different. The black-haired man turns his head slightly, his expression clouded by a deep sense of regret. Sitting alone in the dim room, Filio remains lost in a moment of silent introspection. The blonde man looks toward his friend with a soft, understanding gaze from across the table. The Countess recalls the day Eupikra was born as she looks down at her sleeping newborn child. A younger Count Rene stands by nervously, his eyes fixed on his wife and new daughter.
A soft, repetitive drip sounds as the crying father asks to hold his baby, much to his wife's amusement.
Holding the baby close, the blonde man reflects on the overwhelming happiness he felt back then. Memories illustrate Filio as a man who was always remarkably strong, yet entirely alone in the world. Younger Count Rene holds his child, wishing that his friend could eventually experience the same profound joy. The Rin family enters the grand hall, greeted by the Duke, who stands waiting for their arrival. Duke Filio approaches his guests while holding Leonia, who rests comfortably in the crook of his arm. Count Rene looks on with a moved expression, struck by the sight of his fatherly friend. Surrounded by blooming lilies, the black-haired man looks down at the young girl with a soft expression. Filio admits he was deeply moved by his friend's face, which bore the look of a father. A faint, appreciative smile touches the blonde man's lips as he listens to his friend's admission. The black-haired man expresses his sincere gladness that his friend's entire family is doing well these days. Filio admits he was worried after receiving news, but feels relieved now that they have finally arrived. The blonde man sits back, a look of profound relief and quiet joy washing over him. Count Rene smiles as he points out that the young lady bears a very strong resemblance to Filio. The woman remarks on how tender their conversation was and how comfortable the child appeared in his arms. Leonia laughs happily in her father's arms, proving to everyone how incredibly close the two of them are. The black-haired man looks ahead with a calm and satisfied gaze as the tension finally fades. The blonde man and his wife share a quiet moment of happiness while sitting together. The scene shifts to the fireplace as the Duke asks about the specific reason for calling. Filio's expression turns sharp and focused as the conversation shifts toward more serious and political matters. The Duke informs his shocked guests that the newborn seems to be spreading a parasite toward the west. Count Rene looks troubled, realizing that the news explains many of the strange things they observed. The group notes their growing suspicion regarding the various issues they have encountered at the warehouse. Filio questions them specifically about the warehouse located at the boundary between the north and west. The Count explains about a fussy Baron Heracus and his mercenaries, while Filio considers the lack of sanctions. The blond man looks toward his host with a sense of unease as the mystery deepens. Count Rene remains focused on his friend, waiting to see how the powerful Duke handles this. The blond man explains that the warehouse falls under the management of Marquis Hespery, the sole owner of the West. The brown-haired woman wonders if Baron Heracus fabricated his reports, but the blond man notes he lacks that power. A comical chibi scene shows the blond man sweating as his wife wonders if someone is controlling the Baron. Closing his eyes, the black-haired man states that someone must have convinced the Baron to act this way. Framed by dark roses, a silhouetted figure is suggested to have offered territory in return for the Baron's help. The blond man mentions the Baron visited the south where a relative of the Empress lives, sparking Filio's anger. The blond man concludes that it is clear Marquis Hespery stayed quiet despite knowing everything about the situation. The group ponders if the Marquis's silence is due to his daughter's high-ranking position as the Empress.
A dark thought bubble warns that tigers have gathered in his den, signaling a dangerous situation unfolding.
Duke Filio looks ahead with intense focus while the Count and Countess watch him with serious expressions. A white tiger walks into a dark cave, emphasizing that the Marquis is currently unable to take action. The scene shifts to the grand, empty drawing room where a large chandelier hangs over unoccupied chairs. Leonia performs an elegant curtsy as the wavy-haired woman reacts with a look of delighted surprise. The black-haired girl happily mentions that Countess Bosgruni is her etiquette teacher as she smiles at the woman. Laughing, the woman explains that the teacher is famous in the capital for her incredible grace and social standing. Leonia maintains a polite smile while internally screaming about the teacher's terrifying reputation for being a social killer. The wavy-haired woman notes her intense first impression of the family, recalling the earlier scolding of the husband. Framed by blooming flowers, the woman offers a warm and gentle smile as she reflects on the family. Leonia stares ahead thoughtfully, deciding that the woman isn't scary because she reminds her of a previous acquaintance. As she carries a yawning blonde toddler, the woman approaches Leonia, while a maid follows closely behind them. A sudden greeting sounds as Leonia startles the group, looking up at them with a bright and curious expression. The woman holds the blonde toddler close as he begins to fidget shyly in her protective arms. A soft peek sounds as the blonde toddler stares out with wide, curious blue eyes from his mother's shoulder. Eupichra stands with a downcast expression in the hallway as Leonia and the woman watch her dejected posture. Looking at her new acquaintance, Leonia reflects internally on how completely lifeless the peach-haired girl looks after being scolded. Standing amidst a border of lilies, Leonia approaches Eupichra to apologize for her behavior earlier in the day. Leonia admits that while her first impression was intense, she wants to clear the air between them both. Eupichra looks on with wide, confused green eyes as she tries to process Leonia's sudden and blunt apology. A happy energy fills the room as the woman and the maid watch the two girls interacting peacefully. Leonia explains to Eupichra that she was about to tell her that she had gone crazy earlier. Eupichra shouts in shock that crazy is a bad word, while Leonia dismisses it as her reason for apologizing. Leonia explains the hardships of being a stepmother to a stunned Eupichra, who struggles to understand the logic. Clutching her face, Eupichra reacts with horror as she is told that harsh is considered an adult word. Leonia points out the 20-year age gap between the girl and her father, questioning if she understands the implications. The black-haired girl bluntly states that marrying her father would turn him into the world's worst pervert. The blonde toddler asks if mommy is crazy while the maid reflects on Leonia turning the household upside down. Eupichra shouts with fiery determination that they can overcome any obstacle, including an age gap, through their love. A sharp zing sounds as Leonia's eyes narrow with focused intensity, clearly planning her next move against Eupichra. The peach-haired girl stands proudly as her prestigious lineage as the heir to the wealthy Lynette family is highlighted. In a small chibi bubble, Leonia tells Eupichra to come closer as if she has a very important secret. Leonia smirks with a devious and confident expression, promising that she will teach Eupichra something very good. A detailed map of the Belios Empire is shown, illustrating its 5 regions and the exotic Eastern culture. Illustrations describe the beautiful forests of the west, the Southern Ocean, and the perpetual snow of the north. The children stand together in uniforms, noting that one of the Empire's knightages belongs to Marquis Hespery. The scene shifts to the balcony as the black-haired man in a white shirt stands before the 3 children. Duke Filio looks at the group with a calm expression, noting that the children seem to have become close. Leonia gives a confident thumbs up, looking very satisfied with the teaching session she just held for the kids. Filio asks how they bonded, and Leonia cryptically replies that she's simply taught them what life was really like. Filio offers a polite apology to the Countess, while Leonia watches with a confused and questioning look. Eupichra dramatically declares she is giving up on the Duke for the sake of everyone's first love and happiness.
Count Rene runs excitedly through the archway while Leonia watches him from the foreground.
Surrounded by roses, the blonde man laughs as Leonia notes it's good he was dumped elsewhere. Standing before a bone-patterned background, Filio rests his hand on his daughter's head during a quiet moment. Filio informs the group that the Countess will be the one to instruct today's swordsmanship lesson.
The young girls look surprised as Leonia asks her father about his own training plans.
Framed by peach blossoms, Count Rene leans affectionately on Filio, showcasing their close friendship. Leonia tells her father to just go and train, while Filio looks down at her asking why. As the two men walk away together, Leonia watches their backs and finds the situation suspicious. The Countess holds her training staff as Leonia looks back at her with a questioning look. Amidst a starry background, Leonia notes the many men surrounding her father while the Countess agrees. The Countess invites the children to concentrate on the lesson as they prepare their wooden swords. A decorative title card announces the beginning of Countess Avafer Lynette's formal training session. Chibi panels detail a plan involving demonstrations, short explanations, and continuous practice without overexertion.
A loud, echoing shout pierces the air, drawing the attention of the training group in the courtyard.
Clutching her practice sword, Leonia looks toward the source of the noise with a bewildered expression. The Countess explains that the men must be in the middle of a serious sparring match. A flurry of action panels depicts a fierce sword fight between Count Rene and Duke Filio. The two men lock eyes with intense focus as their blades clash in a shower of sparks. Shocked expressions cross the children's faces as they witness the raw power of the high-speed duel. The Countess reveals her husband is a famous knight while the kids cheer for their fathers. The Countess explains that while he may not be one now, he was a talented Lavu swordmaster. She notes that in terms of swordsmanship alone, her husband is comparable to the powerful Duke. Sparks fly as the clash intensifies, and Leonia watches with a strangely focused, glowing gaze. Internal thoughts describe the challenger as a dog wagging his tail before the fangs of a beast. Sweating from the effort, the blonde man maintains his stance while Leonia watches with a devious smirk. A loud cheer for victory sounds as the duel reaches its peak intensity in the courtyard.
Leonia screams for her father to rip his opponent apart, shocking the Countess with her ferocity.
Count Ren asks what Filio taught his daughter, while the Duke claims she was born that way. The Count suggests Filio needs parenting lessons, while the Duke responds with a silent, glowing stare.
Filio tells his friend to shut up and lunges forward as the Count frantically tries to block.
The blonde man asks why he's rushing after a little nagging, but Filio tells him to hush. Leonia yells encouragement, suggesting her father should aim for his opponent's lower body as well.
The children shout for their fathers while the Countess watches the chaotic scene with visible distress.
Count Rinna grinds his teeth as he struggles to hold back the Duke's overwhelming physical strength.
Duke Filio stares ahead with a cold, unwavering focus as he exerts pressure on his friend's blade.
The fight culminates in a decisive strike that sends a sword spinning away from the combatants.
A loud, metallic whack sounds as a sword hits the ground between the two exhausted men.
Breathing heavily, the black-haired man pauses to recover his breath after the intense physical exertion.
A sudden huff sounds as the blonde man catches his breath, sweat dripping from his chin.
In a stylized chibi scene, the family and the teacher watch the duel's conclusion with various reactions.
Eupichra and her little brother cheer loudly, celebrating that their father won the fierce match.
Triumphant and glowing with happiness, Count Rene smiles broadly amidst a background of yellow roses. The blonde man laughs while hugging his two children, while a silent Filio dries himself nearby. A soft walk sounds as the group move together, leaving the courtyard after the duel concludes.
Filio and Leonia walk side by side, trailing behind the happy Rene family as they depart.
Leonia looks up at her father's profile with a serious and contemplative expression as they walk. Filio asks if she noticed, and the black-haired girl replies with a confident and knowing look. Back in the drawing room, Filio states that they will require the full cooperation of the West. Count Rene and the Countess agree that involving the West makes their cooperation a matter of duty.
The blonde man hesitates before asking for a favor, leaving Filio and Leonia looking quite puzzled.
Duke Filio considers offering mines or trade items, but Leonia rejects any traditional assets.
Count Rene pleads with the Duke to let him win a single sword-fighting match.
The black-haired man is speechless at the request, while the blonde man stares in shock. Surrounded by white lilies, Count Rene appears dejected following the awkward conversation with his friend. Although he lost, a tired Filio confidently claims he remains the world's most powerful warrior. Leonia maintains a blank, unreadable expression while processing her father's prideful declaration about his strength. The black-haired man closes his eyes with a faint, knowing smirk, satisfied with the day's outcome. Filio kneels to comfort his daughter, a gentle pat sounding as he reaches for her head. Leonia boasts of her greatness while her father claims intentional defeat, though she remains skeptical. Filio explains he will be busy, noting that the previous duel was merely a payment. Focused closely on her face, Leonia contemplates the mysterious implications of her father's choice of words. Internal reflections highlight Marquis Partis and Count Rena as the Duke's most vital political supporters. Sensing a hidden agenda, the black-haired girl asks her father if something important is happening.
Filio dismisses her concerns, stating that certain problems are meant only for adults to resolve.
A sudden realization strikes Leonia as a quiet escapes her during their serious conversation. Leonia abruptly questions the age of the first prince, catching the black-haired man off guard. A decorative frame highlights that she is finally seeking the answer to a long-held question. Filio reveals the prince is 11, making Leonia realize they are years ahead of the novel. The black-haired girl urgently offers her help, questioning if there is a role she can play.
In a tender moment, the father reaches out to hold his daughter's small, reaching hands.
Filio calls her name softly, reassuring her as he takes her hands into his own. A firm squeeze sounds as the Duke promises there is nothing he cannot handle himself. A sudden lift sounds as Filio hoists his daughter into the air during their heartfelt talk. Filio declares that Leonia's only responsibility is to simply eat, sleep, and play happily. Narration describes the residence as the safest sanctuary for Leonia to live her best life. A soft smooch sounds as Leonia plants a kiss on her father's cheek in gratitude. Text emphasizes that being happy is her most crucial duty as a member of the family. Count Rene smiles warmly while pulling his two children into a tight, loving embrace. Framed by roses, the Duke carries Leonia through the courtyard, enjoying a peaceful moment together. A close-up reveals the blonde man's content expression as he cherishes his time with his family. Leonia spends several joyful days playing with her new friends before the Count's family must depart. To honor his guests, Filio prepares formal invitations for a tea party at the Boglioti estate. Guests flock to the snow-dusted palace, unable to refuse the rare invitation from the reclusive Duke. A loud shout of shock sounds as Leonia demands her father show more consideration for others. Filio dismissively questions the need for empathy, while Leonia accuses him of lacking a conscience. Sipping his tea, the black-haired man sarcastically remarks that her insult is truly the worst. Filio remains unappalled. Surrounded by roses, the Duke proudly states that as Bogliotis, others should be bowing to them. Leonia internally sighs, deciding that her father is simply a very rude man at his core. She notes that his perfection in wealth, looks, and strength makes his arrogance almost understandable. Leonia admits she admires his confidence, and her father encourages her to live just as boldly. After yawning, Leonia claims she has a conscience, while Filio internally calls her a fool. Count Rene and his wife observe that the father and daughter share the exact same personality. The black-haired man stares ahead with a sharp, calculating gaze, focused on his upcoming plans. Count Rene offers a gentle and knowing smile, contrasting with his friend's intense and cold demeanor. Dark text reveals that the upcoming tea party serves as a prelude to an impending purge. Blue carriages arrive at the Grand Palace entrance as the sun shines over the snowy mountains. Elegant guests gather in the courtyard, arriving in style for the Duke's highly anticipated social gathering. Inside the lavish hall, nobles mingle and gossip while waiting for their host to officially appear. Brimming with excitement, Leonia opens her arms wide, ready to welcome the guests to her home. Inside the palace, Leonia warmly welcomes Eupicra, asking if her journey through the cold was difficult. Her eyes filling with tears, Eupicra trembles while gripping someone's hands in a moment of distress. Leonia angrily demands to know who made her friend cry, immediately suspecting her father's cold behavior. Framed by roses, the black-haired Duke looms as a cold, intimidating presence in the young girl's memory. In a darkened room, Eupicra stammers a nervous greeting while facing the Duke's towering, shadowed figure. Fearing his potential displeasure, Eupicra kneels in gratitude as the Duke formally acknowledges her presence. Surprising the young girl, the black-haired man kneels before her to offer a more personal greeting. Radiant among white flowers, Eupicra smiles brightly while confessing that she no longer feels any fear. Leonia proudly pats her friend's back as a maid watches the sweet interaction with visible exhaustion. A brown-haired girl questions Leonia about the unexpected number of children participating in the formal banquet. Leonia introduces Eupicra with great pride, confidently stating that she was invited as her best friend. The two girls exchange a silent and intense stare as they assess each other during the party. Leonia begins to worry internally, questioning if the high society gathering will truly remain peaceful and all right. A sudden, decisive raise sounds as a hand lifts a glass of amber liquid into the air. The chatter in the lavish hall dies down as the guests turn in silence toward their host. Looking visibly annoyed, the black-haired Duke thanks everyone for attending his sudden and very rare invitation. A gray-haired man with a mustache observes the Duke, noting he doesn't seem genuinely thankful.
Standing atop the grand staircase, Filio admits he neglected the northern region during his capital stay.
With a cold, piercing gaze, the Duke vows to take care of everyone as much as he neglected them. Several guests recoil in fear, their faces shadowed as they sense the dangerous weight of his words. Narration explains that the powerful Bogliodi family is typically disinterested in the affairs of the wider world. Dark text describes the Duke as a cornered beast who has gathered the nobility for his own purposes.
Blood spatters across a gleaming sword as text reveals the banquet is essentially a grim death sentence.
A text box notes that every noble present is acutely aware of the Duke's fearsome reputation.
A sharp tsk sounds as a voice notes some fail to recognize their place before it's late.
Anticipating turmoil, the gray-haired man offers a dark smirk while watching the unfolding social drama. Lifting his glass, the Duke coldly expresses his hope that the guests enjoy the coming events. The grand hall is shown in its full, opulent glory under the warm glow of gold chandeliers. Dressed in elegant gowns, the faceless guests mingle and gossip within the corridors of the Duke's residence.
A brown-haired noblewoman notes that the crowd has split into the guilty and the innocent.
Count Ermardi laughs boisterously while praising the Rene family for their assistance to his county. Standing behind the boisterous man, Count Rena maintains a polite but clearly strained and annoyed expression.
A firm clench sounds as Count Rene acknowledges the business transaction between their two families.
Beneath their laughter, the two men exchange sharp insults regarding their respective territories and financial status. A squeeze sounds as they shake hands, while the Countess discusses the high-quality reindeer leather. Surrounded by flowers, Countess Abifer beams while noting how much northern goods help their county. Stylized frames introduce Count Carnus as the whip and Countess Abifer as the rewarding carrot. Despite being an unusual pair, the couple is described as perfectly harmonious in their political maneuvers. Wealth and trade are shown flourishing in the West, explaining the region's current prosperous state. Count Ermardi watches with a side-eye as a new character approaches to gain the Duke's attention. Duke Filio reacts with sudden confusion as a guest approaches him with unexpected and unearned familiarity. Looking quite bored, the black-haired Duke questions why the old man is acting so friendly. A gulp sounds as Baron Glees and Count Marioka freeze under the Duke's freezing, icy aura.
The Duke looks down with a blank expression as the persistent noble continues his introductions.
A green-haired man with a neutral, calm expression is presented as a new arrival at the party. Count Ermardi introduces Musca Thebanus, the eldest son of Count Thebanus, as an amazing, dependable man. Unimpressed, the Duke internally notes that the son resembles the father, lacking any real merit. Musca Thebanus introduces himself formally as a hand reaches out for a traditional social greeting. Framed by purple roses, the Duke and the green-haired man engage in a formal handshake. A clench sounds as the Duke closes his eyes, maintaining his calm despite the repetitive introductions. A firm squeeze sounds as Duke Filio and Musca Thebanus maintain intense eye contact during their handshake. Looking visibly bored, the black-haired Duke stares back in silence, seemingly unimpressed by the green-haired man's greeting. Observing from the side, Count Rene offers a dark and knowing smirk while framed by deep purple roses. A vibrant title card features Leonia and Filio alongside credits for the series' translation and distribution teams. Musca Thebanus narrates how he seized authority while his father was away at the distant imperial palace. He explains that he expanded his influence by forming a crucial alliance with the emperor's favored Allure family. Red slashes strike through a lion emblem as text declares that everyone is ultimately a subordinate of the emperor. Filio looks ahead with a blank, neutral expression, completely indifferent to the green-haired man's ambitious internal monologue. Musca notes the Duke's hand is trembling, incorrectly interpreting the subtle movement as a sign of deep fear. Count Rene smirks, thinking the Duke's presence is a success if it makes these baby monsters quake. A pained irk sounds as the green-haired man recoils from the Duke's crushing and overwhelming aura. A pensive sigh sounds as Filio internally dismisses the nobles as being nothing more than bothersome flies. Count Rene sarcastically praises Musca's passion, while a chibi Filio notes he was being sarcastic 5 times. From high above, the guests are shown mingling in the opulent, brightly lit ballroom of the Grand Palace. Outside in the snow, Leonia and her friends marvel at small, cute ponies wearing bright, colorful ribbons. Leonia warmly remembers that a pony was her very first gift upon arriving at the massive Voliati mansion. A close-up shows Leonia's determined and serious expression as she prepares for her afternoon riding activity. Frobe, the silver-haired guard, nervously asks the young miss for her opinion while holding a pony's lead. A sudden, sharp rustle sounds as the group moves toward the pony enclosure under the snowy mountains. Looking visibly nervous, Frobe tells Leonia to alert him immediately if she ever starts feeling scared. Leonia impatiently asks to go faster, noting that the other children are already far ahead of them.
Frobe worries about her safety, fearing the Duke would literally take his head if she got hurt.
Leonia dismissively tells Frobe he should be able to block her father's sword swing with his magic. Frobe laughs nervously while Leonia thinks that riding a pony leisurely is actually quite a dignified experience. Upikra and another young child smile brightly as they enjoy their snowy pony ride together. Framed by blue flowers, a young girl with brown hair looks back with a joyful, content expression. Leonia maintains her dignified composure, internally concluding that this slow pace is indeed quite regal. A flashback shows a younger Leonia alone in a dark, freezing orphanage room, staring out a window. Returning to the present, she wonders what her father is currently doing during the intense tea party. She notes that her presence has already significantly altered the course of the original novel's set future. Leonia wonders about the female lead, Varya, and if the story will eventually return to its original path. A sudden realization strikes Leonia as her eyes widen in shock at something she just sensed nearby. A sudden, sharp halt sounds as Frobe stops walking, questioning why the young miss looks so alarmed. Leonia urgently commands Frobe to take the other children and run away from the area immediately. She shouts that she'll hold back the approaching danger, leaving Frobe completely stunned and confused. Frobe refuses to leave her side, shouting that he cannot abandon the young miss under any circumstances. Sensing something highly suspicious that no one else has noticed, Leonia looks back with growing concern. A sudden, sharp crack sounds as Leonia prepares to use her power, her boots glowing with magical energy. She insists on going alone, ordering Frobe to protect the children and call for the other knights. Ignoring his protests, the small black-haired girl sprints across the snow toward the distant perimeter fence. Frobe watches her run, his face pale with shock and worry at her unexpected and dangerous behavior. A sharp, rushing wind sounds as Frobe struggles to comprehend the sheer intensity of the young girl's resolve. Leonia pants heavily while running, trusting that her father's training will allow her to handle the situation. She wonders why only she and Frobe were able to sense the presence that's currently bothering her. In the distance, a large white snow leopard sits calmly in the snow beneath a bare, frost-covered tree. Framed by a decorative border, the majestic white beast stares forward with sharp, piercing blue eyes. A soft crunch sounds as Leonia stops, staring in bewilderment at the unexpected sight of a snow leopard. She stands frozen in the snow, internally questioning if the majestic creature before her is actually a monster.
A close-up shows Leonia's eyes sparkling with wonder as she takes in the beautiful, powerful animal.
A bead of sweat rolls down her cheek as she continues to stare, completely captivated by the snow leopard. A sleek white snow leopard with dark spots prowls across the soft, glittering winter landscape. Frobe and the knights rush toward Leonia, urgently asking if the young miss is all right. Frobe informs Leonia that the other children were safely returned to the mansion with Melisse. Reassured, Leonia rests in the silver-haired knight's arms and calmly tells him she is okay. Gazing back at the woods, Leonia wonders about the true nature of the animal she encountered. During nap time, Leonia watches over the other sleeping children while remaining deep in silent thought. Deciding she is not sleepy, Leonia successfully sneaks away from the group to find her father. Walking alone, Leonia recalls that the snow leopard in the original novel had a specific role. Peeking into the room, Leonia struggles with the door handle and wishes she brought a maid. A silent scream escapes Leonia as she spots the snow leopard already waiting inside the office. Tuck! A quick sound rings out as Leonia slams the door shut and leans against it. Squeezing her eyes shut, Leonia struggles to process the confusing appearance of the creature inside. A man's shoe appears as he notices Leonia's black hair and realizes who she is. The green-haired man rudely demands she move, but Leonia insults him for trying to enter her father's office. As the man questions if it's just a cat, the leopard looks on from inside the room.
Filio asks if the children are safe, while Frobe confirms their location and discusses the suspicious presence.
Frobe notes that the other knights failed to sense the presence that he and Leonia felt.
Filio listens to the description of the large cat, internally noting its arrival was unexpectedly early.
Filio jokes about raising a monster for his daughter, prompting Frobe to ask if he is serious. Filio asks if Frobe recognizes the animal, reminding the knight of his noble Eastern family origins. Realization and shock wash over Frobe as he exclaims in disbelief at the animal's true identity.
Crack! A sharp sound echoes as the scene focuses on the confrontation between Muska and Leonia.
Standing in the grand corridor, Muska questions what the young girl is doing in his way.
Soft white clouds drift peacefully across the bright blue sky above the cold northern territory.
The massive Voliati mansion stands as an imposing fortress against the backdrop of snowy mountain peaks. Sunlight illuminates the Duke's private office, highlighting an empty desk and a plush leather chair. Tap! A soft sound follows the leopard's heavy paw as it walks across the polished floor.
The majestic beast prowls through the quiet office, its tail twitching as it investigates the room.
Leonia stands her ground in the hallway, loudly declaring that this room is her father's office. Spreading her arms wide, Leonia defiantly commands the green-haired man to stay away from the door.
Muska Thabanus offers a sinister smirk as he looks down at the young girl's stubborn resistance.
He mocks her small stature and asks what she thinks she can achieve by blocking his path. Fuming with rage, Leonia wonders about the identity of the bird-brained man currently antagonizing her.
Leonia glares up at the intruder with a look of pure disdain and growing magical intensity.
Spotting her father, Leonia screams for him as Muska looks on with a surprised and startled expression.
Filio catches Leonia in a warm hug, immediately shielding her from the man's arrogant presence.
A relieved sigh escapes as Leonia clings to her father, finally feeling safe and protected.
Filio maintains a stone-cold expression as he stares toward the intruder while holding his daughter. Filio demands to know why Muska Thabanus is loitering outside his private office without permission.
The Duke's aura becomes terrifyingly dark as he threatens the man, making him flinch in visible fear.
Leonia reaches out, shouting that she has something important to tell her father about the situation. She explains she came to see him but found this man attempting to sneak into his office. Leonia reports that the man ignored her warnings, prompting her father to tell her to continue. Leonia complains that the man sneered at her, while Muska desperately tries to deny her accusations.
Muska lies about needing a restroom, but Leonia shouts that he is a madman for his deception.
Leonia reveals the man insulted her vulgar blood and lack of noble origins, causing her deep distress. Filio's face goes dark with murderous intent as the full weight of the insult sinks in. Frobe watches in dread, praying to heaven as he senses the Duke's rapidly escalating northern fury. Chilly. A freezing aura radiates from the Duke, settling over the hallway like a heavy winter shroud.
Filio stares ahead with a cold, silent gaze that promises a swift and brutal end for Muska.
Trembling in visible fear, Muska Thabanus stands before the Duke's overwhelming and chilling presence.
Filio suggests the restrooms are near the ballroom, while Muska flinches and stammers in terror.
Shaken and silent, the green-haired man is escorted away through the mansion's ornate corridor. Looking up with curious eyes, Leonia asks her father if he is currently feeling mad. Filio confirms his anger, but Leonia reveals she only waited to tattle on him. Filio admits he thought Leonia was being too soft on her former etiquette tutor. Leonia looks annoyed, internally wondering what the green-haired man was plotting in the office. Filio asks which way he should rip him up while Leonia critiques his self-censorship.
A sudden sharp creak sounds as the office door slowly swings open into the darkness.
Entering the room, Filio apologizes for making someone wait while staring ahead with calm eyes. The majestic white snow leopard sits regally in the center of Filio's private office.
Marquess Ortio explains she arrived early and mentions Muska's insults toward the young lady.
A sudden quick clack sounds as the elegant woman mocks Muska's clever way of social suicide. Filio notes she looks cold and decides not to import her dress style for Leonia. Dressed in a leopard shawl, Marquess Ortio thanks the Duke for the northern welcome. Filio stares ahead seriously, questioning why she put it upon herself to kindly visit. Sunlight glitters off the ornate wheels of a large carriage parked in the snowy garden. Leonia energetically gives her friends travel advice regarding the bathroom and avoiding car sickness during departure. The group of children and adults happily shout their agreement as the visit concludes successfully. A blonde man notes Leonia's mental age of 30 is quite a realistic estimate. The blonde man and woman bid farewell, wishing the young lady well upon their departure. Leonia performs a graceful curtsy, wishing her departing guests a safe and pleasant return trip. Conrad stares at Leonia with wide, admiring green eyes, captivated by her sudden formal display. Kneeling to hold her hand, Conrad shares a tender and quiet parting moment with Leonia. Leonia beams with a joyful, wide-mouthed smile, happy that Filio is truly her father. Conrad watches the carriage leave with a soft blush and a gentle, blushing smile. Looking content, the blonde boy is certain that Filio shares his daughter's deep joy. The Grand Palace stands behind them as Filio pats Leonia's head with stoic affection. Two ornate carriages travel through the mansion gates toward the distant, snowy mountain peaks. Leonia looks back with a focused gaze while her father watches her with quiet care. Leonia admits to feeling lonely, but Filio questions if it isn't freeing without noisy children. Staring down at his daughter, Filio admits it isn't lonely because she is there. Surprised by his honesty, Leonia looks up while her father continues to pat her head.
Leonia shouts that she is also not lonely at all as long as they're together. Filio lifts Leonia into a warm embrace, both smiling happily in the snowy palace hallway.
Through the mansion window are seen sharing a quiet moment of fatherly love. Pink roses bloom across the frame alongside a caption about someone feeling seriously annoyed. Leonia clings tightly to her father's neck amidst a beautiful border of pink flowers. A close-up shows Filio's calm eye and dark hair near a bright green branch. Filio and Leonia share a warm, loving hug as the first season's story reaches its end. Relaxing with hot drinks, the father and daughter invite readers to meet again in Season 2. Recruitment information for translators and editors is presented by the Scanlation Group alongside a chibi. A sudden, sharp whip sounds as a hand slams papers onto a desk in anger. Furrowing his brow, the man demands Viscount Katara explain why delivered goods decreased again. An oppressive red aura surrounds the Duke's silhouette, noted for his frequent frustrated expressions. A sudden gasp sounds as the man in the white vest slams his hand onto the desk. Pressing his forehead, the mustachioed man explains that reindeer breeding season decreases leather production. Viscount Katara pleads with Thebanis to listen, citing a surge of monsters this past winter. The gray-haired man admits there were damages on their side too, with a nervous look. House Katara's lies about monster damage follow the orders of the mysterious Lord of the North. The green-haired man looks weary while asking how much more time is needed for the task. The mustache man explains the timeline depends on the fawns being weaned from their others. An ominous red energy swirls around a promise that House Karada will face no damages within a week. Remembering their encounter, the man regrets meeting the dark-haired girl who blocked his path. Fuming with silent rage, he considers the young lady just as irritating as her father. A sudden, sharp knock sounds on the door, making the green-haired man react in surprise. The blonde mustache man and his attendant enter the room to discuss a worrying matter. The green-haired man stares down at a broken mess and a red stain on the floor. He gives a quiet nod and dismisses the incident as nothing important to worry about. Clenching his hand, the mustachioed man reports that they have finally received word from the city. A close-up shows a large hand firmly gripping a red envelope sealed with heavy wax. Surrounded by dark blue roses, the red letter carries a message of anticipation for coming events. A sinister smile spreads across the green-haired man's face as he looks toward the light. Dark, jagged patterns erupt across the frame, signaling a shift in the story's tense atmosphere. The massive Boleati mansion stands regally among the mountains, framed by soft white flowers. High above the training grounds, the father and daughter appear as small figures in the arena center. Filio stands with his hands on his hips while observing his daughter's training progress. Looking stoic and focused, Filio watches the young girl with a calm, analytical gaze. Leonia lets out a strained, low as she puts all her effort into concentrating her power. Filio stands perfectly still while his daughter continues her intense struggle to manifest her abilities. In a simplified view, Leonia remains hunched over with effort as the training session continues. Her face flushed red, Leonia lets out a heavy while clenching her fists in desperation. With a sudden, energetic haya, the young girl starts hopping around as a golden light flickers. Repetitive shouts of haya echo through the vast, empty training hall as Leonia continues her vigorous exercise. A heavy silence falls between them as Filio stares at his daughter's unusual display. Filio jokes that her display was at least amusing, prompting an annoyed Leonia to demand he stop teasing.
A frustrated Ha escapes Filio as Leonia defends her desperation and threatens to swear next time.
Looking stubborn, Leonia explains her strategy for creating her abilities one at a time. Filio manifests a glowing aura, explaining that the god-tier beast's fang requires full control of one's inner beast. Leonia internally grumbles about the author's blatant favoritism while admitting she benefits from the power. Filio mentions that Leonia resembles Regina, causing the young girl to pause in surprise. Filio explains Regina also struggled with the beast's fang, but Leonia worries she might be slow. Resting a hand on his head, Filio reassures her that consistent effort will lead to success soon. Reinvigorated and shouting with determination, Leonia vows to work hard and master her new power. Her hand feels a sudden firm clench as Leonia insists her previous outburst was not on purpose. Leonia notes her father's dense way of showing affection and wonders about his upcoming meeting with Varia.
Filio grows suspicious of her thoughts, while Leonia hopes Varia doesn't lose to her stubborn father.
A maid appears in the hallway, offering a formal greeting to both the master and the miss. Leonia stops in her tracks, her eyes widening as she suddenly remembers a specific detail. Looking down from above, the maid questions if Leonia truly wants to go through with the plan. Radiating confidence, Leonia loudly reminds everyone that she is now the lady of House Boleati. Dressed in a magnificent blue gown, Leonia strikes a heroic pose to show her readiness for the event.
Filio gives a gentle wave and bids his daughter a safe trip as she departs. Arriving at the party, Leonia is warmly greeted by noble ladies and offers them a clever compliment.
The scene shifts back to the green-haired man who grinds his teeth while looking at a window. A sudden, violent shatter sounds as he smashes a glass in a fit of uncontrollable northern fury. His face twisted in rage, the man curses the person he believes is currently looking down on him. Slumping at his desk, he admits things haven't been working out and refuses to be disrespected. Clutching his forehead, he traces the beginning of his misfortune back to the day of the tea party. The memory reveals a crowded gathering where noblewomen sit together, shifting the focus to a past social event. A woman with lavender hair explains to her peers that some things simply cannot be accepted. Surrounded by tea and cookies, the noble ladies agree that the situation is truly quite pitiful. A fork picks up a piece of strawberry cake while someone thinks this place is the best. Leonia chews her food with immense delight, her satisfaction level reaching its absolute maximum during the party. The gathering is described as a candid meeting of noble madams intended to promote social friendship. A formal notification clarifies that the main topic of their current discussion is nothing but gossip. A hand sets down a teacup with a quick clack as a woman brings up her son. Countess Bosgruni fumes as she explains her son intends to abandon his child and leave for the capital. Looking intensely angry, the Countess questions if anyone would believe her son expects to reclaim his title. Leonia watches as the ladies complain that raising children is useless since they lack any gratitude. The women suggest erasing the son from the family register while the green-haired woman tries to speak. Countess Tedros hesitantly mentions a specific method she learned from her mother back in the East. Holding a jam knife, she describes how to cut a throat silently, potentially using magic to prevent bleeding. A shocked silence falls over the group as Countess Tedros holds her jam knife with wide eyes. One woman laughs at the dark suggestion, while Leonia gives a mental thumbs up of approval. Looking small and dejected, Leonia sits alone on a large red couch labeled as feeling depressed. Conrad stands before the young lady, staring at her with a quiet and uncertain expression. Conrad asks if she is sad the party ended, but Leonia clarifies the ladies are her friends. Letting out a soft sigh, Conrad watches Leonia as she remains deep in her own thoughts. A narrative box suggests that Leonia might be subconsciously seeking maternal affection from the older noble ladies. The text notes Leonia acts mature for her age, yet a void remains from her missing mother. In reality, Leonia is energetically singing a loud anthem in her head to conclude her night. Conrad looks on empathetically, unaware that Leonia is actually singing a second verse in her mind. The massive Bogliati mansion stands silent and majestic under the dark, snowy night sky.
Conrad helps Leonia from the carriage while a brown-haired woman waits at the mansion entrance.
Noticing the visitor, Leonia lets out a joyful shout to greet Miss Connie. Connie smiles warmly and calls out to Nia, prompting a sudden reaction from the young girl. Conrad looks on with a dark, intense gaze as Leonia runs forward to correct her friend.
Leonia loudly insists she is no longer Nia and demands that Connie get used to her title.
Connie laughs softly while admitting that breaking her old habit of using the name Nia is difficult. Connie explained she just finished a meeting about the Duke increasing support for the orphanage before leaving. Standing alone, Leonia looks ahead with a proud and satisfied smile after hearing the good news.
Leonia bursts into the office demanding food while the aide asks her to please maintain proper decorum.
Radiating confidence, Leonia declares that as Lady Bogliati, no one is in a position to criticize her. Filio hands a stack of papers to his aide while his daughter runs toward him excitedly. Lifting her into his arms, Filio asks about the party while Leonia wishes for one every day.
A close-up shows Filio looking surprised as his daughter suddenly addresses him as her dad.
Leonia leans in and gives her father a sweet kiss on the cheek with a soft chew. Looking completely bewildered, Filio stares at his daughter while trying to process her sudden display of affection. Leonia beams with pride, mentioning she heard about his decision to increase funding for the orphanage. Clinging to him, Leonia admits her chest was bursting with pride when she learned of his kindness. Filio gives a small, knowing smile, noting she only treats him like a father at times like this. Filio carries the girl while she dramatically proclaims her deep respect for her dear father. As they walk through the hall with maids, Leonia tells Filio he has no room to gawk. The father and daughter sit together on the sofa, both focused on reading their respective documents. Wearing his glasses, Filio remains intensely focused on the papers while the room stays quiet. Leonia pauses her reading to look back at her father, her eyes blinking with curious interest. A sudden, quiet pfft escapes Filio as he realizes his daughter has drifted off to sleep. Carrying her, Filio notes she falls asleep on the dot every night, much like a reliable clock. An older maid watches with a hesitant look as the Duke carries his sleeping daughter away. A small, ornate glass vial containing a glowing liquid is handed between two people. Filio carries his sleeping daughter through the mansion while softly calling her nickname, Leo. Filio instructs Leonia to drink a potion, which she playfully questions before gulping it down. Leonia licks her lips, noting the medicine tastes like honey as she sits in bed.
Leonia questions taking medicine without labels, but Filio reassures her and tells her to sleep.
Tucked into bed, Leonia smiles happily because she trusts her father's care for her.
Filio kisses his sleeping daughter's forehead and wishes her sweet dreams as she drifts off.
A soft blink sounds as Leonia's eyes flutter while she is fast asleep. A credits page features a chibi Leonia shouting determined messages about the next chapter. The grand estate stands silent under the moonlight as snow begins to fall gently. Filio walks through the night carrying his daughter while other shadowy figures wait nearby. A stern man with blonde hair named Mono stands alert, ready for the mission ahead. Looking down from above, Filio asks about the status of their preparations for immediate departure.
A brown-haired maid and a blue-haired girl express concern about Leonia waking up alone.
Looking stoic, Filio acknowledges that his daughter will likely be very sad when she wakes. The brown-haired maid explains that Leonia's sadness stems from her deep affection for her father.
A gentle smile plays on the black-haired man's lips as he hears about his daughter. He turns his head away, his expression obscured as he prepares to board the carriage.
From a high angle, the group gathers around the carriage in the snowy night courtyard.
A soft sit sounds as the blue-haired girl takes her seat inside the dark carriage.
A gentle shake sounds as Filio closes his eyes while holding his sleeping child. Leonia lets out a soft snore, completely unaware of the departure occurring around her.
Filio hopes she won't make a fuss this time while looking down at her.
An awkward silence settles over the maids as they observe their master's unusual behavior.
A heavy thud sounds as the carriage door closes, sealing the group inside for travel. A gallop sounds as the carriage departs from the mansion, leaving the grounds in night.
Filio stares intensely, his expression unreadable as the journey into the cold night begins.
Standing tall, Filio declares that their hunt begins now, radiating a cold, determined energy. The scene shifts to a bright forest where a carriage wheel rolls through the girt. Leonia sits inside a carriage with a deep frown clutching a large jar of candy. The maids laugh nervously while trying to maintain a cheerful atmosphere during the journey. The maids scramble to explain they are not dating Sir Gable, mentioning rumors from others. The maids glance at each other in silence, feeling the weight of Leonia's intense gaze.
Leonia lets out a frustrated pout, her silence speaking volumes about her current mood.
A long silence follows as the maids sweat under the pressure of the girl's glare. The brown-haired maid internally laments that Leonia is too perceptive to be easily fooled.
Leonia suddenly asks about her father's whereabouts, catching the maids off guard with her question.
Clinging to her jar, Leonia demands to know exactly when her father will be joining. A sudden, sharp ack sounds as the maids reel from the child's direct questioning. They nervously explain that Filio has urgent business and will join her later at destination.
A close-up shows Leonia's small hands firmly gripping the candy jar during the ride.
Leonia clenches her teeth, trying to convince herself that she is mature enough to wait. Filio stands with his back turned, wondering why he feels so worried about the situation. Leonia lets out a heavy sigh, resolving to act her age despite her inner turmoil.
A loud sigh sounds as the maids react to Leonia's display of deep frustration.
The brown-haired maid looks startled by a sudden exclamation as they continue their trip. They arrive at a grand estate, the carriage pulling up as they announce arrival. Leonia and the maid look out the window, their eyes widening at the estate. A blond man waves to welcome the visitors to the bright, flowery estate.
Leonia lets out a skeptical phoo as she observes the overly enthusiastic greeting party.
Filio looks serene while Leonia's mental voice angrily vows to kill him for leaving. Rubbing his neck, Conrad notes that Filio's love for Leonia was truly evident this time.
Mono asks Conrad if he is just now realizing how much the Duke cares for her.
Standing in the snow, the men discuss how unusual it is to send her off alone at night.
Text boxes explain that those who dared disturb the Boleati peace will be eliminated in a hunt.
To keep Leonia safe from the upcoming North bloodbath, Filio left 3 guards to protect her location. Conrad observes that Filio has become more human around his daughter, which is a positive change. Mono nods in agreement as they stand outside the mansion during a brief break. Looking off into the distance, Conrad reflects that Leonia will inevitably need to gain her own experience.
A guard with green hair approaches, calling out to the Lord to get his attention.
A hand holds out a rolled telegram that has just arrived at their location. A rustle sounds as Conrad takes the paper and begins reading the urgent message.
Conrad stares at the telegram in silent shock, a bead of sweat forming on his face.
Conrad declares that they must also begin to make their move based on the new information.
The title page for the chapter is shown with stylized Korean text and a feather. Looking out a window framed by pink blossoms, Leonia watches the petals fall. Leonia notes that the falling petals remind her of the winter snow back in the north. Sighing, Leonia leans on the windowsill and wonders when her father will finally return. A sudden exclamation calls out to Sister Leo, interrupting her quiet moment of reflection. Upi and Finu ask what she's doing, and Leonia replies she is admiring the pretty flowers. Upi asks if her home lacks flowers, and Leonia explains they are just hidden for now.
A soft poke sounds as a small finger taps Leonia on the shoulder.
Finu looks up at Leonia with a wide-eyed expression, calling her by her nickname again. Finu holds out his hands and demands she give him something with an enthusiastic shout. Finu shouts his request for candy while holding a large jar filled with strawberry treats.
An older maid firmly denies the request, startling the children with her sudden refusal. A massive no bubble looms over the dejected group as they react to the denied request.
In the background, maids move through the grand estate while the children remain in the foreground. A bright star sparkles as Leonia gets a clever idea to bypass the strict rules.
A sudden movement sounds as Leonia reaches out toward the two younger children.
Leonia secretly hands over small bags of strawberry candy to her two new friends. Warning them to be quiet, Leonia tells them not to get caught while they cheer excitedly. Leonia beams with a smug, satisfied expression after successfully distributing the forbidden snacks.
The older maid turns around with a neutral look, continuing her duties in the large room.
Letting out a tired sigh, she tells Finu he is forbidden from eating any candy. Leonia thinks to herself that she isn't lonely despite being away from her home.
Narrative boxes explain that while they were apart before, this time feels significantly worse.
Looking out the window, Leonia honestly admits to herself that she simply misses her dad. She remembers that during their first meeting, she only saw Filio as an uncle. A memory shows her hugging him, noting that he has now truly become her father.
Leonia's thoughts are interrupted as a woman's voice calls out to find her.
A brown-haired woman in a white gown agrees that the view from the window is nice.
The woman tells the children it is time for their class to begin.
She tells Leonia to ask if she needs anything, and Leonia politely thanks her.
Looking serious, the woman asks Leonia if she feels worried about her current situation.
Leonia remains silent, her expression unreadable as she faces the older woman's question.
Narrative boxes state that Leonia endured much alone before, causing the woman concern.
A close-up shows the woman's intense eyes, fearing the child might get hurt. A memory of Filio holding his daughter highlights how perfect they looked as a family.
Final text boxes explain that parting is difficult because he is her first dependable parent.
Leonia sits quietly while a narrative box describes her as a child who behaves maturely for her age.
The brown-haired woman gazes at Leonia with a hesitant, wide-eyed expression as she prepares to speak to her.
Leonia requests books on revenge, but the woman laughingly refuses to fulfill the dark reading request for a child.
The lady suggests it is better to think of her father, though Leonia playfully doubts it would help her.
Leonia tries to act pitiful to get her way, but the woman bluntly rejects the manipulative tactic with a smile. The woman adds that she believes the Duke is currently more deserving of sympathy than the young girl is. Resting her chin on her hands, Leonia gloomily admits to the woman that she simply misses her father very much. Sitting on the bed, Leonia's maturity is noted for allowing such deep, adult-like conversations to occur between them.
A comedic scene depicts the lady's internal distress as she imagines how annoying a truly mature child could be. Leonia asks if any news has come from her father, her expression filled with a mix of boredom and longing. The lady comforts the young girl, reassuring her that a message from the Duke will arrive very soon.
She reflects internally on the Duke's strict instructions to limit the child's trips outside the walls of the estate. Standing by the window, the lady and the dark-haired girl share a quiet, contemplative moment in the soft sunlight.
The scene shifts to a grand, sunlit building where many people in formal attire gather near large arched windows. Leonia compliments the lady's beautiful clothes, prompting a modest and surprised response from the older woman during their walk.
The silver-haired girl cheekily suggests that many men must have cried when the elegant lady finally got married. With a sly wink, the lady whispers that even Count Lenine cried, confirming Lenia's playful and observant suspicions. A close-up captures the lady's serene and graceful expression as she enjoys the outing under her yellow umbrella.
Leonia walks with a renewed sense of confidence, seemingly relieved to finally be outside in the fresh city air.
The silver-haired girl beams with genuine happiness, her joyful smile highlighted by a radiant background of blooming pink flowers.
Leonia declares her ambitious goal to become a wonderful lady who makes countless people cry in sheer admiration.
A sudden, sharp ting sounds as the group enters a grand building, welcomed by a bowing attendant at the door. Inside the boutique, the lady asks Leonia if this is her first time visiting a shop to dress herself. Leonia explains that her father usually has tailors come to their home, making this boutique visit a novel experience. From a high angle, the lady notes the unique beauty of visiting the bustling city streets in person today. The lady tells Leonia to browse while she takes her measurements, and the silver-haired girl happily agrees to look around. Leonia wanders towards several mannequins displaying elegant and elaborate floral dresses, her curiosity piqued by the various colorful designs. Leonia stops to examine a specific dress, noting that its design feels very similar to her own personal taste.
A striking red dress with gold floral patterns and dark sleeves stands on a mannequin before the interested girl.
Leonia considers the dress, noting how its specific aesthetic makes a strong and memorable visual impression on her.
Imagining her father's happy face, the girl feels like a dutiful daughter as she picks out the beautiful new attire. A sudden sharp ring sounds as Leonia's attention is pulled away from the dresses by a movement nearby.
Beyond the boutique's displays, a young boy in a brown cloak and hood is seen quickly slipping away through the corridors.